Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are here. We are hosting Mystery Tournament 19 Top 8. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders for you. Summer Games Done Quick 2025 will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 6th through 13th. If you would like to volunteer or run at the event, you can submit your applications by March 31st, or you can register to attend the event by May 26th. You can use !SGDQ in Twitch chat, or you can visit gamesdonequick.com for more information. Also, if you would like to support the GDQ Hotfix, you can check out the Season 4 shirt at theeddie.com/GDQ. They're on sale until March 24th, so you act fast if you want to get one. With all of that said, I will hand it over here to our mystery tournament representatives here, and I will let them, tell you a little bit about what's going on.
Live from the Grand Dirigible Quick, circling the skies high above Mystery Tower. Hello, and welcome back to Mystery. 85 days ago, 123 aspirational wizards set foot in the tower's hallowed ground, seeking fun and glory in our annual video game combat ritual. And now just 8 remain. It's Mystery Tournament 19, Top 8. I'm Mythical 9. Just one of your rotating commentators throughout this 2-day event here aboard the Grand Dirigible Quick. I think we'll just call it GDQ from now on. And I'm here astrally connected with our Far Eastern correspondent, Maurice. Hello.
Hey, yeah, Far Eastern. Halfway through the tournament, I suddenly left on my Japan vacation. Now I'm back. There were a lot of upsets. A lot of new faces made it to top 8. You know, the 8 players that you were talking about making it through. Some very surprising. We will have one of them in our very first match. And some returning favorites. Just people who have in the past shown like the skill to play any game well, no matter what game they get.
Mm-hmm. And we also have people from who have shown that skill, but like a long time ago. And then they took a break and a hiatus, and then they came back and they still got it. So I'm quite happy about the spread of players we have today. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because people need to know what the heck is a mystery tournament. It's a speedrun tournament where the players have never played the game before. You and your opponent have a week to schedule your match. You show up, we give you both a game you haven't played before, and you race to complete the goal that we've set. You are trying to figure out how to play quickly while figuring out how to play at all while playing the game. It's a test of that stuff, that raw ability, that gamer goop you got inside you that informs your intuitions and connects your eyes and your brains and your hands. Any of us can spend time with something and get good at it. But this is a test of how good you are already at games and how quickly you can improve.
It's also a test of your reading abilities, because every game we give you like a paste bin, or nowadays it's more a rentry. And it will give you a lot of important information. It will also give you a bunch of not so important information. So it's very much about like discerning which parts are actually important, and then like remembering that during the match too. The match goes like 40 minutes, and the pastebin will be like, oh, in level 7 you should go to the left after the ladder, and you will have to remember that. Otherwise you're going to waste a lot of time going to the right.
Yeah, it's available for players to reference, but you'd really rather focus in on the game. So there will be stuff in there, the basic stuff, here's the controls, here's the kind of game it is. But like you said, it will call out some very specific things sometimes. So that's for the players to manage while they are balancing all of these other things. And that's Mystery Tournament. I love it so much. I hope everyone's excited.
I am super excited.
Oh, good. Thank you again for having us here aboard the Grand Dirigible Quick.
The GDQ. You told me the name beforehand, and I didn't make the connection.
I needed you to explain it for me to get it. I did not catch it.
That's why I put that line in there. We got a bracket to show everyone, right? Is that something we can cut to? I don't think I even get to see it.
Do we?
Maybe not. Well, I can tell you about the players. I guess I'll start with the winner side. We're going to be starting our first match down in the Lizards bracket. We've got Wizards and Lizards. We don't have a bracket.
Yeah,
That's
the
fine.
Lizards.
Well, guess what? It's 4 people in the top bracket and 4 people in the bottom, and it looks exactly like a double elimination bracket should at this point. We could include a link to the bracket in the chat if that information could get relayed to the people who can make that possible eventually, and then you could look and see the whole story. But up in the Wizards bracket, we have Ferris V5 versus Pika Pals, and these are 2 names we are not surprised to see here. We have the returning champion, Ferris V5, 2-time champion, looks absolutely unreal sometimes when they get their hands on a certain kind of game. That
sorry, I gotta cut it. I remember that puzzle game where you teleport after shooting the box, and it was insane. I played that game afterwards, and I saw the game being played, and I did way worse than they did. That's how insanely good they did.
And Ferris is up against Pika Pals, who was the runner-up to Triss Corp 2 years ago at Mystery Tournament 17. This year, Pika Pals defeated Triss Corp in the top 8 Wizards side qualifying match. So has already beaten a former champion to get here to the Wizards bracket. Is going to have to do it again, though, to keep advancing in the Wizards bracket. And then we've got a fantastic match that we won't commentate, sadly, Maurice. Our shift is up. But I have to tell you about Mid-Boss versus Ness Kamikaze, because these 2 have been speedrunning, mystery-style, sight-unseen video games with each other for fun for like a decade. Mystery Tournament started 11 years ago. Mid-Boss joined that one. Ness Kamikaze joined Mystery Tournament 3, which was just a year later. And ever since, they've been friends, just sort of playing video games together. They race on Speedruns Live. They have about 1,000. I think Ness has over 1,000 different games raced on Speedruns Live. And I'm not talking about races. I'm not talking about someone who's played a Link to the Past randomizer 1,000 times. I mean, 1,000 different games raced on Speedruns Live. So they're good friends. They've somehow, I don't think either of them expected to get all the way through to top 8 on the Wizards side, but they have. And that's a real treat for me. But we got to move on to these Lizards brackets because that's what we're going to be seeing here today. We got B. Tagarung is a newcomer. You're going to see him in just a little bit. Managed to defeat previous top 8 player. Got here without defeating a previous top 8 player, but you don't get this far unless you beat someone who beat a top 8 player. So you also don't get here if you haven't won a lot of matches. Up against Yuge, who's got a second lease on life. Honorable mention to Fast Fruit Man. He's a fan favorite because he showed up with the name Fast Fruit Man in a display pic of a lemon with a motion blur on it like it's going fast. And we instantly fell in love with that. And then in Mystery Tournament 18 was placed in our opening match versus Quick Lime. We had the Fast Lemon versus the Quick Lime. He came out on top of that match. This year, instead of going 2-2, he made it all the way to top 8, but couldn't be here today. So we've advanced Yuge in his stead, a second lease on life, a lizard who hasn't lost his tail. Or has, but is still here? I don't know. He's unkillable. We'll have to see how that goes. That's the second match. But our first match that we're going to be taking a look at right now is Jay Lamsey versus Triss Corp.
Yeah. And, I mean, the difference could not be clearer in, like, the experience of these players. Jay Lamsey on the left, it says 0-0. All of these stats are pre-tournament, so has a win and has actually 8 wins and 1 loss so far, which is like an insane stat for one tournament. But on the other side, Triss Corp, look at that. On these cards, above the avatar, you can see these stars, and every star is a top 8 appearance in a previous MT. That's 9 stars. Wait, is it? Yeah, 9 stars for Triss Corp in only 11 MTs before this one. That's insane.
Yeah, this is the 10th top 8 star. Triss Corp wanted 10 in a row. but was denied that honor by Okami of Games, who knocked him out just short of top 8 last year. This year, in a demon-slaying match, Triscorp knocked Okami of Games out in the exact same top 8 qualifying match. So he's coming in hot. You win a match like that, you got to feel pretty good heading into today's event.
Yeah, but JLMC on the other side, 8-1, has won 8 matches in a row now, has lost the very first one. And then when you get into the Lizards bracket that early, you have to play twice as many matches. So while our winners, our Wizards matches, all of them only won like 4 matches so far, JLMC is on 8. So maybe we can make it 9 here. Maybe like the perfect Lizards run would be amazing.
It hasn't happened yet. But it could. It absolutely could. It's tough to come back from the Lizards bracket, but we'll see. I'm ready to get started. I'm going to signal that we're... Yeah? Oh, the games they've played.
Yeah, the games they've played. It's a lot to go through. I just want to point out just how many games JLMC has here in a row with the 1-0 green. Yeah, I remember programming that and thinking, it will never be have to scroll, but no, here we are. It has to scroll. And Triscorp on the other side, some good matches too. All right, I think we can give that we're ready.
I've let them know. Our first match has been. The ball has been, it's the Rube Goldberg machine that triggers the start of this race has begun ticking over. The ball is rolling down the ramp. It's hit the first domino. The dominoes are going. The monkey hanging off the arm of the lamp has swung around. And it's pressed play on a tape recorder. All right, we got. I don't know what Superstar Duck is. Maurice, have you had a chance to look at the games for today's event?
I have had a chance to look at the games. I played one of them. I played the other one. I didn't play this one, but I saw a video. It looks interesting enough. Oh, here we go already. So, in this game, you collect all the gems, and then you win. Sounds easy.
Easy. You got a double jump. Introduced to a couple elements here. You got an air current that can take you up.
Can Triscorp fly? Oh, there we go.
Phew. Okay.
It's always worrisome when the match starts and one of the players is like messing with the menus.
Yeah, sometimes.
Triscorp, you gotta get.
There's a gem over there.
Yeah, it's on the right.
First line in the pastement says, "Grab every gem to open the exit, then complete this sage," is what it says. I think it means stage.
It's wizard related. There's a sage.
But yeah, Mystery Tournament can be really hectic for the players because you haven't played the game before, and we don't really want you to play it a little bit to even get used to it. So like we will do like if you really feel like you want a control check to make sure everything's working fine, I think it's fine to allow that. Ideally not even that, right? So like sometimes I'm like, oh no, are they able to play the game properly? Is it capturing properly? Will be a fun game. We'll be playing on the tech side this whole time today. Like,
yeah, but at this point, both players are going, so that's good.
We're in it. We're in it now. So small leads.
It's taken like 2 or 3 stages. I'm sure if the pace bin. Sometimes the pace bin gives you like a hint how long the goal is going to be. It's going to be like, oh, beat stage 4-4, and you beat the first like sub stage, and you kind of guess, okay, it's going to be like 8 more of this, right? Or 16, I guess. In this case, I don't think there's any indication how long this is going to go on for. Like for us and for the players, it can be really important as the player to know, oh, I'm nearing the goal.
So this is a test of routing. It reminds me of the the Smash Brothers like break the target stages where it's like go and there's all this stuff everywhere and it's like what is the racing line through this zone? I like what Jay Lamsey did, going for the tricky underneath diamond on the right, doing a sort of circle around the stage. It sort of body slammed down real fast there, but was able to recover.
Hey, this is like a traveling salesman problem. Usually circles are pretty good. You know what this reminds? This reminds me of the Kaulitz's Second Adventure, which is an NES homebrew game where you also collect gems in like screens like this.
Only on a mystery tournament broadcast do people attempt to connect with the audience of like, oh, you know what this is like? An NES homebrew game.
It's a good game.
It is. So we're seeing a slightly different approach. Triscorp went and got the top right and is now going down to bottom right. And we're getting a sort of figure eight pattern across the gems here. But the air current gave such a high launch that I really don't think it's any different than doing a circle.
Okay, what's our limit on upwards jumping? It seems like we do have a lot of like upward momentum we can get, but there's obviously some kind of limit.
I mean, there's enough air currents around that I think that might be why they're able to get so much height. And without it, you just kind of get the one flap.
Oh, we also have like a stomp attack.
Oh,
a ground pound.
Triscorp with a scary moment there, hovering over the abyss, hit the ground pound, but got into the air current. However, did not get the gem that's in the middle of the stage. This game is very cute. It's got a lovely color palette. However, everything is in that same three colors, right? Purple, yellow, cyan, even these gems, right?
Yeah.
So it's, with a lot of stuff on the screen, it can be hard to kind of take it all in and realize where everything is that you need to be concerned about.
Yeah, I almost feel like that's what happened on the first level with the gem on the right being like in the sun there, and it's also yellow.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I think that's kind of what happened to Triscorp.
Is that a wizard boss? Defeated. Defeated easily.
It's a sign of things to come.
I guess so.
For one of these players.
Yeah, eventually we're gonna have the strongest lizard versus the only remaining wizard in grand finals. So being a lizard who can take on a wizard's a good quality to have.
Yeah, this is practice.
Oh, Jay Lamsey wants to go up the air current on the left, but it doesn't quite look like it's going to give you enough, so it actually has to go all the way across the stage to the right. I'm glad you can't die off the top of the screen in this game, because these air currents have launched them way up a couple times.
So what's the health situation? Do we die in a single hit?
I think it's the two little balloony cute... No, those are your flaps. Those are feathers in the top left. So that's how many jumps you have.
So we have a triple jump.
Yeah, health-wise, I don't know. Have I literally seen anyone take damage yet? I don't think so.
I don't think I have. That's why I'm asking.
Sometimes this happens where we just have two incredible gamers are playing and people look at it and go, I don't know, this looks pretty easy. And it's like, it's not actually. It's just they're playing so well, you can't tell. Like, this might be a one-hit kill game, for example, and then your tune would probably change pretty quick considering all these stars splashing everywhere.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell where they shoot. Like, they shoot in this weird arc motion and you can't tell which direction they're gonna shoot in.
Mm-hmm. All right, top of the stage conquered for Jay Lamsey. Triscorp is going to make the mistake of trying to get up on the left. Oh.
Jay Lamsey got hit by the star and it resets the entire stage.
Yeah.
It was walking to the goal.
I had a feeling. I was like, they're doing so good here, and this game is in top 8, and I just had this realization of like, I bet it's one-hit kills. I bet actually this is pretty tough.
Yeah, that's so brutal. Like, it reset the entire stage. Jay Lamsey has to collect these gems all over again.
This is now that they have this information, if they didn't have it before, this is going to maybe influence their routing. Like if there's a really difficult gem, you want to get that out of the way first rather than have to do it after doing all that other stuff.
Yeah, and maybe like the way you want to approach the final door may be important. JLMC gets sniped. Briscorp is one level behind.
Yeah, caught up there. This is one of these games where you can only go so fast. That's not true. You've got the down smash. You've got the routing. But it's, there isn't a dash that you can be pressing to go faster a lot of the time. You move kind of slow horizontally. You move slow when you jump. So
it's not like a Sokoban where it's literally just how fast you can press the buttons.
Yeah. Again, the references that everyone goes to when they want to think about video game mechanics. Sokoban. But my point is, Jane Lamsey kind of needed to make a mistake for Triscorp to capitalize here, and that happened. But Triscorp also having trouble with this stage. It's a jump up in difficulty, to be sure.
This Mystery Tournament, I started to observe something like a shift in risk aversiveness, which is a weird thing to say. Like the later you get into a level, like as soon as you have all the gems, you should no longer take many risks. But at the very start, before you have any gems, whatever, just go for it. Yeah. And I think this game is a very good example of, if you master that skill as like a mystery tournament skill, that's going to help you a lot.
Triscorp's got this gem up in this nook. This flying enemy is coming after them. Okay. Dispatched.
Oh, the pastebin mentions you can shoot upwards by holding up in like an arc, like forwards arc-wise. And I haven't seen them do that a lot, and maybe that would be very useful for someone like this enemy that Triscorp was just dodging, this diagonal guy.
Triscorp intentionally going down to launch himself up high enough to shoot horizontally at the enemies. If you don't know about shooting up, that's a pretty good way to get the job done. But
this is, missing like an input way. It's
yeah. It means that Triscorp definitely doesn't know how to shoot up. Sometimes we don't know, right? Sometimes we think that they don't know, but they're just choosing not to. But that was a pretty good confirmation. Triscorp definitely would have shot up if he was aware that that's a thing he can do.
Triscorp grabbing this gem. It's like kind of free floating in the bottom right, but then gets snapped by the star. The star shooting stars.
Jane Lamsey's got the last gem, has been having trouble getting into these one-tile gaps, but manages it at the clutch moment at the end of the stage.
Yeah, and look, like
shooting up.
It does ceilings, have their head on the ceilings a bunch of times, and it just kills your momentum.
Yeah, some games would let you kind of stick to the ceiling while you're pressing jump or flapping or whatever. Enemies at the top of the screen defeated. Ooh, close call with one of these passing puffs of smoke.
But then the ground pound through the wind was pretty good.
So Triscorp's still one stage behind. It's about to be two. Let's see it. That's tough. You're oscillating in that wind, right? So you're going to be poking out the top. You know you're going to be in danger of hitting the smoke. So I think it's really not a bad call to just be like, I need to try to go for it right now. And I don't see a way to avoid having to do that at the end of the stage. Can you go back across the top?
I think you can. Maybe, yeah, you can. Once you grab the bottom left gem, you can just go back up the wall. It's like wind currents to the left of it.
Triscorp, whoa! No fear with this one-tile gap is through.
Yeah, it's just going for it.
And look, Jane Lamsey is going across the top this time. Does not want to have to deal with that escape, trying to climb out of the swimming pool there. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Like adapting to your, like you play the game, something gets you, and you react. You adjust your play style according to that. That's also something that we like to see.
So we get our first look at the next stage. Nothing stands out to me as particularly shocking at the moment. Except for this wall climbing guy. Is he new? He propels himself across. Whatever, that stage is over. Oh,
Chat pointing something out, that JLMC lost their power-ups. Yeah, the Paceman mentioned something like, oh, if you run out of lives, you will lose all power-ups.
Yeah.
What power-ups even?
I think I saw, in the top middle of the screen, Triscorp has got a pink something there. I saw a boot there, which maybe is what was enabling the ground pound.
Oh.
The commentators get to play how do we play the game
Yeah, sometimes it can be frustrating when you're in chat and you notice, and then the commentators are like, oh, what power-ups? And you go, oh, what's right there?
I've been watching these power-ups this whole time. I know. And when I'm watching and not commentating, I see all kinds of things that I probably wouldn't have seen if I was commentating too. It's easier to look than it is to speak.
Oh, jeez.
This wizard
number 2. Yeah, he's shooting stars all over the place. But JLMC knows about the upshoot if Triscorp doesn't.
Oh my gosh, you're right. This is huge.
But maybe Triscorp does?
There it is. We're seeing it.
Okay, good. Because otherwise you would have to fly in these wind currents that are all over the boss stage, and that'd be awful.
It would be a disaster. This boss is fast. You can't react to it. You have to know what it's going to do. And JLMC is playing this risky, but the reward.
Nice. Yeah, the quick dodges, like Burnout.
There we go. That's a game people have played before. What is this?
That's what I was thinking.
JLMC is warping across the screen. I didn't even see that. It looked like it just popped up out of nowhere. But we're on the other side, and I guess that's necessary to win here. So it's not like a hidden thing that they've stumbled into.
So yeah, Triscorp has 3 wings right now, or 3 feathers. So that's a power-up, and Chat is saying something about a glove, like a boxing glove?
Oh, that's what that pink thing is? Okay. What's that for? If it does more damage, we might see this wizard get blown up on Triscorp's side of the screen.
Oh, Triscorp is not shooting upwards.
I saw up shots. I wonder if Triscorp was like, oh, I guess sometimes it homes on guys above you or something. Well, I mean, this is a pretty safe way to fight the boss.
Until he starts teleporting.
He's dead.
Why was the boss not shooting stars left and right like we saw in JLMC?
True.
But I mean, sure, whatever, good job.
Oh, JLMC dead at the top of the screen.
I think that was the first try for Triscorp.
Yeah, is still trailing by about this 1 stage gap here. But
it's a mirror.
Has amassed a number of power-ups, right? Has the extra jump, has this whatever this is.
You teleport with the mirror like in DuckTales. See, that's another game people have played.
Oh, our broadcaster theorizing the stars were spawning off the top of the screen. Triscorp at the middle of the screen spawned the boss after the teleport so high that the stars just went off the top and never came down. I like that theory.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Triscorp has no idea.
The insane play. Oh, I thought Triscorp was able to save that.
So JLMC still has this lead, has done a good job dealing with the first star, ran under on a sort of a scary cycle. That's another thing. A lot of cycles in this game, right? The puffs, the enemies, the stars falling. If you want to know how these cycles work, right? Like when I die, are they always in the same place? Can I do the same thing and get good results? Oh, Ooh.
Wait, how is? Oh, how did we stick to the ceiling like that?
I've seen Jay Lamsey do that a couple times. I thought it was power-up related. It's not. I don't see a power-up. You can just sort of hover, I guess.
The pastebin doesn't mention it.
It says
So
down
who
to
knows?
fast fall.
Because I was like, how is he gonna get to the finish even? It was like a huge jump, and Triscorp has 3, like basically quadruple jump. So I was really curious how that was gonna work out, but we just kind of stuck to the ceiling a little bit.
Oh.
Oh, that was fast.
I think Triscorp might have shot a projectile point blank and avoided getting hit. Maybe that's what that boxing glove does?
Oh. So the pastebin says something like, oh, you gotta shoot spots to reveal hidden teleporters, like these mirror things. Maybe there's a mirror next to the finish?
Oh, true. I think you only need
Because
to shoot
Triscorp found one top right.
and the other will like appear when you go in. If I remember what I saw correctly. Oh, this is tough. Jay Lamsey transferring from the bottom to the top of the screen very nicely there.
Oh yeah, there it is. Triscorp's gonna use the teleporter.
Oh, Jay
no.
Lamsey's shot by this thing.
that like describes this whole game. Oh yeah, I got shot by this thing.
I mean, it does actually remind me of the spike ball spitters from NES platformer Kabuki Quantum Fighter. It's my turn to make an obscure reference.
Yeah.
Jumping into the wind current and then slamming down.
Yeah, pretty good. Getting rid of that flying snail.
Triscorp waiting out the patrolling shield enemy very nicely, using the resources, the jumps and stuff.
Jay Lamsey did a really good job using the fast fall, like in the middle of just a huge chasm. So that shows like a good control of the game's mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like Triscorp is catching up. It's one level behind.
And just
It was a pretty
narrowly
long
avoided
level,
death. Finds the secret teleporter.
Wherever that goes.
True, you don't know, do you? Make sure you get that gem on top. Oh, it goes across. That's perfect.
That is good. And you could even use it to go back. You could just go to shoot it and it reactivates.
Oh, no.
We got hit by the snail.
It still has 4 power-ups in the top middle of the screen.
Whatever they do. It has 5 jumps.
Yeah, we're seeing a difference in approach, right? Like, be more careful, die less, maintain power-ups, but go a little bit slower versus not have that stuff and try to go faster.
I mean, if wizard number 3 is even better than wizard number 2, then Jay Lamsey may have issues.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Going slower but ending up with more power-ups can sort of put the threshold of skill you need to be at to beat a boss below, where you are on your first attempt.
Same level.
Oh, how is Jay Lamsey going to get this gem?
Jay Lamsey, you missed it.
Not enough jumps. Is trying to find a different approach, even.
Why can't you just jump into it?
2 jumps is not enough, apparently.
What? No way.
That's what we're seeing. This is allowing Triscorp to catch up, who has all the jumps in the world, has died. And is no, that was the end of level animation. That's it. We got a lead
It's a lead change. But what? Oh, we did it with the weird ceiling stick.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's like tech, right? That's something Jay Lamsey found, and I don't think Triscorp knows about it.
Yeah. And in addition to shooting up, both of these things are very good. But also having all of this stuff that Triscorp has is also pretty good.
Yeah. If you can just jump forever, it doesn't matter if you can stick to the ceiling.
It's gotten rid of this troublesome enemy. Also, this is tough. If you're already in the wind current, then I think it's...
The wind current getting Triscorp there.
So
and actually, JLMC has already collected everything on the left.
Just needs... well, I would go... No, you can't get back up if you go down here, right? So you're going to have to loop around.
I think this is the safer path, so we should do this first.
That gem in the middle is... It's probably fine. It looks scary, but close call from Jay Lamsey on the way up.
My God.
Yes, just land
the fast fall. Yeah.
Looking like Triscorp's going to have this. The lead has swung back in Jay Lamsey's favor, though.
Yeah, exciting. Wonder how much game is left.
After beating round 30 is the goal here in our opening match.
30?
Which round are we in? 17? 21?
Probably in the 20s. I mean, the wizards also probably count.
That was probably like stage 10 and stage 20 or something, right?
If that's the case, then we must be really close to 30. JLabs is making really good use of these fast falls. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, and the wall stick has just collected the last gem.
The weird tech that no one knows about.
I don't even know if it's like an intended thing. Or if JLabs is exploiting a physics quirk. We got the third wizard.
Okay, these shots are not very threatening. Then we've seen this one, maybe?
Bam.
Oh, yeah.
That same troublesome pattern. Triscorp has found a teleporter. Is also using the wall stick, the ceiling stick rather, and is through the door, joining Jay Lamsey in the final wizard fight. But the wizard's dead.
Oh, that's it. Is that it?
Is it? I don't know. Round 30.
Oh, there's the fourth wizard.
Wow, the arch wizard. He's big.
Yeah.
He's got little wings.
He shoots so many stars.
Triscorp dies to his first guy. Remember, Triscorp doesn't know about shooting up, so he's gonna play this from the air currents, and this
gets hit by the stars. I think this will be decided by shooting up.
You hate to see it. You want it to be decided not on, this sort of like, I don't know, you didn't read the paste bin, you just didn't happen to press those buttons or whatever. We got a second phase.
Oh my God, these stars. Quite crazy. One of them was breakdancing across the floor.
Yeah, they're breaking the rules too. Their stars are shooting puffs instead of other stars. Now anything can happen.
The game didn't prepare me for this.
Triscorp did amazing with the fast fall to dodge the wizard. Okay, Triscorp is moving on to the final boss as well.
That's it. That's gotta be it. I mean, this guy had final boss energy. Yeah, we're all in the car.
The run through the Lizards bracket continues. Jay Lamsey takes one over Mystery Tournament 17 champion Triscorp.
9 wins in a row now.
Can he be stopped? Our newcomer is hot.
Pickle. That wizard's name is Pickle.
Triscorp has 5 power-ups and 4 feathers right now.
But he doesn't have the most important one, which is shooting up.
Is his damage higher? Is that what boxing gloves are? Because he just pummeled that star up there.
I mean, makes sense, right?
The boss is already dead.
God.
That is big damage. But
I mean, that could have turned the tide easily.
A heck of a race. Congrats to both players, honestly, for coming out and playing like that. That was awesome. What a great opening race for our top 8. but it's Jay Lamsey who moves on. So we bid goodbye to Triscorp, the 10th top 8. I think if you want to talk about consistency, right? I think if you want to talk, if you look at both like how far people made it in the tournaments over a long period of time, when you factor both of those in, it's Triscorp might be number 1. Andy's also way up there. If you win a lot of tournaments, you do pretty good on those metrics. But 10 top 8s, multiple top 3s, and a top 1. Triscorp's a phenomenal player. Well, what's the plan? Are we doing a break between our two Lizards bracket matches?
Yeah, we'll take a break while we get set up for the next one. We can talk about the next set wall or after that break there. So we are going to take a quick break, everybody. We will be back in just a few minutes here. And just a quick reminder for you, you can join the official GDQ Discord at the Hotfix role. We can keep tabs of upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You use !Discord and Twitch chat for more information. We're going to take a break. We're back with the second Losers match, just a Lizards match in just a moment here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are hosting the top 8 for Mystery Tournament 19. We're ready for our second match, and I will hand it right over to all of you, and you can talk a little bit about what we're about to see here.
Rung versus Yuge. Neither of these players has made top 8 before.
Oh yeah, no stars. Unlike the previous game.
I mean, yeah, we had stars for 2 or 3 players just on Triscorp's card alone. Not only is Taggering's card, there's not a lot because they're participating for the first time. It's another first timer who has made it to top 8. This doesn't happen often, and we've had 2 already.
Yeah, usually we're like, oh, one person has made it. One new player in top 8. That's so exciting. And that's actually just people who are top 8 for the first time, but not participating necessarily for the first time. This year we had 2 new participants making top 8. That's crazy.
Yeah, definitely a shift. So, I mean, I guess if you like to root for underdogs, you're doing well. Jay Lamsey has defeated a previous tournament winner, Triscorp. So maybe there's the winds of change are behind Bloodfire Taggerung here. If you're rooting for the underdog, that's probably it. But I mean, Yuge also first time here has a 54% win rate. Their 4th mystery tournament. This has been their best year by far, and has got a new lease on life here. Again, played Fast Fruit Man in the qualifying match and actually lost narrowly. But Fast Fruit Man couldn't be here today, so we advanced Yuge in his stead. I don't know, what does that mean? Like he can't be killed? Like he's unstoppable now. It's double jeopardy.
He only had 2 tails. He already lost 1, and this is his last tail. I asked local mystery tournament stats guy, Blade Twin Swords, for some interesting stats. And turns out, if Fast Fruitman was participating, it would be a rematch against Bloodfire Taggerung, because Fast Fruitman did knock Bloodfire Taggerung down into the Lizards.
Oh.
So maybe Bloodfire Taggerung either avoiding, like the curse of getting knocked down by the same person twice, or avoiding the chance at revenge.
True. We won't get to know what would have happened. Unfortunate. But we do get this match. I'm excited. And it looks like we're ready. So I'll go ahead and let them know we're ready for them.
Yeah, this game looks great. I was given the games beforehand, and I only played one of them, and it's this one, because it just looks it looks fun. And I had fun, and I hope the racers have fun. Because while we are all about going fast and, you want to win, we still want you to have fun.
honestly, that's number one. I as a commentator, I'm always trying to pull out the things that I find interesting, and I'm really interested in the strategy and the mastery and all that kind of stuff. So that's the angle I always come at this from. But I mean, most people join the tournament just to have fun, and that's great. We love to see that.
Yeah, Yuge coming over from the Cuso Grande side of the community. Shoutouts to Prosentia, who many people probably know. And Yuge are very active over there. Oh, here we go. So, Frogfall. It's a game. It's like a mix between a puzzle and a platformer. It's a very common genre we see in MT. Because as soon as you jump, you can no longer land. If you land, you die. If you run into a wall, you die. The ceiling is fine. And your task is to jump on all the flies.
Yeah, that's what frogs do with flies.
They ground pound them.
So this frog obvious. May only fall. Is I'm understanding.
Well, it goes up when you jump on the flies.
It does bounce, yeah.
It's such a video game thing, by the way, isn't it? Like, if I jumped on anything that isn't specifically a bounce pad or whatever, I don't expect to bounce off it.
I mean, even a bounce pad is not really a thing we have. Like, a trampoline.
Well, like a trampoline is what I meant. My head went to Sonic.
Oh, we're at our first little bit of like routing here. Bloodfire Tagarin jumped onto this deeper one, but you can't get back over the wall. So some order of operations stuff happening now.
This game is made by the same developer as a game we had earlier called Raid, where you were like placing trains. And maybe seeing that actually helps a little, because it kind of tells you how the developer likes to add new elements and how like the levels work. Like every world has a theme to it. This is the first world. It doesn't have more than these basic flies. You jump on them, you bounce, that's it. Next one, I think, is the switches. Let's see. The swamp. Yeah, so... Oh, it's not the switches. After you defeat every other type of fly, these, like, dotted flies. Yeah, they become active. So this is where the routing really picks up.
At least it gives you more of a focus at the start of a stage, right? Like you get this this screen wipe with the Sonic the Hedgehog zone triangles on the edge, and it goes by, and then like now go, right? Like you're on the clock. What are you gonna do? So the players have been making these split-second decisions about what to do when they first get into a stage, and there's less options now that some of them are hidden. So that's sort of nice, but yeah, it's gonna become more puzzly.
This kind of game is really tough in Mystery Tournament when you play it, because, like you said, like the screen appears, and any time you waste looking at it is time you wasted playing the game.
Yuge has conquered that stage. This basically, Bloodfire Tagarin is going at the wrong time. You need to have these things close enough to the top that you can get over this block, I think is the plan. There we go.
Yeah, when I played this game, that's something that struck out to me. I'm not sure how much I like that, or if it's something that can be fixed, but like, in Celeste, when you start a room, it will always be in the same state, like global timer-wise. This game is not like that. This game will just keep going, and then you keep jumping, and it's always the wrong time, and I don't know. It happened to me a bunch. Yeah,
it happened to me a bunch. You just have to wait a little bit, and then you'll be fine. Oh, this looks pretty good for Bloodfire Tagarin. Oh, shooting up through that one that was heading down. That was a nice finish. But it's Yuge who's run ahead after solving the timing on that pair of flies on the left and right level. Has not really slowed down after that.
Yeah, here's the next type of fly. This one will take 2 hits, but you cannot hit it consecutively. So you can see that Yuge jumped on the top right and then had to like take a little detour back to the middle in order to make the top right hittable again.
This is taxing Yuge's brain a little bit. Okay, there we go. Has got a bead on it.
The gravel factory. Like a big crusher or what? How do you make gravel other than just crushing a big rock?
Oh, Yuge goes down and then pops up through the fly. That's interesting. Yeah, that's gonna work.
Yeah, this like upward shooting through like a ladder of flies. That's an interesting mechanic. I don't know if the game really explores that all that much.
Yeah, I would have thought that you would like die if you touched the bottom of the fly, like it was joust rules or something, but apparently that's not the case at all.
The timing just barely didn't work out for Yuge, but there we go.
Cut it really close on that corner, and it looks like Bloodfire Tagarung is going to get done with that stage. That was a learning moment pretty quick.
Yuge didn't make it all the way back. You cannot, yeah, if you destroy the middle, oh, never mind, the bottom was still there. Yeah, nice. Well done.
Whenever there's like a row of 3 or 4 moving in unison, and then there's one that's like, you know, going the opposite direction or whatever, you got to be thinking like, what is that one for? Here it can be a bridge from the left to the right, but it was all the way on the left while Bloodfire Tagarung needed it.
Oh, this will work? Yeah, nice.
There we go. Stage complete for Yuge.
There's still an execution to this game. Like, even if you figure out the order, you still have to do it. And especially with these moving ones, it can be hard to judge when they turn around. Because it's not always at walls. Like, these ones, yeah, they're at walls. That's fine. But that's not a rule. Like, they're not programmed in a way that they bounce off walls.
Is that a skateboard?
Oh, yeah! We're skateboarding now. Hell yeah! So, we're allowed to skateboard. Skateboard isn't the ground. Skateboard is a skateboard, so that's fine between flies. You can turn around as much as you want on the rails by just tapping left or right, and you can jump off.
Man, video game developers get to just do what they want, huh? I bet this game's got this core concept, but now there's a skateboard in it.
I like the thought that back in the day they weren't able to do this. Like, Nintendo wouldn't give them the seal of quality if there was a skateboarding truck.
This looks good for Yuge.
Yep.
Bloodfire Tagarung on this same level.
Yeah, not
now.
Good. The top right one was unreachable.
Yeah. Oh, God, I think was wanting to go up and then come down on the fly, but caught it on the way up and wasn't ready to move with the boost.
Oh, so here's vertical rails.
Skateboarding.
Because skateboarding, that's what they do. These suck. I'm not a fan of these. Like, the way they control, you still tap up or down in order to switch directions. To jump away from the rail, you press left or right. Like, you don't press jump anymore. And I never got used to it.
Oh, Yuge was jumping off the rail, then coming back onto it to sort of try to go a little bit faster. Or maybe it was just like, whoops, let me get back on there. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
That is an option.
But this looks good. Top one now, and then do like a cool rail 360 pop shove it. Yeah, there we go.
True, they're going to have to come up with new skateboard trick names for whatever this is.
He actually does a pop shove it. But I think he does like an impossible sometimes. It's hard to see on stream here because it's so small. But like the board sometimes does a little flip.
I do see yeah. I couldn't tell you exactly what it is. I'll let you know, you're the Tony Hawk guy.
I'm the Tony Hawk guy.
So Yuge went up too early. No, needs to go down. Needs to use the boost off the fly to go back down. I see. There we go.
Yeah, you cannot get out of that rail pit in the top right. Without the flies.
Tagarung not going to be able to get back up to the top.
Yeah, Yuge did that level really fast. So this is like, if we really want to discover where time is lost or gained, this would be an example.
onto the mountain. We're very sadly, leaving the skateboard behind, I assume.
It was called the skate park too. Like we were just in the skate park. There's the mountain, the swamp, the gravel factory, and of course, the skate park.
In my frog jumping game. A lot of people have been putting animals on skateboards in the indie development world lately.
Yeah, we got Skatebird.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a bouncer.
Yeah, that's
Friendly neighborhood bouncer.
That's everything this world will introduce. It's just what it says. It's an infinite way of bouncing. This looks maybe good. Yeah, this works.
Bloodfire Tagger's got the right idea on this stage now. Just missed it. Just touched the wall, interrupted the jump arc. Ooh, couldn't escape though.
Yuga recognizes you're not allowed to touch the left fly first. Did like an intentional death there. And it's not going for the right one first because at the end you need to touch the one on the top left.
Yeah.
And you need the left fly to reach that.
It's an important mystery skill, being able to think ahead, right? It's if you don't see that, then you play the whole stage and then you go, whoops, and you have to reset, right? You save yourself that, 5 seconds it would have taken or whatever. Stuff adds up.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a lot, but yeah, if you do that every level, this game has a lot of them. I think it's 9 levels per world, so we're already like 40 levels in. And
this level is scary that Yuge is on.
Yeah, it's a little weird, right? Like this fly in the little gap. It's a little awkward. Oh, that would have worked, but now we can't get up again, can we?
Oh, the bouncer. I see. Yuge is hitting the flies to hit the bouncers, but is able to just jump off the rail right up there, so it's fine. See how Bloodfire Tagger can handle this level.
Yuga jumped off the rail too soon and couldn't make it to the bouncer. Is this good? Yeah, this is good. If we go top left now, yeah. It's gonna be a clear.
Also, I guess we still have the skateboard.
Oh yeah, we brought the skateboard in case there's any rails.
This frog never goes anywhere without his skateboard. Oh, I see. You need to stall on the middle one and wait for it to be in a good spot for you while you go and get these other ones. Oh, Yuge recognizing that the timing is right for the bottom one right now. Let me get that one rather than the middle one.
And now just like top to bottom makes sense because top will always be safer than bottom.
Yeah. The final jump that Yuge just sort of somehow did off of the skate rail up to that top part. That's not easy.
I think this will work for Bloodfire. Yeah.
There we go.
But still, like 5 levels behind or something. The level Yuga is on is just called this level.
That is definitely something that would worry me because I would interpret it as this level.
Yeah, like something you talk about. You complain in the Discord of the developer about it.
Yeah. Everyone who joined the race is talking about it after the race.
This level.
Oh, it's harder to transfer when they're on the way up.
Yeah.
Waiting for the down now. Patience is a skill that it can be difficult to muster sometimes in Mystery Tournament. Looks like Bloodfire Tagger is going to be okay here. Had to do a really tricky jump to save it. Oh no! Has to do this level again. It's kind of a long level.
Yeah, you gotta recognize that you gotta hit the one on the right first, otherwise you have no way up.
Now that very top one, no, it's fine. And then there's the clear of that level for Bloodfire Taggerung.
And that should be the game cleared, but this is not the goal, because the game goes on. Yeah, you reach the top of the mountain, I don't know, Celeste, I guess. And you unlock the B-sides because Celeste, I guess.
Yeah.
And we're gonna beat all the B-sides.
It's a very good game, okay?
It is a very good game.
I frequently find myself playing other games and thinking like, well, it was maybe handled a little bit better in Celeste. This game could use that thing from Celeste.
Yeah, this game could use the timer reset from Celeste.
Yeah, the cycle reset. It came up already in this cast. B-side.
Bloodfire missed the... Oh no! Jumps like perfectly avoids the fly and dies on the floor.
It would be hard to replicate that mistake even. Okay, there it is. Smashes it on the very next attempt.
Oh, and actually not far behind, just 1 credits behind.
Yeah, well, I suspect this is going to go on... Well, I hope Yuge didn't, miss a button that he could have pressed to make that go faster or something.
Is Yuge playing the B-sides?
Is pausing.
You gotta switch this to... Press this. Press... Oh, you gotta press space on the A.
Oh.
There was, something... it didn't really work. You can jump on Z or up or something, I remember that. But you have to press space. There we go.
There it is.
The placement does mention that the menu controls are a little wonky. So now we've got keys. That's what I liked about this game, and also what I liked about Raid, the other game I talked about, by the same developer. Even in the post-credit content, it's introducing new concepts. And I think that's very cool. So here we got keys.
A tricky fall nails it on the first try in that level. So there's that one at the bottom. I think this is going to be a clear. You got to curl all the way around and get it, though.
Too far to the left. But it's possible.
It was possible.
If you hadn't fallen so far to the left before. Oh, still. Too far to the left.
It never feels good to make the same mistake twice.
No! Oh, God. I almost saw it happen again.
It's a catch-up for Bloodfire Tagarung. Needs to save that one fly. Sees that now.
Here we go. Yeah, that's good.
Jumping on one of these two-hit flies first is almost never a bad idea.
Yeah. Because they're tricky, right? You can't jump on them twice in a row. You have to have something else to jump on.
Except, I think it's wrong in this one. I think you might need that top one twice. Yuge is thinking about it.
Oh, yeah. If Bloodfire Tagarung still had the top one, that would have been good.
Yeah, Yuge thought about it and then is still hitting the top one.
Oh, that's Bloodfire is going to get the clear. That's a lead change.
So is Yuge. Very close.
So close.
How far are they going into these B-sides?
This level took me a while. There's an order that you have to do them in. Yeah,
you can only transfer when there's a fly below the gap, such that you won't bounce and hit your head or whatever. And Bloodfire's got it.
Yeah, that's the definite lead now.
Oh, that one is tricky on the right there. I guess that needs to be the last one on this level. Not easy to think ahead now. The levels are getting complex enough.
Yeah, there's these 3 types of flies that kind of interact in a weird way. The double flies, you need another fly between, and then the invisible flies, you need to get everything else first. It gets a little complicated to think about.
And the double hit flies look like inverted hidden flies until you bounce again. So it's at a glance, it's which one is that? Is it black with orange wings or?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Bloodfire, hit this one? Yeah, without hitting the one in the middle that
Ooh.
spawns immediately. That's what they did wrong before, or like on accident. Like I said, there's still an execution aspect to this game.
I think overall, Bloodfire Tagarungs had the better execution in steering the frog, and Yuge's been better about sort of routing and figuring out what the stage wants. And now the stages are starting to demand more of you in the execution. I think that might be what is sort of going Bloodfire Tagarung's way later in this race.
Right, we're in the swamp. It's scary because there are now these like things that we go through, and then they turn into walls that we're no longer allowed to touch.
Ooh, so you probably don't want to activate all three of them like that. But
Yeah.
can you get under? You can.
Yeah, it's just about like doing like 2 different feats basically.
You guys having trouble with multiple parts of this stage. Needs to clear. Oh, it goes down to the bottom first. That'll do it. You don't have to do that execution demanding move of skirting around the above fly if you route out the stage a little better.
The level on the left, you can just jump over the start again if you... Here, like, this doesn't work.
Oh.
The one you want to do is the bottom left fly first. Like, the bottom left we can hit. That's the one we want to hit first, into the one above, and then over the start again, so that we don't knock out the middle. Yeah, Bloodfire's got it.
Yeah, it has to be the left side, too, because the one on the right is so far to the right that it's not easy to get over. Maybe possible, but it's definitely...
There's no reason to go for that side.
Yeah.
For that reason, yeah. Oh, you guys also here. But
Yeah.
this is something else, the knowledge advantage we like to talk about.
Yeah, it's easy to be like, oh, they're tied, but it's like, well, I mean, look, Bloodfire Tagarung is already out. But look, you guys got the right idea in this level already. Oh,
but then...
didn't have a read on the finish.
Little confused about that part. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. See, I want to say I'm not off with my Bloodfire Tagarung's got the execution and Yuge's got the routing.
Oh, that was so good by Blood. This level took me a while. It's really... Oh, both of them.
Both of them.
I suck. Because those like vertical walls, they were really hard to dodge. I'm
They
very
look hard
impressed.
to dodge. You literally have no control over your jump, right? You jump the same height and you jump as soon as you hit the ground. Like, you have to just have a really good sense of what's going to be happening to you as you move around the stage.
Bloodfire needs to activate the bottom. Yeah, there we go. The bottom of the left walls. So that on the way back, you can jump over that. Yeah.
There it is.
But
Catching
meanwhile, you
Yuge
guys...
on this next stage.
Yeah, you guys back in the lead.
Threads the needle between the two deadly diamonds. Waits a little bit so that these flies are at the top, but then it's okay. Yeah, you need to scooch up back to the top after you get these 4, huh? Went left at the top instead of right.
Barely gets that.
Bloodfire Tagarung maybe too early. Didn't have the height. Patience.
Oh no, Yuge, don't go for that one.
That's a clear. Joining Yuge on this next level.
I feel like... Oh, never mind. This level looks like it's designed that you're supposed to get the bottom right one last, but I guess you don't have to.
As long as you get that key, which Bloodfire Tagarung has done. The tricky part is hitting it so that the diamond is there to catch you. Is this good?
Yeah.
No. I don't think it was. I think if Bloodfire Tagarung hit that fly, that diamond was too far gone.
Yeah, not even close. This should have gone then.
How do you desync your bouncing on the diamond such that it will be in the right place next time? Is it naturally desynced?
You could like fall into it from the side.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
I don't know about that. I like
we got a needle thread required.
So close. But impelled by that
stage
spike.
Complete for Yuge. How much more frog fouling is there to do? Are we going to do the whole thing, B-sides?
Yeah. So 3 more worlds, I think. Gravel Factories, the skate park, of course, and the mountain.
you. That was great from Bloodfire Tagarung.
Oh, Yuga once again going to the A sites. I didn't play this far, so this is new to me. I'm curious what's gonna happen. Oh, that's gonna happen. Every time you jump on the fly, these things switch between active and inactive.
Okay.
So that's like, like the way a game is like evolving its mechanics. This is evolving very clearly into routing.
Yeah.
Like in the swamp, we had the walls that like become active, and that was kind of execution heavy, not activating the ones that you don't want to be activating. But this one is pure routing.
Oh, Yuge missed that fly last time, and I thought maybe there's just not enough height, and a whole new approach was needed. But no, just bounced a little bit better this time and got up there.
Yeah, that's another mystery skill, right? Being able to tell when you should be changing your strategies.
Yeah, I do not consider other strategies often enough. That's for sure. Oh, so Bloodfire Tagarung doesn't have the height after bouncing off the bottom one, so you need to hit that one first and then come up through the thing. Okay. This is another at a glance. I'm like, is it a big triangle orange bouncy or black bouncy? Like, it's... When if I have to sight read this game, like from this point on, I can't. I would just have to try it and die and figure it out and memorize.
Bloodfire got close there. I don't think Yuge was ever close so far. I feel like Yuge does not have a good grasp on this level. It's changing the approach, but no, that doesn't work. Like I don't think. I guess Yuga is trying to hit the switch one after grabbing the key.
Ooh, that's tight.
Yeah, that's like
left, right, guide it.
Does it? But you can't make that one.
I mean, maybe if you're right on the cusp of the right one.
Yeah, but that's exactly
the left.
That's exactly the thing we were saying. Like, when is it time to switch strategies? Bloodfire Tagarung has done it already. Like the one.
I wish I caught what they did. This happens a lot while we're commentating. You look at the wrong person at the wrong time, and suddenly the thing happens, and we're not even there for it.
Let's see.
Oh, if you pop everything up top, the bottom one is not in the correct position. So Bloodfire just leaves the lowest one, and that works out fine.
Yeah. And that's the one you have to leave because it's the only one you can reach from the bottom.
Yeah. Oh no, that one needs 2 hits. Ah. So much to think about here, and you don't really get to pause. I mean, maybe there is a pause button that you could hit while you think in the air or whatever. I don't know if it covers the screen or not, but...
well, first try.
Very good. It's just sort of... It's becoming far too complicated to
I mean, look at this level. There's 10 of these just in a random place order flying around, overlapping each other. I don't think there's anything to read here to begin with. I think you just go for it and then you kind of wing it.
Oh, so close. So the top ones, you can just do all the top ones. But also,
close.
You need the bottom ones to get to the top ones. So... But the bottom ones on their own are tricky.
Oh no! Oh, what? What?
Those platforms are clearly shaped the way that they are to allow exactly that maneuver, skimming past the corner.
It was crazy. I thought Bloodfire Tagarung was dead for sure.
Uh-huh. I bet even he thought he was dead, but had the good sense to at least keep your finger on the button.
Yeah, just hold it. What's the worst? Like, what's the disadvantage? Alright, what are we doing? Oh, these rails are now evil. You're only allowed to rail some of them. Like once.
Yeah, all you people who go on that one donut in Tony Hawk and just do all your tricks off that one thing for all your points. Look out. What is going on? The key's at the top. We got a whole bunch of different kinds of flies. The rail is evil at the bottom, and so if you if you go under one of these little diagonal platforms, I don't think you're going under again, right? Like maybe there's a jump you can do. I think Bloodfire Tiger is experimenting with that jump exactly.
So Bloodfire Tiger collected everything, and then the switch was in the wrong position. I think that would have worked.
Too far left. Yeah, I think it would have worked. Oh, the dramatic pause. Are we going to see it, or are we going to skip past it? Meanwhile, Yuge getting the clear onto this mess, skull of gravel, the level is called.
This is the kind of level that could just like get you stuck for minutes. And it's not even really your fault. Like, what are you gonna do about it?
I like the under and come up through the top. Wait, you're gonna die unless you get the key. Now under? Oh, there it is. One spot too many on the rail.
Yeah, it's the skate blocker, or whatever those are called.
The man has been trying to shut down skateboarding frogs in this swamp.
I mean, we're literally in the skate park. Why are they doing this? This is where you're supposed to skate.
Oh, Yuge with the clear on that tricky level. Needed that to keep pace with Bloodfire Tiger in here. It's true. If you can't skate in the skate park, then we as a society have gone wrong somewhere.
We've lost track.
Wait, what is going on here? Oh, you need to curl around and hit the top fly to give yourself something to bounce off after collecting the key.
Whoa. Cool trick. Nice.
That wasn't necessary at all, was it? You could just jump off the other side of the rail.
We had to get the high score goal and then the pro score. That's why.
Bloodfire Tiger has collected all of the skate letters and is now moving on to the next stage.
I think this is possible.
This is a clear. There we go.
Nice.
You guys taking a moment just to look at this one. This is an approach that works for some people and for some games, but I think in this game, I would heavily favor experimentation. I think you're going to learn more by trying than looking. But everyone's different.
Oh no, Bloodfire. Get the switches first.
Opposite, yeah.
I think it would have worked if you got the switches.
Yeah, both times could have jumped on the switch one first and just didn't. Oh, could get them all. Why not?
As long as this jump. Oh no! So that's what it's these controls on these vertical rails. I'm telling you. Like suddenly, jump no longer jumps, but moving left and right is what jumps. And I don't know.
Yeah, if you take away the jump button, then you need to be doing that thoughtfully. This is funny. These are B-sides of the previous levels, but like having done the previous level does not prepare you at all for what these are offering.
Seems fine. Yeah, and all the rails are still nice to us.
Bloodfire Tagarung is kind of running away with this. I don't know how many stages of the skate park they are ahead by.
It's over. Oh, yeah.
But it's a lot.
I think it was at least like 4 or something. And Bloodfire Tagarung is on the final set of levels. 9 levels left.
Here we go. Mount Samako.
Samako?
One last thing.
Huh? It just seemed like a... So it's like this diamond shape now, which you're not gonna like because it looks exactly like the others. No? Do you have to hit it and then it turns into an invisible one that appears at the end?
Oh, maybe.
It seems a little arbitrary, but sure, why not?
It is sort of combining things you've seen before, at least. Uh-oh. That's not gonna work. You need that top one. You need to steer around it after the first bounce.
Is that gonna work? Because it's gonna switch after you try to climb. Oh, no, that doesn't help. Oh, that doesn't work either. How do you get to the left now? Oh, you just jump over.
Just do that thing. That's why they shaved those corners off. Clear for Yuge. Shadow. Oh, I see. The diamond is leaving a shadow at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with any of the mechanics in the stage.
That's another
big
thing.
Fan.
Yeah,
Interpret the level name.
It's mostly for puzzles, but like I would maybe see if the level names in this help in any way, but I don't think they do.
The stunt frog, I don't think is going to help too much. That was a nice clear of that level from Yuge, though. Had a very elegant 3-fly ladder at the top of the stage for the finish, and this is going to be a really quick clear of this level.
Nice. Correctly identified that the bottom was already skated, so just jumped over.
Stage complete. Yuge absolutely needed that to stay in this race.
Yeah, both players know on the final set. Once Yuge switches to B-side, let's see. Yeah, we did it.
Oh, final fall, yes. Bloodfire Tagaron gets it.
Dangerous stunts.
You can only use the rail on the left once. So you need to leave flies on the right to get you all the way back up?
That seems good. Yeah, I like it.
It's bouncing on the left fly there. But there's that double diamond one.
Oh. I mean, maybe
It's
you
like-
could do like a crazy snake maneuver up the rail so you can go up it twice.
Oh, true.
Yeah. But I don't think the game would expect you to do it, so it's probably a waste of time to try to do it because it's just going to be harder than figuring out the path.
Trying to come up with and properly utilize a cheesy strategy like that is always such a question mark in a race like this.
Oh, that would have worked.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think if he went left, he could have dropped without touching
Yes.
the rail.
Yes. Sorry, you missed. You were saying.
Well, Yuge's here on this same level.
Oh.
You?
Oh.
That's
Let's-
why Bloodfire Tagaron left that fly there for the bounce along the bottom.
Oh, we're accidentally railing.
Oh, you can't just pass through it. You're always going to catch it.
Yeah, and then you gotta make sure to press left instead of jump.
This finish looks fine. Oh no, there's one at the top, but we got it.
Nice. There can't be more than
Yuge
like...
went right all the way around this stuff in the middle of the level and gets it.
Nice. There can't be more than like 4 levels left or something.
This is very close. This is the B-side of this level. But it seems fine.
It was called this again.
How many levels are left?
The finale.
The finale.
This is where my heart rate spikes.
Yep.
The level is called the finale. Yeah, I'm nervous.
We haven't specified, but you don't know what is happening with your opponent while you're racing. All you know is whether or not they have finished, because you get to see them type .done on Speedruns Live. So, for all you know, your opponent is right there on the same level with you. Not often the case, but in this case, it's looking like that is where we're going to be.
Oh, I like Bloodfire Tagaron going to the right here so you can jump up the left side. Ah, these rails. They're complicated to navigate. Skating
Yuge
is
has
hard.
finished that level, is one behind Bloodfire Tagaron. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, okay. This seems
How do
good.
you get that? That's so tough.
Oh, I guess you don't hit the switch one?
Okay. Okay, I see what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, now you
Okay,
can hit the
it's leaving
switch.
It. Okay.
Oh, but then
Too
runs
high.
into the wall.
So what? You go up you let yourself go at the peak of your jump up, like straight up, and then as you fall, you hold right?
I think you can just sneak like below.
So, yeah.
Like here.
Oh,
yeah.
there. Sneak left.
Oh, wait. Oh,
Had one more for the trip back across.
perfect.
Is this it?
I think, yeah, that's it. The border appeared. That means that the world is done.
Stage complete. Bloodfire Taggerung hasn't done. They're not sure who can blame them, but there it is. 39:33, the official SRL time. Yuge's here on the final level, but it's Bloodfire Taggerung who takes the win.
Man, what a race again. Both of these races super close.
You can't ask for better. Yuge taking a moment to tab out and type the GG. We like to give players a chance to finish up. Sometimes, someone has done so well that the other person isn't really close to finishing. That's definitely not the case here. We could definitely hang out for a couple of seconds or whatever it's going to take Yuge to finish. Let's see. It's planning out the finale here.
Oh!
Also, Speedruns Live is it's a wonderful thing. It records all of the races in a pretty easily searchable way. So you can go back and see this record of like, oh yeah, I raced this person in this game and they got this time and I got that time. I put up a good fight. It's going to be in the annals of mystery history forever. So you want to put your best out there.
Yeah, when we race a game that we know we've seen before, we like looking up previous times and be like, oh, someone finished in like 20 minutes. And then one of the racers does better. That's always exciting.
There it is. We'll get the dock done any moment. I bet the basement probably specifies like when you touch the flag or whatever. But
You could die twice on the mountain.
And once more. I guess that means there's a C-sides?
I mean, the previous game we played. The previous game we played was insane. The raid one. I played it afterwards, and you do like the whole game. It's like 15 minutes, but then it just keeps going. It just keeps adding levels, and the whole game is like 2 hours or something.
Well, if you thought this was cool, I guess you can go seek out Frogfall. I think it's on itch.
Yep, it's free.
A fantastic showing. Thank you so much to all of our racers, Jay Lamsey, Triscorp, and now Bloodfire Taggerung and Yuge. It's Jay Lamsey and Bloodfire Taggerung moving on to face their next opponents down in the Lizards bracket. But who those opponents are, we need to jump up to the Wizards bracket to see who it's going to be. That's going to be our next 2 matches. But I think we're going to have to go to a break.
Yep, we are going to take a break here while we get ready for that. If I am correct, this is the last commentary for you two.
That's right.
Now. So thank you both for being on, for commentating. These were both fantastic races, and your commentary was much needed and appreciated. Y'all rocked it. But yeah, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with some more matches and some new commentary, or new commentators. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we have Mystery Tournament 19 Top 8. Before we get into our next set of matches here, just a quick reminder. If you have missed out on any of our other Hotfix shows or events like Back to Black and Frost Fatales, you can check out the VODs over at youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. With all of that said, we are here with some more matches and some more commentators. I'll hand it over to y'all. Let y'all introduce yourselves.
All right. I am Virazik. I'm a tester over at Mystery Funhouse, where we host this lovely mystery tournament. This is a tournament where people are playing games that they have never played before, and in most cases have never even seen, which I can guarantee for the 2 games coming up, yeah, most people probably haven't seen them. We have just gone through our Losers Ace match, and we're hopping over to the winners, or, well, this year was themed, so we're calling it Wizards and Lizards. I'm too double elimination brained, so I can't get it out of my head. And we are in the winners semis matches with Ferris and Pika Pals. You just saw a bunch of new players in the losers bracket, but these are kind of the old guard sitting up here in the Wizards bracket. You can see all these stars on the player cards. A star means top 8 appearances before, and just read the details on the cards. They look incredible. We're going to get an amazing match here. So I'm going to introduce the rest of my commentators. We have Polari.
Hello. I've been competing in Mystery Tournament since Mystery Tournament 6. Done pretty okay. Not quite on the level of these guys playing right now, but...
And we have Pone Noob.
Hey guys, I'm happy to be here. I lost to Jay Lamsey, so I'm just hoping that he wins and I can say I was the second best player. I'm excited for this match because it's actually a rematch or like rehash of MT17 winners semis, this exact same situation against these two players. In that time, Pika Pals won. Since then, in MT18, Ferris went and won MT18. So they've both been very successful, and we're not that surprised that they're back here in the exact same situation.
Yeah, Virasek called this the old guard, and the other three out of the winners bracket side of the top 8 definitely are, the other match especially, but Ferris is actually relatively new. They just have been winning so much that they feel like they've been here forever.
Yeah, MT10 was a while back.
I don't think it's said enough. I think MT is close to, if not the oldest video game tournament around. Like, we are our 19th edition. It's been going on for 11 years, and some of the racers that we have were in MT1.
Yeah, definitely one of the oldest continuous running and hasn't really changed formats at all. Yeah, both Ferris, Pika Pals, incredible players, of course. I mean, just look at those win rates on the cards. Anybody that's raced against these two, they can attest to the fact that it's pretty scary. It's pretty terrifying. There is one major difference between Ferris and Pika Pals that I will note, though, and it is a pretty big difference. It's a difference between a 1 and a 2. Pika Pal's best placing is second place. Ferris has 1 MTs, 2 of them, to be clear. That's a 100% difference between first and second place.
Yeah, at this stage, like, all of your opponents are going to be rough, but there's still a few specific names that stand out, and Ferris is among those, especially now that this time a few of our regular high placement guys dropped out and just felt like they had nothing to prove anymore. And out of the ones remaining, like Ferris and Triscorp was probably the top 2 picks.
Oh yeah, easily. Well, I'm pretty much done with all these intro talking things. I like to see games, and in particular, I like to see some older games in MT. We have a lot of freeware, especially in top 8. And you would think that we're a very like retro-centered community, but there's a lot of freeware that gets played here, a lot of newer indie games. It's not exactly rare to see retro games in MT, but definitely it's not the vast majority of them.
We've dug through the pool.
It has shifted over time a lot. I can see 2 main reasons. One is just that there's a lot more of it. The Mystery Tournament started out a long time ago, as you mentioned, and back then the freeware scheme wasn't quite the same as it is now, and people kind of defaulted to old consoles. And the other one is that a lot of the staple races from back then are just really not that good blind races, actually. People were more casual in the first races, and it just didn't matter if you have hard game overs or arcane bullshit, just total random guesses where to go and such. And over time, people have got more discerning about that, what races get in, since you have more to choose from, and a lot of that has got weeded out in favor of, modern design sensibilities.
Yep. Well, here we have our game. This is Super Magnetic Neo on the Dreamcast. Is developed by Genki, a name that you'll know if you like arcade Tokyo Highway Racers, but is a pretty kind of obscure developer from that time.
Yeah, we usually try to have a mix of commentators who are like some who are really familiar with all the games beforehand and some who come in blind. And we didn't really coordinate this beforehand, but I hope you know what's happening.
I do, because I tested this game.
I do, because I read the Wikipedia. Welcome to Crash Bandicoot but Magnets. That's the game.
It's a linear platformer. There are magnetism mechanics. You'll see these red and blue, and we have our magnetism colors of red and blue on our character. I believe his name is New, which is the Japanese name of the game, Super Magnetic New. And like magnets, like will repel and opposites will attract. And you can use that to hook onto various little doodads and gadgets. Gadget's not a real word, I just wanted to say gadgets, but have it sound funnier because gadget isn't as funny. And you can use that to traverse through the levels. It is a one-touch kill for every single thing in the game, unless you have some specific power-ups. So this is very much a do not die Mystery Tournament game. I like to kind of separate them into games where you kind of have to actively outplay your opponent, and games where survival and consistent play is very important. And this is very much a just do not die game and play very cleanly.
Yeah, I'll give you some lore. This game was first out in Japan, and it was considered too hard for Americans.
This game is so hard.
And then they made it so they have a friendlier life system. Like you have this power-up shield in the English version, and it is still very hard. Most of the reviews were just, I'm not good enough to beat this, so therefore game is not good. We are handing this to two very competent gamers. I assume that they will not be like 1990 or 2000 reviewers.
Yeah, Ferris is definitely starting out this game trying to go fast, which is usually what you do until it stops working. And it's going to be interesting to see how much they'll slow down.
There is a sprint button. You're so tempted to press it at the start, and then you learn it might not be the greatest idea.
And when they started out, I thought you really weren't kidding about this being Crash Bandicoot, but we're seeing more and more of those magnet gimmicks, and I assume the game's going to do a lot more with them later.
Yeah, it's not actually all that much Crash-like. Like, I haven't actually played the Crash games, but I have played Crash-likes, and this is just, it's not very Crash-like other than the fact that you're traversing through a hallway, basically.
It looks very like Crash to me, except for, much tighter difficulty tuning and the magnet mechanics, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I will tell you, this game does not control brilliantly. It is a difficult game in that it has low lives. It's a difficult game in that it controls just not as smoothly as one would wish. And then also they just put you on a bridge with a guy who's just standing there in front of you. Double game over for our players, and it's not going to be the last time.
I can definitely believe what you said about control, seeing how many times these two have just slipped past the crack in the bridge.
There's some times where it's a little awkward, but I didn't really mind.
It's funny with MT, like we just had these two races with platformers, and our commentators there were like, okay, this is actually harder than it looks. I promise these guys are just really good at this game. This game, I promise these two racers are very good at racing and very good at platformers, and if they are dying, it is because the game is bullying them.
Yeah, I've seen them just walk into a pit like idiots about at least 3 times now, and I think at that point I can pretty safely assume that it's because the controls aren't amazing.
There's a bit of downtime when you start a sprint where you can't jump, or when you're ending it, so you need to be very conscious about the sprint. It's really the sprint, like it's the Icarus system in this game. You really want to use it because you're running fast, but you're gonna fly too close to the sun trying to go fast, and you are going to die with it. But it's really finding places where it's kind of smart to use it, where it's very safe. That makes a really huge difference in this game.
Yeah, we're gonna see a fair amount of this game. We're not actually beating this game. We are just beating World 2. So, and I think like 3 stages and a boss for each world. So not too many levels, but the levels are long and it is quite easy to die.
Yeah, they are pretty long. They're pretty difficult. And there is always game over as an option. One thing of them seeing, I don't think I've seen the players do. I've seen them ride the magnetism rails, but this game has momentum in it, and you can actually fling yourself off the rails, and that becomes a pretty important mechanic, actually.
That sounds like it would be a stable speed tech, but I wonder how long it's gonna take them to be comfortable enough with the controls to really make use of such things.
Yeah, it takes a while. You kind of need fast reactions. This is definitely a reaction check game. There's there's a lot of that in this game. But you need to release it right before you get to the end, before you kind of stop at the end in order to actually fling.
Okay, Pika Pals. There we go.
Oh yeah, and it does matter for the pendulums as well. The pendulums is actually a very big deal because you can actually swing off of multiple angles on them, and it can affect you on some of the later levels when you have to navigate that way.
I was just thinking that the pendulums probably would tip them off that this is a thing that they might want to try to do elsewhere too.
Yeah, I remember there was some like precision stuff in the later levels that like if you release on a pendulum at a specific point, so Pika Pal's dashing their head right into a pit at the very end of the level. But the pendulums, if you release at a specific time, you get an extra life, things like that.
One thing I would be really mad about if I was playing this is the camera angles on the downward slopes. That bridge section especially had a bunch of pits that were just completely hidden until you're right on the edge. And this bone bridge that Pika Pal just went over had a few spots where it's kind of like you get into a reach on it, and you have no idea if there's a pit behind it or not. That one didn't have them, luckily.
Yeah, this is a retro knowledge check. You have to be able to read the game and see if it would put a pit there.
The answer is yes. It will always put a pit there.
Or you could take the top route with the magnetism rails that was safe.
Oh.
One thing I'm noticing from Pika Pals, who is taking the lead here, moving into Snow World, is more willing to sprint at the very beginning of a life and more willing to sprint when they've already seen that part of the level and know it's safe. It's pretty important that we have this very dangerous sprint button that will just send you into a pit if you're not careful with it. But you still want to be using it because you're racing against Ferris. Ferris being a top 8 competitor and is obviously doing well. They're in winners semis with you, so you don't want to do anything that is considered slow.
And it is required at some points.
I don't know, it's one of those really hard judgment calls because you can't just get too afraid of your opponent. Sometimes the game is just hard and they are going to struggle too. And if you're going to lose more time to death than you save by moving faster, then it's not a good idea, regardless who you're playing against.
Deep. One hit kill. Pika Pals back to the checkpoint. With Ferris moving on to this level, they are a bit closer than they were a moment ago.
I've been trying to look for their life counts. Like, are they taking intentional game overs and how that plays into how safe they're playing and so on. I think you only see it at the right when they respawn or when they pick up a life. I see it flashing in the top right corner of them. I believe Pika Pal has now 4 lives.
Ooh, 5.
And I think I saw 3 on Faris' screen.
Yeah, you do get an extra life for collecting 100 little bits, little coins. Wonder what game they're referencing with that.
Okay, Pika Pal has a pretty safe life situation, but Faris is going to need to play it safe here if they want to complete this stage without another game over.
Oh yeah, another really important thing with platformers like this that have checkpoints is recognizing safe locations to play a little risky when there are 1-ups available, like for free at a checkpoint. So Pika Pals just went through that checkpoint and it was pretty free and there was a 1-up right there. So it's not as bad if you take a death.
Just suiciding here on a thing that called itself a bonus stage.
Yeah,
and it
that
paid
is
off.
called out in the base bin.
Yep. We don't do bonus stages here. Bonus stages are slow.
On to stage 4 in World 1. Definitely, we'll have to see if Pika Pals can internalize the magnetism colors. It takes a while, but I would say after World 1, should kind of be at the point where you can internalize which button is blue and which one is red.
This stage looks so busy. I think it's actually just as a linear pipe, or what do you call it, funnel, than a World 1, but it looks so weird.
Yeah, there's so much stuff. You could really tell that this is a Dreamcast game.
Kind of the graphics fidelity is another thing that draws the Crash Bandicoot comparison. It's the same era of 3D, and it has like just the same kind of looking assets.
Oh yes, this is an introduction of switches on Pika Pal's side. Most switches in this game are timed. In fact, I don't think I found one that wasn't timed. Most of them are fairly generous on the timer, but they will activate platforms and things that you need to use to move on.
Actually, what were the release years on these games? This is a generation after PS1, so I assume this is a good number of years after Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, this is 2000. Crash was 96, I think.
Yeah, it would have to be something like that. Crash's graphics were ahead of its time, though.
Pika Pals is making good progress. Caramel Potato Curse.
Yeah, dumped right into a pit.
Yeah, I was about to say
pendulum in time.
I was about to say steady progress. They are keeping their lives up and just dying occasionally, but not taking too long, getting stuck into a certain segment.
Oh, if you see this glowy power up, this is actually one free hit. You can take one free hit without dying. As it just happened there. Actually making it over that tricky section at the end right there. That's a lot more difficult than it looks because the hitboxes for the things that attack you on the rails actually extends up when they're not hitting the rail. So you can jump straight into them.
It did look like something where I would be very relieved to get through it with that one life.
Yeah, that is very difficult actually. Pika Pal's moving on to the boss. Varus is about an entire level behind. That last level was not too long, though.
Really quick finish there from Ferris, using the magnet mechanic instead of just doing the platforming, which somehow also looks safer despite being faster.
Another thing is with this kind of a Beat World 2 goal is okay, so Pika Pals is now in World 1 boss, but you have no idea how far into the goal you are exactly. It could be halfway through, or it could be like a quarter, or even less, because in a lot of games, World 1 is just tutorial stuff before the game really begins.
Yeah, we are halfway if you beat this boss, because it's presumably the World 1 boss. And then you have to play World 2, which you are going to be better at the game. Like, you are going to go through World 2 faster in some sense, but especially in a game from this era, they usually just crank it up in World 2 and becomes maybe a new mechanic or maybe just harder.
It is a lot harder in this game. This is a pretty typical boss. You wait for the cycles, it throws the enemies, you grab them, you throw it.
Could be just playing a lot longer stages too. I have so many races where it's like you have a certain stage goal and you think you're far along, and then suddenly everything just cranks up.
Paris fell for the same trap of the just electrified 4 as Pika Pals. There's just a lot going on in this game, and these racers who are very familiar with the concept of an electrified 4 in a video game are still running into it. It's just so flashy. There's just so many things going on screen.
Alright, Pika Pals defeated the World 1 boss. The World 1 boss is pretty trivial compared to the World 2 one. All the way up to 10 extra lives, wow. And we're going to the Ancient World, which is World 2.
I already thought we were on the Ancient World. Like, we've seen dinosaurs in eggs, half-hatched. and it looks relatively ancient, so I'm confused what this world will bring that is different.
Oh my! You don't even know. It's definitely a game where they forgot the concept of theming a world in the middle of it.
I like this guy, by the way. I'm so used to this sort of era's game being animal mascots, be it like Crash Bandicoot, Cal the Kangaroo. A lot of marsupials now I think about it. And this dude's just got like a 2000s DreamWorks smirk on his face all the time. He's great. Where are we going? What is this? Pika
Taking
Pals.
the rail. This is the hub world system.
Is there any mechanic to this? Is Pika Pals having to click things, or are we just in a cutscene that...
You take the rail until you get to where you need to go.
Welcome to Ancient World.
Welcome, cowboy.
I'm impressed. You know, Pika Pals didn't get lost. It's it's probably one of the strangest hub world traversal systems I've seen. As Fares is moving on to the World 1 boss.
This took Pika Pals just under 2 minutes, and then in addition to the hub world, maybe 3 or 4 minutes behind. Nothing that can't be made up with strong gameplay. Assuming Pika Pals will also take their own lump switch. This game is hard. They will.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and if you think it couldn't get Crash Bandicoot enough, here's your Crash Bandicoot auto-scroller. And it is just as difficult as the Crash Bandicoot auto-scrollers.
Yeah, I want to say Pika Pals is in a solid lead. He's been just consistently ahead and has managed their life better and everything really. But there's always potential, just everything to turn around as the difficulty ramps up. It's one thing to consistently play faster in medium difficulty stages, and another one to consistently get through really hard ones.
That's a hole.
Yep, that is a hole. I fell for that one too. I even saw it the first time, I just didn't jump out of the way.
This opening cutscene is so frustrating
so
as a racer.
It's so frustrating, but it's also like so funny.
It's so funny.
It's just so hilarious.
Just an extra 5 seconds just of you having to think as a racer, I shouldn't do that. Let's not fall into holes again. That seems like a good plan. And the game's just mocking you, but it's brilliant for watching it as a commentator, watching it as a chat. Oh goodness.
It's a nice downtime.
Those blocks are moving way faster than any enemy we've seen so far.
Yeah, so you can sprint while you're on the little toy camel, and it is actually pretty useful here. So, because you can, it's hard to describe. It's like that you can dash past the trigger point and cause it to activate later. It's very strange. It's both you moving faster and the trigger for it actually activating later. But you can dash past, and you only have to dodge really one of these if you do that. Because the third one, as you can see on Pika Pals' side, is very, very hard to dodge.
I've been following Pika Pals' feed for a while, imagining myself playing there. And one thing it stresses is kind of like how loose you play. If you really focus on going fast and playing tight, then obviously that's good when it works out, but it's really easy to tilt when you're playing like that, then the game just throws stupid bullshit at you. And once you are in that mode, it's kind of hard to unwind and just play more casual and take the hits as they come. And if I was Pika Pals, I would be getting so mad at the camera right now.
Yeah, and as a reminder, these racers are blind to this game. Like, they've never seen this game before, and that's why we do Mystery Tournament. But they are also blind to where the other racer is. Until your opponent finishes, you don't know where they are. And in a game like this, like, you can kind of feel like, okay, this game's hard for me, it's going to be hard for my opponent. But if you're getting a little bit tilted, you can just start imagining that your opponent is not running into the same issues, and it can change the way that you play a game, usually for the worst.
Right, if I was there, I'd be like, okay, the game's been a pretty steady pace at some point, maybe I'm ahead, maybe I'm behind, but if I keep dying here more still, then I'm so going to be behind.
Pika Pals is actually playing this like incredibly, sight reading a lot of that. This is actually the end of this auto-scroller. very, very few deaths. That is a really difficult auto-scroller at the end. It's pretty hard to manage the other riders because they move and they kind of block your way, and they move with the same pattern every single time. So you have to kind of manage your sprint to get past them. And also it's all the switches on the side, which speeds up the last section.
Yeah, Ferris was making a comeback, though.
I kept thinking the second half looked easier just because you could see stuff. Well, right here, where Ferris is going, you can at least plan where you're going and what you're going to do. Where the first part was like, the camera gives you weird angles and you don't see shit until it hits you. I mean, there were a few things that you realistically weren't going to expect to get through the first time around.
There you go. Ferris just has to dodge this, and that should be the end of this auto-scroller for Ferris. That was actually, yeah, probably a little faster. Made up some time there.
Made up a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at the boss is at
the crypt.
3 or 4 minute. I think we're now 1, maybe 2. If Ferris can just keep momentum, we've got another close race.
The crypt here introduces the goop, which makes you move really slow when you're in it.
Is there anything that can kill you in here?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Spikes, for... Okay, there's a lot of things in here that can kill you.
And yes, we do have a slot machine here. Don't get mad at me, I wasn't the one who submitted this game. I didn't make the game either.
There's also just a lot of things in there, period.
Yeah, there's a lot of pits there. The sarcophaguses would fall off the wall as well. Those can hit you. But this is only like half of this level, by the way.
I think Pika Palace has just found a pattern by mashing and just getting the same enemies every time. That one was different and that one was bad, so don't do anything different than what you did the first 3 times.
Yeah, the spiked enemies, if you pick them up, you have to throw them really fast because they turn into the spikes. But you can use the same color magnetism to just blow them away and kill them.
Lead change, potentially. I mean, they're at the same place, but...
Ferris is here. Nailed a really cool looking bank shot off the spikes the first time. This is definitely a reaction check as well, because I believe that the colors of the enemies are also random.
I'm waiting to see if we can get double 7. It's just not happened. A death there for Ferris. If Pika Palace can finish this off, and surely we're reaching near the end of this. Oh, fire!
You would think so. You would think so. This is like platformer trope at this point, I swear. Because you saw this whole level.
Are we about to just get Crash Bandicooted back towards the start of the level?
Advancing wall of fire, go to the level in reverse.
I am thinking, with the magnets, I immediately jumped to It Takes Two. It Takes Two being the co-op game that goes through every mechanic of the last 30 years. And of course, It Takes Two also did this gimmick. Magnets in general. Oh goodness, I found out why the goop is dangerous. Oh no.
Yeah, you have to manage your sprint. It's not easy.
I was wondering why the goop was dangerous. I was like, if the goop is really slow, like we don't want to go into it, but it's fine. And now we have the explanation. Ferris also running away from the wall.
Think about this, like the camera strikes again, you don't know where you're going. But you have seen this already once. But the first time around, you didn't know that you should be memorizing it, so...
Good magnet play there from Pika Pals.
And the advancing wall is gone. This is a checkpoint. It doesn't tell you this, but this is a checkpoint. This jump is like the true final boss of this level. Very tight dash jump. And now we have actual enemies here as well. And traverse through it again from the front.
puzzle elements already down because they tried to kill you earlier.
Crushers, you have to know their specific pattern and dash through. Yeah, this is easily like the most nerve-wracking stage of the goal. Because like there's not a lot that you could do to actually make this faster.
Going.
Yeah, it's a very long level. Pikaval's making it through. Ferris is on the forward trip, round 2.
Ferris showing one of my favorite mystery tournament concept, which is just if you go fast, you have to deal with the game less. Just running away from the enemies entirely by using the sprint button. Oh, this is so intimidating for Pikapals.
Oh yeah, 2D level now. Ferris is actually like pretty close. Made up a lot of time on that auto-scroller.
Yeah, one more death from Pikapals and we are essentially tied. As a reminder, this is a goal to beat World 2. We are halfway through World 2, so for a third race in a row, I think we're going to have a close one. You played this game. How precise are these little magnet jumps?
Not very precise at all.
The timing on the pendulum and stuff you have to care about. We've seen.
Not as much as you would think. It's more so if you want to do some flings. We've already seen Pikapals take a death hitting the wrong color, so it definitely like being able to internalize the colors quickly matters a lot.
Ooh, yeah, pendulum death there from Ferris, but it's got a lot of momentum. Seemingly going through the levels a little bit faster when it's related to the magnet. I can't tell in like a game quality sense if I want more magnet or less magnet. Like I've appreciated that this game hasn't just been about the magnet. They are actually like making you do platforming, have enemies, and have other gimmicks. But for this game, like this is the first time that we've really had a magnet level in a while.
Here's another multi-path section for Pikapals. There are flings that you can do on the top to skip all the enemy stuff, or you can do this. Ironically, the path with the enemies is actually safer.
Oh. Yeah, in the first one, when you mentioned the alternative path, I didn't even catch them, but in this one, it's pretty hard to miss the pendulums that keep annoyingly swinging at the corner of the screen constantly. I kind of feel that was a kind of decision, like I have two different options, and one I can see that it will eventually work, and the other one is kind of a question mark. So I probably should just keep doing the safe thing.
Oh, if he can make it through the switch section on the first try, that cycle was actually a lot tighter than it looks. They kind of go down in steps. If you're on the top 2 steps, you can always jump to where the game is expecting you to go. It reuses that style of switch. There, Ferris making it through as well. Probably only like 20 seconds between these two racers.
I appreciate that we have a wide cast of wacky characters who never will show up in games ever again.
Also, remember how this is the ancient world? Well, now we're into abstract shapes and colors land.
What happened to our bonus levels, by the way? World 1 had bonus levels, and World 2 just hasn't? Or are we just doing worse?
You have to collect an item in the level for them. It is addressed in the pace band. They tell you avoid it if you can.
This is so much chaos. But they're handling it well. They've seemingly gotten better at the controls as the game's gone on, which for these two is not surprising. We usually, in just 30 minutes, will see mastery from players like Ferris and Pikapals.
So one wildcard remaining is that while Faris has caught up time-wise, they're still behind in lives. Picapals is sitting at a pretty safe, I think, 6 now. Faris is at 3 or so.
Yeah, I saw somewhere in chat that I don't think Ferris grabbed all the lives after the first boss. And because they're not really seeing how many lives they have very often, they're very quickly getting through that section if the game's even telling them at all. Ferris might not be able to do things like a Death Warp if they just don't know how many lives they have.
They have to know. They've been in enough mystery tournaments. I would be constantly checking it at the beginning of every stage. Like, do I want to intentional game lure here?
Oh yeah, definitely in retro platformers.
The slippery controls claiming another one from Picapals.
Yeah, I think not trusting the platform to move forward. This is a magnetism jump over the enemy.
My instinct says the level's about to end, and then everything else in my body is just like, no, this game is going to continue going on over and over.
This one is long. This is the long level. This is probably the longest one in the goal. And I will say, this is definitely the kind of game and the kind of boss coming up that the lead could flip on the boss.
I mean, the lead could flip here. If either of these players lose all their lives, they have to do this very long level all over again. And while they're going to be a little bit faster the second time through, it might not be enough.
Ferris is actually on the same section now. We'll see if it doesn't get tripped up. You have to fling off of the rail here, or otherwise use the bottom little pad to actually, or you can run through the left section. They're both options. Oh, picked up the spiked enemy. Forgot the lesson from the slot machine section. Is back here now.
Picapal's doing the spin around twice to alleviate all of your frustration in the world before starting this new venture out. This game is bullying these racers, and these are not racers that are easy to bully. This game is just hard.
There you go. Picapal's making it through this section now. Almost exactly tied, really. Actually is going to be exactly tied because waiting on these cycles now.
Our GDQ Twitch chat is convinced that this is the last life for Ferris. This checkpoint do not matter if you're just going to have to go all the way to the back of the beginning of this level.
No, they went from 0 to 1 with that 1-up pickup right at the last
you
corner.
have to move fast here, though. You have to move fast. You are on a timer.
And about to get a second one from coins. So they're getting a bit of safety again, but I would be very stressed out about that.
Oh, you cannot make it on that. You have to be at the second to top.
If you have to start caring about coins, like collecting 100 coins to get a life in a mystery race, something has gone wrong at some point. It could really come down to that, though. This is really touchy. Come on, Picapals. Picapals makes it. Ferris does not.
Ferris doesn't.
One step away.
This is the ending part. This is the ending part of this level, and then we have the boss.
Goodness, this is so intimidating. I'm not sure it's hard, but it is so intimidating.
It's another reaction check section. Oh, Ferris not staggering the jumps. Landing on the odd number ones, you have to land on the evens to make it up to the top without having to spend an extra jump. Oh, that's a death. That's a really huge death.
And we're back to the last life.
Because yeah, being on the last life makes it so much scarier.
Picapals is through. If Ferris drops this here now, it will be the race, basically. Ferris has got to get through here and do so quickly.
And got to jump up here, and that's going to be a clear on this level. Really going to be up to the boss, and this is a boss where things can flip if you... It's another reaction check by this game.
We've got a race, though. If Ferris had lost that life there, this is over. Picapals takes the win. It's just going to be a boss fight. And I don't think it's going to be as easy as the silly plant one.
It is not. It's decidedly harder.
So how long did it take again to get through a game over? I assume it's not going to be a huge time loss, but realistically, but it's going to be coming up.
Okay, with classic gaming enemy, hand. We'll see how crazy he is.
It's King Twomp, by the way, for this section.
Oh, come on, really? That's the worst use of a hand.
And then you have to throw one of the bits when it turns into a little cube. The first phase is very trivial. Just don't try and throw at it too early. But there are extra hits. The little pills you can see, those are extra hits.
So if you die on phase 2, do you need to redo this part?
I don't know, because I didn't die on phase 2.
Okay. New plan, don't die, seems fast. This
Okay,
guy's got Majora
Ferris.
energy, and I love him.
Yeah, that's a death from Ferris.
And there's the game over sequence that doesn't seem to be costing a lot more past the basic death time loss.
Yeah, there were no checkpoints in the boss level, just a little bit of platforming to get to the platform that the boss lives on.
It has the Bowser shockwaves when it lands. Then it turns into cube.
I'm having Tears of the Kingdom, like the guys who live on the islands energy from these guys.
Oh, you do go back to hand. Okay. Pika-Pal stood where the boss was going to land in its normal spawn point.
I underestimated how much time was about to be wasted on Ferris' side and is going through a much longer animation than I remember the first time.
Oh, threw too early. Was not ready for the hit at that point. That's one wasted cycle.
PayPal's risking nothing, by the way, just point blanking the enemies straight into the little box.
I do like Ferris' strat of repelling one of the enemies and then absorbing the other one. You can just absorb both of them, but that also works. Kind of creative. There you go, Pika-Pal's nailing another hit. Also is not a 3-hit boss.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is like the third phase that we've seen. Phase counts differ between developers or between nations.
That is a boss destruction from Pika-Pal's. Wait for the pendulum to land, and that is the exit of the level. That is a clear from Pika-Pal's.
On to Cowboy World, we don't need to go there.
46.
GG's.
Yeah, no Cowboy World, sorry. Very tight race. Was almost a really impressive comeback at the end.
Yeah, I mean, we might see Ferris just finish here in, less than a minute. So, fantastic win and a repeat of MT17. We had Pika-Pals go into the final. They got second in that MT. We've had Ferris win, last MT, MT18, and is not out. This is still winner's side, so we'll see Ferris here on losers. Not too long from now.
This is one hit left for Ferris.
And as the previous commentators pointed out, Ferris and Trees Corp are the only people in the top 8 that have previously won. And Trees Corp is already out, and Ferris is now in the Lizards bracket. So there is a pretty high chance that we're going to get a new fresh winner here.
That's not solid? You could just run through the little pendulum at the end? Okay, I didn't know that.
I was wondering. You seemed very suspicious, and I was like, okay, did you run into this when you were testing it and it killed you? Because that would be very fun. No, you could just run through it. It would be very cruel if it had a hitbox.
There's a finish.
I would have been too afraid to test it.
39-47. Great time from both of the racers. This is a really, really difficult game. I actually do recommend that people play it. I had quite a lot of fun with it. If you're the kind of person that can stomach these platformers, I definitely recommend it.
I am really enjoying what we've had here today. 3 close races, in what is as far away from scripted content as possible. These racers do not know what the other racers are up to. They do not know these games, and we are still having 3 bangers in a row. Congratulations to Pika Pals here, moving on to winners finals. We'll see Ferris and losers side, and they might make it back through the lizard side. But brilliant stuff all around.
Yeah, I believe Ferris will be facing off against Beef Tagarun, and then Pika Pals will be facing the winner of our next match, which we are going to be taking a break to set up.
Yep. So we are going to take a quick break here. Just before we go to a break, a quick reminder for you all. Your sub Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits shared on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games on Quick Hotfix. So if you enjoy watching speedruns or some of the community tournaments we put on or host, like Mystery Tournament, it really does help us put this kind of stuff on. So if you could consider subscribing, that would be great. With that said, we will be back in just a few minutes with more MT here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are hosting Mystery Tournament 19. We are here in Wizard Semis. I will hand it over to our commentators here.
Oh, I'm back. I'm Virazek. You just saw us commentate the other Wizard Semis match, which is Ferris vs. Pika Pals, a really exciting match in a game called Super Magnetic Neo on the Dreamcast. And we're hopping over to the other Wizard Semi match, which is Mid-Boss versus Nest Kamikaze, which, if you've been around blind racing for a while, you definitely know who these two people are, because they are one of the most blind racers to ever do it. If you look on the Speedruns Live Stats website, on the little page for the stats, they are the two people that have raced the most games on Speedruns Live. Nest Kamikaze is sitting at 1,389, and Mid-Boss is sitting at 1,302, and just like with most things in life, a really good way to get good at something is to do it a whole lot, which these two have definitely done. I'm joined back again with my lovely co-commentators, Polari.
Good evening.
And Pwn Noob.
Good afternoon. We have time zones.
We have time zones.
Polari is over in Europe land, so
Eastern European time zone even. Almost to good night territory.
But yes, if you look at these two players, they have a lot of history in blind racing. They're both very, very, very good gamers. You can see they even have stars on their cards. That means previous top 8 appearances. Although Mid-Boss has taken quite a long break from MT. It's kind of a very irregular entrant. Has entered Mystery Tournament 1, notably. Ness has been here a few times in good showings. But I think we're ready to go ahead and hop over to the game. I don't want to keep Mid-Boss waiting any longer.
Yeah, the grumpy old man of MT has still got a winning right there, joining in MT1. Let's get in that game. I want to see this. I want people to see this, I think, more accurately.
This game is something. This is, we saw a retro game in the other half of the Wizard Semi match, and we have an even more retro game, actually, because this is on the Sega Saturn. This is a multi-platform release called Grid Runner. This is a game. This is developed by Radical Entertainment way back before they did any Hulk or prototype games for Virgin Interactive, PlayStation, PC, Sega Saturn. You can tell because of the FMVs. This game is probably going to look like nothing that you've seen in MT before, definitely.
I was looking at the Wikipedia page, and it was described as kind of like Tetris, and I'm like, it's nothing like Tetris.
Who said that?
Exactly. It's just like, it is its own genre, I think is what they were trying to convey. You will not see a game like this really anywhere.
Yes, this is Capture the Flag Tag. We're getting low tutorial stuff right now. You need to capture all the flags on the level, and if your opponent touches you, you are it, and you cannot capture the flags, and you need to re-tag them in order to not be it. There are permanent power-ups that we can get based on bonus levels that we play, so you're actually going to see a Mystery Tournament game where you want to play the bonus levels, because the permanent upgrades actually do make a big difference.
In the previous race, I mention that these old retro console games are kind of a genre on their own. There's a lot of risk management and such that doesn't really come up in newer games. Like when you play a modern platform puzzle game, it's kind of just being good at a platformer reflexes, or being good at puzzles, or being good at a specific thing that the game is about. But these games, it's a whole judgment test all the time. Like, do you go fast, and which power-ups are worth picking up, and which path do you take, and all this kind of stuff that seems random and kind of is. But when you race just a lot, you do get better at it. And these two are possibly just the best.
Yeah, it might be in the world number 1 and number 3 or something in like most blind races done. For context, the races that we just had another race of an obscure 2000s Crash Bandicoot-like game, and we had to give that to those racers because Mid-Boss had already played it. This game is somehow slightly more obscure and avoided both these incredibly veteran players' gaze. Where are we going? Nimbus?
Yes, Nimbus. This is
we're facing against the Minotaur?
Yeah, the boss's name is actually Nimbus, I believe, or it's the planet name. I don't remember. I read the manual and I still don't remember. One thing to note is that we do have magic available to us, where we have this little red meter, and we can use various effects, and a lot of them are really important. In particular, there is a speed up magic that I want to see the players mashing all the time forever.
I see a Minotaur.
You can lay platforms as well.
I assume that this guy is good at charging. Like, we don't want to see him on the same straight straight line as us.
Now gotta go tag back. The platform spawning does not cost magic because otherwise the game would be impossible. There are a lot of things that do require this. But yeah, I definitely... The other magics are very useful. There's like a landmine. There's a global slow that you can hit on the opponent. That one's very useful. But definitely, like if you're in a blind race and you look in the pace bin and it says you can increase your speed, and then you see the game is like this, probably a good case to start mashing that. At least see how much magic it costs.
Do we always start as not it? We're always trying to collect flags. So every time that we can avoid losing that is going to be good for our speed.
Yep, I'm seeing mid-boss is already mashing speed up. Good. Do that all the time forever. It is very important to be able to outmaneuver the opponent.
So before the race started, these two guys were scaring me that this was going to be just absolutely illegible. And I'm going to say it's not as bad as I expected before. Because
until we got to the screen where Mid-Boss is now in the most demonic arrow floor level I've ever seen. I always get a little bit mad at Pokemon for like making these like really slow arrows, and we are somehow timing up despite being as fast as one can possibly be in a video game.
Right, so Morris and Meath were competing for the most obscure references, and I tried asking Project if this is as bad as that PSP Ninja game. I don't even know the name of you. Nobody will have any idea.
Michio Yuke. We had nobody will have top 8.
Nobody will have any idea what we're talking about unless you happen to see that specific cast. And you said this was going to be worse, but I don't think it's even close.
The players are not going as fast as they could. If you're going at like very high speeds, you instantly mash speed up and you're rushing around trying to find all the flags. It definitely looks pretty funny. But these players are actually playing a lot more methodical than I would have thought.
Right, so one thing I'm going to say is that the viewport is pretty rough, and it's hard to get a good overview of what's happening or where you're going. But conceptually, it's pretty easy to tell what they're trying to do, at least.
Yeah, Mid-Boss is in a spot where he actually has to go faster. This enemy is like got him cornered in this bottom left corner where there's just no flags, and eventually was able to juke him a little bit. But like, if he was using the power-ups, maybe he can just get out of that area faster, in addition to going fast, which is good in a race. I believe one level ahead. I think Nemesis Kamikaze is on the level that he just finished.
Yeah, I guess in the first ones you could tell because the number of flags required kept increasing by 1, but I think it's staying at 6 now.
Yeah, they tend to just put the flags in more inconvenient positions that require platforms to be laid down.
I can't figure out this little lizard's gimmick. Like, the Minotaur obviously was going to be good when he can charge. This lizard just seems to be slow and annoying because of the level than anything. Do we have enough time here, mid-boss? Good decision, actually.
Yeah, found the other flag, saw the lizard approaching, saw it would have taken multiple platforms, maybe would have been a little inconvenient. Decided to go for a different flag instead. You don't have to get all the flags, it's just a specified number.
I misspoke, by the way, they are on the same level.
Yep. I'm just anticipating when this is gonna really get hard. So far the enemies are kind of tutorial level stuff. They're super slow and they kind of don't manage to do anything when they tag you. But I'm sure that's gonna change eventually.
Yeah, we're seeing...
Yeah, definitely.
Like, I can imagine a world where an enemy starts taking flags when they've tagged you and then runs and goes and gets flags, which, one, they could potentially just win the round, which would be incredibly bad. But also, like, they're just taking flags off the level. Like, there's just one less option that you have once you tag them back and then start running around. So, like...
No, you can tag them back and forth. You can already see these enemies that they just...
Kamikaze just proving that I'm silly.
Yeah, they just grab the flag that they were sitting on when they tagged you, and then they can't do anything more after that, but they always do get that one, basically.
Yeah, I will note that we as testers do have some sort of leeway with what people submit. Sometimes we change goals, change pacements around to make games a bit more fair. This goal actually was cut a bit. One, because it was really long before, and two, because the later levels just get unbelievably completely unfair. They're quite ridiculous later. But we actually cut this a bit. One, so that I think it would fit better in top 8, and two, because it would definitely not be mystery tournament viable with the later stages. So we won't see the like ultra ridiculous hard stuff that this game has, but something could be difficult.
I will note, based on reviews, this game is actually really liked in its time, but it was in part mainly because it does have a versus mode.
Yeah, it's multiplayer.
That just sounds really fun.
I want to see this at next PlayStation Mystery versus Tournament at GDQ. This would be so cool to see.
I haven't seen it before there, because I guess they do a lot of it off stream too, but it does have good top 8.
I participated in it one time, and I think I would have remembered this game being seen, but I guess maybe not. Mid-boss missing the platform laydowns. Got caught right there, but luckily, really quick path. The enemy actually assisted with the platform there. Just tag and grab the platform.
The enemy still haven't got hard, so he didn't get punished at all for messing that up a couple of times. Just get back there and grab the flag. The number of required flags did go up again, though.
We've got these stupid little enemies that mid-boss is just constantly shooting. This doesn't look great. I mean, we'll be fine, because the enemy should also be trapped, but...
Let's see, Ness is on Aqua 4, round 2. I don't know where mid-boss is.
I'm pretty sure it's the same.
Yeah,
they weren't that far apart before.
Which it's really impressive to me, because I think the speed up is making a really big difference with how mid-boss is playing.
I mean, in general, I think we like the hair. If you can go fast and silly versus slow and steady, it's not that being the fast racer is better. Actually, dying is usually very punishing in most games that you race, just because it can be 2 minutes of time lost to get back to where you were. It's just racers who have an impatient nature are more likely to be successful in the long run.
Death is definitely very punishing in this game, but I don't expect the players to die on any level in the goal that we have. And if we had a later goal, definitely I would expect it like many times. But I don't really think many of the enemies are a threat. MT games can kind of be split into two categories based on how you play. And one of them is the, okay, I'm just not gonna die games. A lot of like slower puzzle platformers are like, okay, I just need to solve it. I don't need to like actively outplay my opponent by playing really fast. And then there's the I need to actively play fast games, which I would argue that this game is one of those.
Yeah, it's kind of a difference in the approach. Like, can you get through this in a reasonable time, and what kind of pace can you keep up?
I believe this is our first ice level of. We had a snow level, I guess, in our last game, and we looked.
It did have ice physics.
It does have ice physics. Why does this game have ice
Magnetic
physics?
Dio did as well. Honestly, I'm of the unpopular crowd. I actually love ice physics. I think that's because I live in Texas, so I never get ice. But like, I think it's so much fun. Actually.
I'm with you. This game does not look like it needs it.
There are also very different ice physics. In a lot of old platformers, the way it works is just you're slippery when you're on the ground, but you can just jump constantly and get perfect air control, and it's really stupid. You just need to focus on landing directly, straight, and that's it. And then there are some games where it affects your everything.
I'm just amazed. In the Grid Runner competitive community, you know this is a counter.
It's a stage ban. Yeah, it's a stage ban. Like,
it's just always banned by one of the players because somebody just can't be bothered with it. I like Midboss's
waiting in this
strategy here.
Oh yeah, I like it. A bait the enemy into walking into the little corridor. There's a lot of AI manipulation that's possible in this game. Definitely kind of like most levels is not needed. You can kind of just run your face into the wall and grab all the flags and win. But sometimes it is kind of worthwhile to bait the enemies into doing specific things.
As Kamikaze just looks so casual doing this, but I mean, he's keeping up and just isn't making mistakes.
It's almost comical to see the protagonist character running this slow after I tested this game, and the first thing I would do on every single level is mash the speed up button as fast as I could, and it was like running at like cartoon speeds. It's honestly really comical to see it this slow.
I like that the game is close though. Like if you're able to play at whatever speed you want, maybe that's like an actual thing in versus too. It's like you just have somebody who's a bit slower and somebody who's a bit crazier, and if they're still having a fun game.
Midboss was getting caught in a loop on this level. The enemy was continuously respawning at the origin point, and just caught him trying to get out of the loop. Has broken the loop, but not the tightest controls on the ice.
But you can just grab all the flags in the middle.
Yeah, I was gonna say this middle looks very good, and with Midboss's Neskamikaze's approach of just like respecting the enemy, is easily able
almost
to,
exact sync.
Midboss 2 frames ahead sort of thing. Like we got a bonus round which won't be any time different. Wait a second, why does he only have 5 seconds?
It depends on the timers that you pick up.
Oh, well, congratulations, Kamikaze. You have less power-ups, but you are going to be taking a lead change for
The permanent
whatever.
stats do make a big deal, though.
So is that what the hourglasses are for?
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
We've seen our ice level. Of course, there's a volcano level next. It could only be one way. And we have to collect eight flags. We're actually like escalating the maybe even the size of the level.
It's been 5 to 8 in previous stages. There were quite a few 8 stages before.
With a game
It
like
can
this,
also be... Oh, yeah, you go ahead.
I was just assuming that all the levels are the same size because it just feels like game design.
They tend to regulate out towards the later levels. It can definitely be useful if, when you get tagged, pay attention to where the enemy's running because they'll always start rushing flags. So it's kind of useful if you haven't seen a lot of the level to just kind of watch where they are and take back their flags. Because they usually tend to pick pretty optimal routes for getting them. Volcano guy has a flamethrower attack, of course.
I like the strategy for mid-boss, just letting the enemy do his little bridge so that he can tag him and then use the bridge.
Yep, super useful, by the way. It actually becomes a required strategy in the later levels. On the levels that we cut, by the way, because they were unfair.
Yeah, with judging games for MT, like we don't want the AI to be like a big difference. And when you get into just hard AI manipulation, that often feels like it can be the case, and it's not as fun for the racers, not as fair.
More generally, it's pretty common that we have some really weird goal that ends up just in some nonsense spot out of nowhere, and then you ask about it, it's like yeah, the next stage is just unworkable. That's where we had to cut it.
It's the reason why you don't see a lot of beat-em-ups in Mystery Tournament, whereas a lot of people who probably haven't blind raced a lot might think that they would make good races, but a lot of it just comes down to a lot of AI manipulation and game knowledge. We try not to make that the sole deciding point for races.
Also, more generally, it's really hard to get ahead in basic gameplay. So what beat-em-ups usually come down to is like both players play roughly the same, and someone gets a half a minute ahead by regular gameplay, and then you lose minute by beating some weird thing on a single screen that prevents you from progressing. Just gets extremely volatile.
We'll see. Oh, Ness has to make this really quick. Enemy is about to win. There's a big arrow pointing to where they are, Ness.
Ness taking a loss. You know what I actually expected when they said you lose? I was expecting it to be like a brutal, like blood coming down from the top of the screen sort of thing. This game has that sort of energy, but apparently it's just little white text saying you lose, not trying to rub it in.
Yeah, that's a really big deal because you do have to restart the world. This is covered in the paste bin.
We did just start this world. It's not like the most crucial thing here, but it is definitely a decent lead here for mid-boss now. We're gonna have to see just a bit more quality. Ness Kamikaze might need to start finding the speed button, which they just haven't been using very often.
Yeah, I've been looking for an opportunity to bring it up. Not using it kind of results in this more laid-back approach. It comes up occasionally. There have been a few weird games where I would test it and play super casual and end up faster than people actually racing who were kind of trying too hard to go fast. And it seemed like in this case it was balancing out so far. The two players playing very different, but it seems that as the game is getting harder than just going slow, whether it's intentional or not, or just missing the button, it's not working anymore as well as it used to.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the game Swift Stitch, which was not like a platformer. I wish I knew how to describe those games. Like it's kind of like actiony, puzzly, but it's also like more twitch reaction. So it's almost like platformer levels, but you're not actually platforming. But that game actually let you select your speed from 1 of 7 values, and it was really interesting to see people's approaches on what speed they would select. On like, if you just select the really slow speed, the stages actually become pretty easy to clear for a lot of them.
I can tell you from experience, it's what I lost in this tournament.
Let's see, mid-boss is on Hexal. I do not remember where Hexal is.
I don't know what this little green guy's gimmick is, but he does seem just faster than the other enemies that we've had to deal with so far. He's got a little bit of a threatening aura.
I know we have to be getting close to the end of the goal, if I remember correctly. A lot of these later levels, you kind of have to almost intentionally get caught at points because there's not really a feasible way out of it.
I mean, this Kamikaze is in a real spot here. He does not want to lose on this fight. It is 3, but was a moment ago 1 and 5. I think
I've been focusing more on Ness right now over mid boss, and he's just not making a whole lot of progress. And while I occasionally take a glance on the other side, it's just very different looking levels. It's looking like this is going to come down to not making use of the run button.
Yeah, and the enemy slow spell is also really, really good, actually. I highly recommend that the players push it. They have so much like mana available that they can kind of afford to play around with just pushing them. It's a case of, in Mystery Tournament, sometimes you kind of just forget the game mechanics, especially if you haven't pushed them in a long time, but a lot of the time they're in the basement for a reason. The landmine I found to be pretty useless, but the enemy slow was definitely very, very, very good.
You do often have to remind yourself to go and check things again once you're more comfortable with the game. It's like you get the info and there are 10 different things you can do and you have no context for any of them, so you can't really conceptualize like which one of these are relevant, which ones are good. And if you don't go back and check them once you know more, you can just totally miss something very crucial.
It's also definitely important to like just experiment with all the buttons that you have available. It's a very important skill in MT, definitely. Just being able to know when to try out mechanics. And oftentimes when you first start playing a game, that's one of the first things you should do in any MT race is just try out everything that you have available.
I always appreciate the 1-1 where you just see a player just checking all their jump heights, checking all
jumping in those pits like 20 times.
You just see a couple crouches and you're like, that's one Goomba. You do not need to crouch in front of it 3 times, but you do you, guy.
They're playing for the late game.
This looks kind of definitive here for mid boss. Just another level finish, and I think might be like this is awkward too, but
I think Hexall is the next level.
Just a couple levels ahead here, and is not slowing down is the big thing. Like is defeating these guys. Okay, as soon as you say something, this guy's up 3-0 and coming off screen to ruin your day.
Yeah, this one is
yeah, you lose.
This one was not fun.
I'm just really wondering what's going on Ness's side, because as we went over before the race, he's one of the last people I would expect to fall into a trap of just missing what things do.
And yeah, this is winner's semis, and Ness Kamikaze is as veteran as it gets when it comes to playing weird games. This is about as unique of a game as we've seen. Like, we make jokes in this community of like, here's another lawnmower game, or here's another game where you're on a pogo stick. Like, despite the fact that these are not game genres that your regular racer or gamer has run into, we've seen them somewhat semi-regularly. This is just a new game, and it's a not surprising thing that somebody has run into missing a button, but it is very surprising to either of these players.
Right, sometimes a game gets so weird we invent our own genres and classify everything as parkour or sokoban. I think this game is parkour, definitely.
Yeah, this is parkour. I like to separate indie games into parkour, sokoban, Earthbound or Cave Story, and then wiki and non-wiki.
I do like menu games.
This is, even if it's not indie, this is parkour, non-wiki, and right in the middle of Cave Story Earthbound. Yeah, the Aquar 2 is definitely where the game starts getting very very retro-minded, as the Encore 2 boss, as somebody pointed out in chat, does lay down 2 platforms at a time, so they're just inherently faster than you.
And he's off to the races. Where's he going?
Yeah, and there are power-ups that make you super fast, but they also apply to the enemy.
Getting pushed off a platform and having to chase him by making more platforms is just very mean. But mid-boss has found the pattern. If he can find 6 flags in a row and doesn't have to like deal with this guy's better platform making.
This.
Nah, that's not it.
He's not gonna win this.
And that puts him back on Encore 1, I believe, right? Like a little bit closer to
Encore 2 1.
Yeah, sure.
This is funny.
Oh,
I think that's right.
So we saw the FMV at the start. We saw, I mean, every time they go back to the menu and you just see these 2 6-pack abs characters, and it's just like, what is going on here? We're missing out on some cutscenes. That guy coming out of the spaceship, because mid-boss didn't match through it for once.
So great. I really want to see them. It reminds me of another game that we had in Mystery Tournament, Disruptor. If you know Insomniac Games, it's actually their first game that they developed on the PS1. It's a first-person shooter. It's a really fun game. I highly recommend it. I actually streamed through it myself before it was submitted to Mystery Tournament. Somebody else actually submitted it, and it made me so sad that the players had to skip all the cutscenes of the game because they're so unbelievably hilarious. It's basically an entire like B movie inside of the cutscenes that we sadly have to skip.
I think mid-boss might have it here, and it's a big one to get. Nope, spikes.
Oh, push the slow spell, push the slow.
What was that trap?
2 more flags.
It's looking like the strat of setting up a loop and to pick up after the tag is just gonna become mandatory at this point.
Yeah, you almost have to manipulate the enemy into doing the work for you with this boss and laying down all the platforms that you need. And then clearing out really, really fast because the platforms do disappear over time. And using the boss's advantage to your advantage.
We often talk about knowledge checkpoints, and it's like Nest Kamikaze is getting closer. Like they are now fighting against the same boss, but there is just a lack of experience against this boss that makes you think that mid-boss is going to get through here faster, and actually has. Round 3, 9 flags. This feels like an absolute boss fight.
Oh, escaping the loop? No.
I think this is the level that you're mentioning when you're talking about letting the guy do his job of making platforms, because right now mid-boss is just in a loop of hitting this guy
with the boss.
Yeah, this is not doing anything.
Yeah, and like you're not going to make it to 7 flags before he can catch you, because you can only lay down 1 platform at a time. He doesn't have to lay down platforms to get to you.
There's some value in making it so that you hold certain flags that you aren't currently fighting over, but it looks like the boss is just immediately going back to them as the first thing, so it's not working out either.
Okay, we made it to a new island to progress in some sense.
Oh, respawn the boss there though. Oh, that's weird. You're gonna have to like manipulate him to run around.
Yeah, it's not progress when you're eaten. The first thing you need to do is get back.
This feels good. I feel like mid-boss has ideas and is also able to play quickly at the same time, which is always a feat.
Is your enemy do your work for you? He's made a bunch of platforms here. Now has to chase after him.
I wasn't sold on his approach, but it's working out.
Oh,
you just need to.
One more platform. Oh, the platforms are going to start disappearing, though.
You already have that flag.
No, he wanted to get through to the new island since the boss was boxing him in from the other side.
I hope he remembers the enemy slow spell.
This doesn't feel like a game that you have magic, and maybe that's the issue for someone like Nest Kamikaze who's just not using the speed magic. Is it just doesn't have mage energy, it has like Blade Runner energy.
Yeah, but that's a sufficiently advanced technology.
One more flag.
No.
Can kind of just wait out this enemy. Because there's the platform right there.
Nest Kamikaze is just in the middle of nowhere.
It's very incremental progress that you have to make on these stages. Okay, bonus round. That means that's it for Awkward 2. I wouldn't be surprised if Furion was the next stage. We all had different ideas of where to cut this goal, and I think mine was Awkward 2. Ness is back on round 1. Is one entire world behind. Okay, yes, Virion is the next one. This is the final world for mid-boss.
Ness is also just like refusing to mash the shoot button and like kill the enemies, and is just getting a lot of trip animations that are avoidable. And while mid-boss is shooting at nothing, but when there are enemies is also hitting them. It's a different syntactics, but one is just more effective. So it's like mid-boss is doing more with the game, and it's paying off.
Look at the enemy to put down the platform for you. We have conveyor belts now. We pretty much just need keys, and like we're almost to an actual puzzle game. I think this game does need some Sokoban. I think it'd be good.
I don't think we need to push things in our tag games. I remember the game that was in the Wikipedia that I actually agree with, which is this has Bomberman energy.
The platform despawned as mid-boss is laying one. Oh, is that like an illusion, or did he warp? I can't tell with the boss there.
I switched back to watching Ness, and I kind of amazed that he's making as much progress as he is with using as little as he is. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to cut it against mid-boss.
Yeah, the enemy speed does scale to yours, which is important. So it's not like the game becomes unbeatable by not using the speed up. Okay, yeah, this boss lays down illusions. It was a while since I tested this game. This is, I think, actually the first game that I tested for this MT.
To know, I don't think, I mean, we will always do the MT advertisement. Like, we would love to have anybody who's come in here going, I want to play random games, maybe even do well in this tournament. Please join the Discord so you can know when it starts up. That being said, if you have some game that you think would be fun to run, and we probably haven't heard of it, which is going to be difficult, but it obviously happens, we're looking at it right now. I would also love if people would just join the community and give us a few submissions.
Yeah, this was actually submitted by a relatively newer member of the community, Just Morphonica. I think they're newer. I don't recognize their name from long before, so it was nice to see such a like a weird, kind of cool game like this, just by somebody who's relatively newer. And especially because it was a Sega Saturn game, because I've been making it my goal to find every empty viable Sega Saturn game, and I somehow missed this one.
You probably were looking at it and went, this is a multiplayer game, because it is, primarily. But this little story mode, while getting increasingly brutal, is good fun. Nest Kamikaze has a big lead, but this level is really stupid.
We'll have to see what is the plan to deal with this enemy. I like getting the HP to lay down the platform still. Oh, got that one actually. Just one more needed.
Kind of a weird dynamic here
warp
where
spell. Oh my god, that's so smart. There is a warp spell that warps you to the spawn platform. Use that to get away from the enemy.
Yeah, Nest Kamikaze does not have like a big red bar on the side of his screen. He's doing something, it's just not been speed.
Oh, that was a clear from mid-boss. That was a clear on the final round, and that is a clear of the goal as well. In time 36:32.
Oh,
really good time, actually.
Surprised. Do you know what your time was?
I tested a longer goal, so I don't know what this was.
Oh, sure.
That was a really good time. Mid-boss was just making such fast, consistent progress that I didn't even notice. I was too busy looking at Ness.
I'm not sure mid-boss has noticed either, to be fair.
Ness is only one world behind, though.
Mid-boss did
Yes, that is finished,
so.
definitely.
one little weird dynamic here is that initially when you get ahead, it kind of doesn't matter because you can get tagged and then the enemy just runs through all your flags that you just picked up. But if you let the situation linger and the platforms start despawning, then it starts to matter because now they are in hard to reach places and aren't just easily claimed back. So if you can get a lead and then stall, then it starts holding. So
Yeah, I think mid-boss played that game pretty expertly. It's a really fun game. It's another one I recommend that people try out, multiplayer or single player. Just fun to kind of mess around with. It's a multi-platform release, so there's a lot of ways to play it. That was the end of winners semis. Mid-boss will be moving on to fight Pika Pals in winners finals, which will be tomorrow. So mid-boss has a nice long break before he has to play another game. And Ness is going to was demoted from their warlock status into being a lizard, and is going to be fighting a Jay Lamsey in the lizard's quarters bracket. So not out because that was a winners match, but it becomes a lot harder to win as a lizard. Lizards have it tough. It's not easy being green.
I mean, the real secret to Mystery Tournament is lizards get to play more games. So we'll get to see more Jane Lamsey and Nest Kamikaze here in a bit. I don't believe they're going to be our next match. We'll give them a little break. It's always a good sign when you go like submit a game. You're like, I want racers to race this, and then they race it, and they're still playing it after the race is done. And as a result, presumably enjoying the game like mid-boss is. It's fantastic.
So earlier we mentioned new people coming to try Mystery Tournament, and one pitch we have mentioned a lot before is, if you look at this and think you could do better, then you should join. And most people get proven wrong, but occasionally there is someone who just shows up and does beat people. Morris did basically exactly that some years back, and Jay Lamsey is doing it right now.
Yeah, the thing with Jay Lamsey is he's incredibly humble, and every time he wins a game, he's like, oh, I'm surprised I'm still here. Brilliant stuff. Nest Kamikaze is still going. This is one of our favorite traits of these sort of guys who just do a lot of Mystery Tournament is just refusal to hit the forfeit button. Doesn't have to, but we might be able to see him finish here before we move on to our next race.
I don't know, did reset to round one again, so it's gonna have to make a lot of progress pretty quickly. We'll have to see.
It's actually insane that mid-boss has gone straight to the final, by the way. I know he's well rated within the mystery racing community, but I think he's 112 lost 8.
Famous mid-boss I hate mystery tournament. Join, beat everybody. Midboss is really good. He's a really nice guy, by the way. As somebody who's talked to him regularly. Real cool guy.
Oh yeah, now we did our predictions, and a lot of people had
They're all cool
Midboss
guys.
doing well. One, because he's good, and two, because people like him. And I'm like, I didn't keep him in because he's a grumpy player. I was expecting at some point he'd get a game that he just doesn't enjoy, but turns out Midboss enjoys a lot of games. That's why he plays a lot of them.
Ness is a cool guy too. If you ever want to blind race a game, literally just ping one of the two of them, and they'll probably say yes. Ness moving on to Virion round 2.
Yeah, we're down to final 6 players. Not that anything that we've casted here today has eliminated. And then personally, like, we're still going to see Ness Kamikaze later, but it is going to be down to brass tacks really quick with loser quarters coming up.
So we'll see if Ness loses on this level, we're probably going to have to cut to get our next matches ready. There's a lot more setup actually required for the next round of games. So
Yeah, you want to just call it, boys? I think we've done a good part here. I know at least me and Verzek will see you guys here tomorrow. Flora, you doing more tomorrow?
No. This is it for me.
In that case, it's been a pleasure doing commentary with you. Verzek, I'll see you tomorrow. Doing some winners final or losers finals or something. Whee!
yeah,
That's gonna be fun.
Founder and I will be back on for Lizards finals. But we have more mystery tournaments to get to. Everybody cheer on Ness in your mind. I know he's going to continue to play this to finish it. Probably is enjoying it. But we're going to get set up for the Lizards quarters matches coming up next. First one would be Ferris versus Bloodfire Tigerung.
Yeah, and those are going to be short BO3s, so they're going to be very short games, but it's going to be best of 3. We are going to take a quick break here while we get set up for that. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And again, thank all 3 of you for being here and for commenting this wonderful tournament and these wonderful races. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are we are hosting Mystery Tournament 19 Top 8. Before we get into our next set of games here, just a quick reminder, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, check out this season's lineup, and you can check out the schedule for an in-depth look at what's coming up this week on the Hotfix. With all of that said, we are here with Lizards Quarters. I will hand it over to our new commentators here and let them talk a little bit about what's going on.
Everybody, I regret to inform you that I asked our tournament organizer, Internet Dirigible, just how much roar to give this next set. And he said, and I regret to inform you, 100% welcome everybody to Mystery Tournament 19 Losers Quarters! We've got a semifinal for you here with some wonderful best of 3, too short for show action gaming. Matt, what's going on with this round?
Man, I turned it down to 36, and that might have been just enough. Yes, hello. I am Phantom Matt. We're here doing best of 3s between people in the losing bracket. We got Ferris, and we have Bloodfire Tigerung. With us on commentary as well is Mystery Tournament participant Church and Sarge. Church, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, we're doing fantastic. If you didn't expect that you were on commentary because we're missing a third, you were wrong.
Yeah, we have you.
Oh, I always expect this.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. Railton did narc.
Ray did narc. I see. All right, well, folks. Basically, like we said, these are the short ones. These are games that are normally too short. They're both really good, but they're too short for the normal tournament, and so we can't really put them as their own individual matches. In short, we like to make sure that the game runs about over 15 minutes at the minimum, so that there's enough time for it to properly showcase the difference in skill. And these ones tend to rub up against that number a little bit too close. So instead, because they're so good, we want to see them in the tournament. We hold them for the end, where they work as a set. So these will be best of 3 matches. These are our best of 3 shorts. Everything else from the rest of the tournament here on will be best of 3. And I believe you've seen these competitors before today. But Matt, what's the rundown on these competitors?
Yeah, we got Ferris V5, Demon of Mystery Tournament. Very good player. Incredibly good player. Oh my goodness, a good player. Won 2 MTs. Finished 5th in their first MT, which is MTX. And we also have Bloodfire Tiger on new player. This is David versus Goliath here.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight. Like, Bloodfire Tagarung is completely new, and we were just joking that he's just got to do the SMT thing. Time to fight God. I'm not prepared. Are you prepared?
I don't think we're supposed to be prepared. It's a mystery what we're going to play.
Well, let's see if we can't take a little peek at our next game.
I see what you did there.
I see what I did there, too.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our first game is going to be Key.
This looks like a game. What are we doing here?
The font is like reminding me of something, but I can't quite put my finger on what.
Yeah, it's doing a weird. It's interesting that I think what's going on this starting screen is that it's showing you that when you use your cone of vision on these things, like purple and orange will move horizontally, yellow and green will move vertically, plain colors will disappear. So it's showing us the mechanics of the game at the start. So it looks like this game's all about running around with our dual stick in order to look at things and make sure whether or not they do or do not exist.
Yeah, we're just moving through dimensions. Don't do that, Ferris. You're just going to fall straight through.
Oh, yes. Most notably, you do have a little ball of sight around you when you're turning on your little vision as well that is going to influence how it all works. Did you just grab onto the tutorial text, or was that just a convenient placement?
That would be pretty cool if they grabbed onto text.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely convenient placement, but... All right, we got to rotate the timer and... get there. It's got spikes on it.
Of course, we got a couple of things here. We have mouse / joystick controls to control our dimensional beam. We got a little dash at some point, I believe I saw in the trailer for the game.
Is that what we're calling it? Another dimension?
Well, yeah. That's what it says on the Steam page.
Oh, is it another dimension? Because honestly, it just seems like you're just revealing that which is hidden. I did not put together that we were moving Ana and Kata right now.
Almost like peeking through, or like a Gianna Sisters or an Inversion type of thing.
Would you say that we're just taking a little peek into the next dimension?
Yes. Yes, I would.
I would, but...
Good.
I'll tell you right back, I wouldn't.
But that's the name of the game.
Literally this time. This isn't the first time he's done this, chat. You gotta help.
And it won't be the last time. All right, we've got immediately... Ferris is just catching on to this game pretty quickly, which is to be kind of expected with Ferris. Bloodfire Tagarong is actually doing a pretty good job of keeping up on some of the speed here, but like Ferris isn't stopping or delaying at all in this game. There's not even a moment where Ferris seems to be just sitting still and pondering how the rest of the stage goes.
It's worth noting, I'm seeing on Ferris' side that you can get stuck in between things. So say you have like one of these gray platforms, your beam makes it not there anymore, transparent as it were. And if you turn off your beam, you just get stuck in it. So it gives you a bit of time to think about your next move, what you need to do.
No deaths for getting switched in between dimensions, just, you know, the fleeting hope of existence.
No squinching.
It's important to realize which platforms you can actually stand on to stare at something that you need to stare at for a long time. Otherwise, you kind of have to do like jumping peaks, which is really weird. A good dash from Ferris. Just, I think there was a level there, but it doesn't look like there is.
I wonder if you could just see it, because I can see some of them with that staticky looking outline of them.
It does do a good job of showing you this is where a platform would be if you were in the opposite direction. Opposite dimension. But we're definitely having to slow down. Okay, so these ones, they're already moving, but if you stare at them, they slow down. They're like...
That's nice.
Opposite. But see, look, there's an entire section that you're supposed to fall down and do weird stuff on, or you can just dash over it. This dash feels wrong. Like, it's trivializing the rest of the game here, in my opinion.
How dare you insult a dash? We love dashes here.
Oh, I love the dash. I'm not insulting it. I think it's fantastic. I think it's just, Look, we once played a game in Top 8 that had a new mechanic added between the time we tested it and the time that it got broadcast.
I remember this game. I don't remember the name of it, but I do remember this coming up.
Yes. So I'm just staring at this dash going, does it feel like it's skipping most of the game? And that's just, I know that we've been explicitly taking steps to avoid that. Like, we specifically have been testing the games once again on Top 8, 2 days before Top 8. Internet Dirigible has done a fantastic job. But I'm just staring at this dash going, is it just a little too strong, though? Maybe?
Nonsense. We have to use every tool in our arsenal in order to complete these games as fast as possible.
That's true.
Now, I wonder, is there a hitbox on your dash? I couldn't see when... Ferris died earlier to spikes, if it was during the dash or just after.
I may have missed it as well. Oh, it looks like we have letters for what stage we're on. So is this stage 10, or is this just the 10th time we found letters? It's just the 10th time we found letters.
Yes. So, I would agree with your assessment of the dash roar if this wasn't a 10-minute estimate. This is very clearly a short game, and I feel like the dash mechanic is incorporated in that.
100%. But you see what I mean, though, where like it's vast swaths of the stage where you can just skip their existence with a very well-timed dash. And it's definitely a question of like, is this an intended route, or are these speedrunners just running the speed?
I feel like it's a little bit of a mix of like, this is here if you want to go for it, but here is the intended route, and these two are just picking up on it very quickly that this is something I can do, and I'm going to skip the rest of it.
Study versus Express Link.
So something that I say every year, and I'm going to say it this year as well, Mystery Tournament is kind of an interesting beast in terms of speedrunning, because when you look at music, you have two types of people. You have your sight readers who can just pick up a piece of sheet music and start playing, and you have your orchestra, your orchestra members who they're practicing the same thing over and over and over and over again to make sure they're getting it exactly right. And speedrunning has those two inside of this Mystery Tournament showcasing the other one. We see a lot of times, that speedrunning feels like that symphonic orchestra player where they're practicing, they're hitting every note at the right time at all the time, they're paying attention to the conductor, they're not missing a beat, and they've done this a dozen times and they know how to do this a dozen times. And blind racing, we're just picking up the music notes and going to town, and some people are skilled with that. You have to read what the game is presenting to you on the fly and understand that, and having a baseline understanding of how a lot of games works tends to help you in that, right? So like, the better you are at playing guitar, the more you know how to speed read those lines, the more you can see those patterns that emerge over the course of multiple things, and you can understand the chords, etc., etc. My music knowledge is a little bit lacking to make this full comparison, but basically with blind racing, the more you do it, the better you get it. Because you're starting to recognize, what patterns do developers like to put in? How many times do I have to hit a boss? Hey, Church, how many times do you have to hit a boss?
I don't know, 3 times, 4 times, 10 times, whatever.
3 times, 5 times, 4 times. it's a very common thing. You have to hit a boss 3 times. And you start recognizing that in the games, and you can start applying that to other games. So here, when we have a straightforward platformer like this, especially one with a very precise and pronounced dash that is going to go a specific range every time, you can really understand how those levels get built by playing other games. So basically what I'm saying is, if you're seeing this and you're thinking, oh, I could do that too, by all means, we challenge you. Come do this. Come do this too. Show us that you can. And the more you do it, the better you get. Meanwhile, Ferris has reached the end, I think. Wait, have we reached the end?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, where's the exit? What are we doing?
Yeah, I was looking like, where's the exit?
There's supposed to be a door here.
This is...
I didn't even get through my spiel before we got to the end of this game. What the heck?
Something
looks like something's still missing.
Are we done?
This is giving me boss vibes.
Oh, yeah, no, don't you know this was actually 100%? You had to collect all the clock notes, and the players failed to do so, so they lose.
Wild.
But that is it. That is it. Ferris has taken the win with official time of 8:49 over Bloodfire Tagarong here in the first match. Bloodfire Tagarong got stuck here on this stage with the moving spikes. And if I recall, Ferris just did a dash through that top platform to end up on the second platform and immediately made the way through. So this is really showcasing that difference in skill between these players. I mean, it also helps that Ferris lately has been playing Celeste Kaizo levels.
Yeah, that is true. The platforming is strong at the moment.
Could not have been given a better game for their first match.
Like, legitimately just occurred to me that Ferris is straight up playing Celeste Kaizo right now, as, like, not as we speak, but close enough. So
wait, how did Bloodfire die right there?
Jumped off the top of the screen, it looks like.
There's a death plane above the top? That's oh no.
Oh no, there's spikes on the top. It's not showing up on our little Discord window.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I can see it on the main screen though. Come on, Bloodfire, you got this. You're on stage 10. You're on X out of XII.
Thanks, Ray.
Good dash. I'm a little bit delayed. I may have been looking at the wrong screen for a moment.
Just has to get on the green.
After Ray just told us about how we should not be doing that, or Matt just shared an anecdote about that moments ago, looking at the wrong screen. I was doing the same thing. I love how because it's adding it to the number to the clock in the background. I honestly thought that they were just like sub-dimension collecting, and you have to pay attention to which dimension you're looking at in order to actually collect them. But no, they're just there. It's just showing you in the back. The game also has generous checkpoints. Why was there like dozen checkpoints in the second to the last level?
That's what I was gonna bring that up. There was like 9 checkpoints and like nothing that would kill you, and like the jump looked very easy.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Oh, do we have to? We also have to make sure we've gotten the letters in order to do it. You know, folks, this is I believe this is a free itch game. So go if you want to see how this plays out when you have all the clock letters. You can go pick it up on it.
Yeah, this is one that is on Steam.
Oh, this is on Steam.
Yes.
I'm so used to saying itch because I forget that Steam has all the freeware these days too. Yeah, there are like 9 checkpoints. What the heck?
So somebody in chat has said that in order to get the 100% ending, you need to avoid every checkpoint.
Oh no! Oh, why?
Makes that last level make a lot more sense.
It sure does.
These aren't checkpoints, these are tombs.
Could you imagine getting to the hopefully your reset fixes that, because actually, can you level reset?
An excellent question.
You're asking the real talk here. Man, do you ever just like wake up in the morning, go to grab breakfast, your countertop is in the other dimension, and you gotta jump to reach the stove, and then you get stuck in between the countertops, and you're just flopping about haphazardly? This mage knows what I'm talking about.
This morning sounds like the worst morning I have ever heard described.
Look, some of us don't live easy lives. I'm sorry.
Oh, got the checkpoint on that top platform, though. Makes it out.
Done. We'll get into the finale here. We got 2 more stages to go.
Believe so.
Are we actually stuck? Because it looks like
This
we're
platform
stuck.
sucks, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is showcasing. I think that Bloodfire is doing a really good job of showing how skilled a competitor Ferris actually is. Because Bloodfire is doing not bad at this at all. And yeah, Ferris is just kind of a league above a lot of players, and that's why we end up in this situation.
Oh no!
Oh,
It was right there.
that was very close.
Need just a hair more space. Goes
There
for it
we
again,
go.
gets it this time.
All right, now are we there? Oh my god, there's like 4 checkpoints right there. These are fortune cookies, right? I'm not the only one who can see these as fortune cookies.
The clocks. Little hourglasses, aren't they?
I have no idea. I'm gonna open one up and see if it's sand or lies. Those are the only 2 options.
Yeah. I feel like Bloodfire is now having the same questions we had of what am I supposed to do here?
Yeah.
Where do I go? What do I do?
Okay, there it is. Yeah, so there's a little wizard that shows up at the top. How fitting! So the wizard shows up on the right-hand side to start, and there it is. The wizard is teleporting around.
You interact with the wizard in order to actually progress to the stage.
I think the wizard contains the key to the hand for winding up the clock. And I honestly think you can maybe just sit here and let the wizard teleport back to the right. Is he moving in a pattern? There he is, right there. He's right there.
Yeah.
It was bait. It was bait all along.
All right, he's down there. Is he going to move in the same spot? Bloodfire does sit there and wait for the correct spot and gets it. There we go. That's what you got to do, is recognize the pattern that he's moving and just intercept him. And with that, Bloodfire Tagarung is going to finish shortly before Ferris. But again, Tagarung is not out of this, folks. This is a best of 3 match. So we're going to see another game here in just a moment. The players are going to be switching over. So we're not going to a real ad because these are rapid fire matches. Like I said, these are the short ones. They don't take too long, so it's not really a good reason to do the ads in between. They get both games that they can set up ahead of time. It's the third one that they may have to set up a little bit longer than the other ones. So we're just going to take a moment to talk about everything while we go into the next match. Let's hear from Church. Church, you've been helping us out with Mystery Tournament Top 8 for the last 3-4 years now. You've been our...
I want to say 4. It honestly might be longer. Might be 5.
It's been a bit. How have you been enjoying Mystery Tournament? And you could be honest with us. We're the thing you look forward to every year, aren't we?
This isn't a joke. This isn't playing to a bit. I don't know what Roar was expecting, but Mystery Tournament is actually so much fun. It's like the broadcast I look forward to the most in a year, and like I participate in it fully knowing that I'm not going to make it to top 8, but it's still fun anyway. And just legitimately, if you enjoy the idea of just playing a game you've never heard of before and just racing it with somebody, Mystery Tournament is so much fun.
And Matt, how much does it...
Especially now that we...
Oh, no, go for it. Keep going.
Finish, I'm not important.
Especially now that some of the worst games, like the really trash tier games, are being pulled.
Yeah, especially when you're in top 8. Matt, how much does it cost? What does it take to join Mystery Tournament? Like, what do you have to? What kind of investments are you looking at, cost-wise and time-wise? Because it seems like this is a lot here, right? You got to practice. You got to do everything.
Nothing.
What?
Just join. Show up for your match. Join in other races. I don't think it's been mentioned so far, but every race that we do for Mystery Tournament is just open. You can join any race. Just play.
That's insane.
It doesn't have to be your match. Just see a game that looks interesting, like Geek. Just hop in.
You mean to tell me that we host our races in an openly public forum such as Speedruns Live, where you can simply join our Discord in order to gain information on how to do that? And because we openly allow those races to happen, you don't have to be in a specific spot or you don't have to have specific prior clearance to be in a part of it. And now we've got crazy stuff like weekly blinds being picked up, where we do a blind every week, so it's a great way to get your feet wet in a non-tournament setting, or the mystery GP, where teams are set together to do mysterious challenges, or things like every once in a while we have off tournaments that just have things like the Troopas, where we just roll random games without pre-prescribed goals, so we even get more into the blind of the blind, or things like Friend Fest and Fun Fest, where we get together and we work together towards a common goal, or just the plethora of things we do on this wonderful Discord. Join us!
Or one that you didn't mention, but I saw and I was like, that sounds really interesting, is the Archipelago World Cup, where it's Archipelago randos teams matches.
Those started last year and it's still going. Those started last spring.
It takes only a little bit of your time, and that amount of time that it takes you is how much time you're having fun.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, we're bringing up a good point. Roar did mention a specific thing, Mystery GP. It's starting up soon, beginning of next month, if I recall.
Yeah, we have. It is a 3-person team event, though. If you are also, if you have more time commitments, allowed to join as a 4th. You may be benched every once in a while because the overall goal is 3 players. But they're basically going to be a series of challenges where each person in a team will be taking on one part of the challenge. So you need to strategize with who's best to handle what part of the game, and everything going on with that. So we're going to need more people in order to make those teams big, folks. So come join us. See, look,
we here at Mystery Funhouse run on you, the people.
It's true. We run all over. Wait, what?
Reel it back.
Is there a science lab I'm not aware of where all the lizards go?
What do you think the Astro Lab that Myth keeps on mentioning is?
You know,
It's just like the satellite of love. Instead of forcing you to watch bad movies, we force you to play games.
You know, that's Cusa Grande, which is another channel that we absolutely adore over in the mystery community.
Hey, I said games, not bad games.
Okay, that's true. We just have you play anything. It's just the way we do things. Because honestly, there are just so many games out there that are begging to be played, and some of them, honestly, some of the games make better races than they do just a casual playthrough. One thing that we do get a lot of flack for in Mystery Tournament is that we sometimes seem to have an inordinate amount of puzzle games compared to a lot of other speed gaming events. And a reason for that is that puzzles played fast is sometimes a more enjoyable way to enjoy some of the simpler puzzle games. Basically, if the puzzle game is not one that you have to think complex about over the long period of time, you know, it's something you could plow through in an hour. It's even more fun when you're trying to plow through it in 25 minutes before your opponent does. And you can't see those kind of speedruns. Like, we got what? When you think about puzzle games that are major puzzle games that have made it onto GDQ, for instance, we get like Baba Is You, but that was just because it was crazy tech that's really cool to show off how that game evolves. And when played fast, it becomes even more inscrutable. So, we can't really do Sokoban gone fast as much as everybody hates Sokoban. I'm just going to say it. You can't really do that as a compelling speed run, but as a blind race, you can. So a lot of games that are kind of on their own some less fun, I'm not going to say bad, because there's no bad games, but less fun. Oh yeah, I'll go back to my statement of there's no bad games, even though I know that's patently false. I've played some corporate nonsense, but I'm trying to be positive here because we're in top 8.
You know what's positive? I think we're ready for the next race, aren't we?
Are we?
Yeah.
I was waiting for Ray to tell us that we were ready for the next race, so I don't know.
Are we ready for the next race?
Are we ready for the next race?
It looks like we are, question mark?
Question mark.
Question
Both
mark.
got both of them holding hands.
Yeah, it looks like the racers are getting ready.
Okay,
so yeah,
good.
Yeah.
I did see that we were ready in there.
I once again failed to type or to open up Hex Chat and actually look at the IRC because
Do it now. That's the one thing that you have to learn to participate in the mystery tournament is to use IRC.
This is a little game called Self, folks.
A mystery tournament tradition of Roar not having the SRC open, or sorry, the SRL chat open for the game he's commenting.
What?
Oh, that's not a tradition. Anyways, this is Self. We're going to be starting here just shortly.
And we are off. So this is Self. I don't know anything about this game. I honestly don't. Oh, it looks like we are.
I toyed with it a little bit. It's you pick a direction, you can manipulate your trajectory, and then you just go.
Oh. So this is basically golf, right? Like, but with some twists and turns.
Oh, midair trajectory change.
All right, so it's not so much that you have a double jump so much as you have just an extension of oneself that you then launch to. Your conscious decision, your conscious mind is launching you in a different direction. Now, do you only have one self per jump? Or do you gain one when you collect the objects?
I would assume that you gain one when you collect it. So it works sort of like the crystals.
No, it's one self per jump. So you do have to be careful about it's basically how your double jump functions is both as a double jump and an omnidirectional dash, but with a weird curvature to it as well. It seems like that curvature might be fairly forced based on what I'm seeing between these two players, or they're just getting used to how it turns.
It is kind of finicky to turn. It's not just forced.
Yeah, you can see that Ferris is now starting to get a hang of it a little bit better. Sometimes you just need to let your conscious mind wander in order to launch yourself to greater heights and newer heights. This game has a lot to teach you about yourself.
Like how to golf with your soul.
Like how to have
that's a big golf.
That is big golf. All right, now we got big orbs. Big orbs refresh yourself. So now we can do a double, triple jump in air.
Alright.
So it seems like that control issue, interesting decision from Ferris to realize the control had messed up and just back off.
Now inside of us, there are
Bloodfire-
two cells.
Tagarung getting to the bench now, going to take a nice little rest and see the world as it truly is.
True. Internet Church will bring up a good point. Our goal today is to beat the game and the 5 bonus level.
Ooh.
According to ID, the meat and potatoes of this is going to be in the bonus levels.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to that. Or or scared. I'm one of the two. I'm either looking forward to it or super friggin' scared. Okay, so it looks like you need a little bit of speed to get through these blocks here. And oh, there we go. Ferris doing an interesting tech, and you fell through.
Yeah, I think you want to fall through and grab this.
There we go. That's a good play. That's a good play. See, Church, you have what it takes to be top.
Yeah, but that even if that weren't true, then I can't be here, and that's problematic.
I must admit to you, chat, when I saw that we finally did get Church to participate, there was a deep, sick part of me that went, "Oh, Church has to make it to top 8. I want to see how that works. I really want this nonsense to happen."
I legitimately, by the way, believe that every time we've had a GDQ liaison, we've gotten them to join the tournament. Every single one of them.
Hey, my first mystery tournaments were way before I was the liaison.
Fair, but I'm realizing that Ray was also joining mystery events too, and a couple of your predecessors as well. We've definitely had that happen. See, anybody can join.
We just got smacked. Oh no!
We're gonna be flicked. Don't flick me! Don't flick me! Don't do it! Don't do it! That hurts!
We've been sent to the moon. Team Self is blasting off again.
That was the whole game. That was it. That was but not the bonus levels. I see what you mean by the bonus levels are the meat of this game, because that took, what, 4 minutes?
That was quick.
That was crazy fast. Warning, these levels are hard.
Yeah. Seeing the question in the chat, this is an itch game. This is a browser game on itch.io. Oh, look at this combo. Look at this combo.
Holy crap.
These bonus levels are ramping up.
Oh,
these levels are hard, he says. All right, Ferris. Sure. Yeah, all right. Is it wrong that we gave the Kaizo Celeste player 2 games with particularly aerial dashes in a row? Like,
yes.
Doesn't matter. It's mystery tournament.
This is crazy.
I'll point out, there have been now 2 deaths on Ferris' side. It's not a first try. What a save from the spikes, though.
I don't think you want to go for this top one first. I think you kind of want to go around the bottom and maybe loop back to this. Like, I'd go around, yeah, I'd go around this way to try to, I guess maybe those spikes are kind of there to stop you from doing that. I wonder if you can jump over those and never trigger them. You can. See, my thought would be to grab those and to just jump over those at the start, and then get up here, grab this, land on the ground, and do it. Meanwhile, Tagarung, still working on the main levels at this point, is actually about to finish the main levels here as we go and get flicked. So Tagarung's really not too far behind. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is something similar to what I'm talking about. Right here. You just jump up, get this one, land, go over here. Here we go. Ferris is getting the idea.
Just needs a little bit more English here on this last one to get up.
Have you ever had to add more English to yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Just gotta get that extra spin on your own some.
Okay, you want to maintain those top ones, otherwise you just can't get out.
It's definitely a little bit harder to get. There we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
I think this is
This harkening back to Frogpole. No!
Oh, what? Oh!
What happened there?
Bonks against the top.
Did the self hit the top and therefore collapse?
Oh, maybe.
Do we have a collapsible soul?
Yeah, because the thing that I'm not noticing is, like, what happens if the soul hits these things?
We're out.
Now, I think that an important part of this game is to keep your jump short, because, you know, if your soul weighs more than a feather, you ain't getting in.
Oh no, takes too long on the setup. Just gets obliterated by the Tesla rays.
The
Big
good
electrical
news.
grid.
The good news is that these are not global cycles. That means that you can practice a specific layout every single time with correct timing every time. So that's good. Meanwhile, Bloodfire Tagarong now working on the bonus stages.
A little bit too much spin there on that one. Good save, good save. Oh no! Alright, so it bounces back when it hits the wall. Because Bloodfire just hit the soul against the wall right there at the bottom.
Ah. Ooh, Ferris is almost done. What is this, bonus stage 4 now? Like, this is insane.
This nutso movement.
Like, I legitimately thought I was pretty good at catching on to mechanics pretty quickly, and then I joined Mystery Tournament, and I realized that, holy crap, I'm actually pretty good about catching on to mechanics pretty quickly, but some of these people are amazing, far better than I am. Here you go, good timing. There we go, through onto what I believe is the finale, based on just if each of those little stage wipes was every one of those stage wipes was this bonus stage.
Made some fine control here.
Like, Bloodfire, this is, I think, again, and I know that it doesn't look, I know it's so easy to look at Ferris's play and say, oh, Ferris is just doing fine and Bloodfire's not. But, like, I want to point out again, Bloodfire's doing really good. And it's just showing how much stronger Ferris is compared to so much of us. Like, it's really impressive, because I promise you that if I were playing this game right now, I would not be playing as good as Bloodfire would be right now. And Bloodfire's struggling with this section.
It's tough. When I tried this out a little bit before, when I saw we had it pulled, that turn radius is really hard on the soul spin.
Yeah, and it looks like you had to do like some pretty like different curves here for each of these jumps, which just makes it even harder.
Yeah, you don't just get to do a UE, you don't just get to go straight up. Like, look at that. You have to wind around those spikes in this jump that Ferris is doing here.
Is this keyboard and mouse, or is this controller?
Both? I don't know who's using what.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're both using a controller then.
Looking at this, this is a controller game.
Yeah, 100%. It's definitely in that vein.
Oh.
Come on, Bloodfire, you got this. I want to see Tagarong, like, kill this, honestly. Like, I'm just waiting for that moment.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but missed one.
Plummeting to their doom.
Like, how the heck did Ferris do this in one go? What? At least we've got a stage that's giving that's giving Ferris. Why did I do that? Ray. The giving Ferris their worth here is because I read Moobot and then immediately ADHD, and then I blamed it on Ray because Ray tried to summon me but accidentally said Mooer at one point. Now, anyway.
Oh. I think Ferris just got past the part that
goes straight to the wall at the end.
No, yeah.
I just needed to clear the air before I blamed Ray for something completely wrong.
How dare you insult our gracious hosts here at Games Done Quick
I dare.
All of your support.
I dare. Just watch me. Hey, Church. You suck.
Yes, Roar. I mean, yeah, that's why I'm not in top 8.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ferris is through, and there it is.
Ferris nails it.
Oh, that was so good. Bloodfire Tagarong is still on the first of the 5 stages. Folks, normally we would be kind of watching the player go through the game. And we like to encourage people finishing, but unfortunately, it's probably going to take Bloodfire a little while to take care of these stages based on how fast Ferris did it. So I think we're going to give him just a couple more minutes here to see if we can't at least get the first stage clear before we move on. So give Bloodfire your energy right here. We need it. Or Bloodfire is...
And I can't...
forfeiting? One of the two.
Oh.
No, not yet.
Yeah, Bloodfire might be calling.
Bloodfire did just type GG. Don't know if anything else is happening. Get back in there, champ.
Come on, Woody.
I can't stress enough how, like, difficult some of these are, and, like, Bloodfire is a very good participant, and, you know, just, like, these controls are very tight and just wasn't able to grasp it quick enough.
Yeah, it's... I don't even think this was just wasn't able to grasp it quick enough. It really is like this was honestly a showcasing of just how good Ferris is in particular at games like this. This is sometimes it is mentioned outright that there is a bit of a luck component to ahead of time what games you're getting, what level of practice you have. So we did just kind of give Ferris a Celeste-like game, to be fair. But, like, if this weren't Ferris, this could still be up in the air between 2 players right now. And Bloodfire would be doing well here.
Presumably you need all of these.
You need all the smallest to open a gate.
Ferris's comment is don't play it with an analog stick.
And that's interesting because that's 100% what I would play.
Yeah, no kidding.
Found a bit on the outside there for that one. Unfortunately, if you go into this second gate with a downward trajectory, it's just not going to work out.
Well, folks, I'm probably going to say in the interest of continuing to move forward here, and since it's Tagarong hasn't been able to make hard enough progress here on the first level, we might want to go ahead and I believe we're going to throw it to ads while we get set up for the next race.
Yep. Yes, that is correct. So we do have another set of short BO3s coming up. It's going to be the second Lizards Quarters match. We will take a quick break here while we get set up with the next 2 runners. Just before we go, a quick reminder, you can check out GDQ's International Transgender Day of Visibility celebration, which is going to be a week-long event highlighting transgender speedrunners on March 29th and 30th. You can use !transvisibility in Twitch chat for more information about that. We will be back in just a few minutes with the second Lizards Quarters matches. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are hosting Mystery Tournament 19. We are in the middle of our Losers Quarters brackets, or I guess the Losers Quarters bracket. Lizards Quarters, my apologies. This is the second Lizards Quarters match, and I'll hand it right over to both of you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another exciting match, another best of 3 sort between Ness Kamikaze and Jay Lamsey. And for the rest of this match as well, I'll be joined by our good friends Phantom Matt and Church and Sarge. Matt, how are you today?
All right, I got some nice tea here next to me, and I'm hanging out with some fine people.
Yo, and Church, have you been enjoying yourself so far?
Heck, yes, I have. MT is what I look forward to every single year.
Heck yeah. And we've got two incredible racers here for this next match. And boy, howdy, they could not be on different ends of the spectrum in terms of storyline. Ness Kamikaze, unknown, known. First joined in MT3, is adamant that the only reason they didn't join MT1 is because they were simply not awake that day. It took place over just a single weekend, the first mystery tournament. Has been with us for an eternity, 14 races. The second, I believe, either the first or second most games are raced on SRL in total. It's either between Ness Kamikaze and some girl, I believe, for the most different games raced, with well over 700 games recorded. Ness Kamikaze is a force to be reckoned with, a known, a constant face in this, has been in top 8 before, is doing it again, and we love him. We've seen him a few times. We love him. A great storied history. But this next person, who the heck is Jay Lamsey?
Jay Lamsey is pretty cool. New racer, first time here. Made it to top 8. Very similar to the last race that was on stream. Very good player versus Dark Horse coming out of nowhere. And the match has been pretty good. Jay Lamsey also is making the lower bracket run. Is just gone through the trench.
Yeah, Jay Lamsey lost the first match. If you looked at the first match, it was like, who's this Jay Lamsey guy? Oh, it's going to be another story of the people who joined once and done and got knocked out pretty good. I mean, that's fine. Remember, folks, 50% of people go 0-2, or 25% of people go 0-2. All right, that's just how it works. So you think, oh, this is just going to be...
Math sounds right, but I'm like, my instinct is to argue with you, and I don't know why.
Bro is already wrong, because only 25% of people in here went 0-2.
That's what I just said. I fixed it. I said 50%. Oops, 25%.
I said 25% of people in here.
In here? Oh, well, Either way... All right, the comment I was making is, if you look at the first match, you might not think this was going to be the story that we're looking at, but dear God, it is. This is the longest possible run through the tournament, and Jay Lamsey is nailing it, has started to join matches and making other people nervous, is just absolutely knocking it out of the park here, and we're going to see if Jay Lamsey has what it takes to show the old guard what's going on. This is the epitome of old versus new here, and we have a game up right now for you folks. It's going to be, well, as soon as I know that we've transferred over. I realize there's a little... I'm so used to seeing it on a different screen where we actually have the mystery tournament racer cards. So, like, I know when it's been switched over perfectly. But Lumina Rush!
A bit quick on the draw there. Yeah, we're playing Lumina Rush. This is a demo on Steam. The goal is going to be to beat all demo levels, and this looks spicy. I looked at the page for this.
Ooh. I mean, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm explicitly trying to avoid seeing games that we've got, because I like to be excited by them as the race goes on. It's part of the fun of commentary. Not only do you get blind racers here in Mystery Tournament, you also get blind commentators. And honestly, I'm not going to lie, blind commentary is kind of fun, actually. Like, they're trying to figure out the game, we're trying to figure out the game.
According to the Steam page for this, Lumina Rush, a high-speed single-player platformer built for speedrunners.
Ooh.
Looking at some of the footage, I think we're going to be in for it with that.
I mean, you can't call yourself light speed without being a very fast game, right?
I think they mean that in multiple respects this time. But we'll find out as soon as our race is ready.
Yeah, we're just waiting on one final racer. Might have just stepped out for the bathroom for a moment. So it's going to be just a few moments while we get going here. What kind of mechanics do you think we're going to see in this game?
I can't say because I looked at the Steam page.
All right, Church, what kind of games? You got a game called Lumina Rush. We can see from this.
I can't say because Matt already talked to me about it.
Fine, all guess. We've got two colored light, and I don't have to guess. The race is beginning in 10 seconds. Time is saving me from this commentary. Oh, you could not flip coins in the better timing. All right, everybody, the race has begun. We've got a dashing. We're running. I can't even read that text. It's so fast. Okay, it looks like we got check marks. We hold down the circle to reset at the checkpoint. We press X to jump or something like that. We hold X to restart at the start. Ah, I see. We have a restart at the start or do the thing. Hold A to jump higher. We got wall jumps. Of course, we have wall jumps. We have double jumps. Why, this just seems like it's a platformer for platforming's sake. Matt, is this just a platformer for platforming's sake? No,
it's got other things coming. Don't worry.
Okay. We got gimmicks. We got mechanics.
Oh, we got
now we're seeing the red. It filters through as we have a danger zone, I imagine.
Oh yeah. Don't ever touch the red squares. Red square's bad.
Hey, in some cultures, Reddit, what is this? We got a gun!
Oh, yeah.
We got a gun! We're shooting the gun behind us! Yes! I love shoot gun behind you to make speed. That is legitimately one of my favorite mechanics.
Rebound mechanics are great. Love these.
There is no time to explain. We are on our way.
And as I believe Internet Dirigible said somewhere, I believe it's in chat, this game has a lot of opportunities to go fast. We're going to be seeing quite a few mechanics. We got springs. We have our lovely platforms that magnetize to us. We got the gun so far. Lamsey cleared.
And if I'm understanding this correctly, the blue platforms will give you a charge for your gun.
Seems like it, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that charge, I wasn't sure if it fades after a certain, yeah, it does fade after a certain time. It might be it fades when you're on the ground, so it might be that you have to jump off the blue platform in order to get a shot. But right now, Lamsey is cruising through there with already 3 stages ahead.
Taking this game like a fish to water. Now I got...
All right, we're just learning that we have to do some stuff here. We got to bounce and go. You have died. Press the button to restart. Do you think that when we two meet our time, we will just be presented with red text that says you have died?
No, not for me.
You were going to ask if we would get a button that said press to restart.
It's going to be the Dark Souls 3.
Yeah, just you have died. That is it. Just fades into view.
Big, bold red letters, GG.
All right, here we go. Hey, what good is a mystery tournament commentary without religious philosophy?
I
don't know.
Oh, we need to restock the gun, bop into the ceiling, which restocks our gun again. Oh boy. Ray's like, Roar, you know you can't talk about that. I'm going to have to ban you. Bad jokes. All right. Look at the speed, though, between Jay Lamsey, though. Yes, Kamikaze is still kind of like trying to figure out a lot of stuff, and Jay Lamsey's just going.
Oh, that jump looked really tight on my screen.
Ooh, big skip there.
Look, Fireball gets it.
You can't shoot yourself into the ground. So, like,
that's unfortunate.
So, is the gun being aimed with the right stick, do you think? And then press button to fire?
I feel like it has to be right. I unfortunately missed the pace spin. So.
I think I have it somewhere, probably.
Jalen doing up that wall? Dash that wall.
Not specified.
Well, we'll find out in time.
I'm sure. Yeah, it definitely looks like they're pointing. Like, it definitely looks like it's not based on your movement, so it's got to be pointed and everything. So what do we have? Oh, yes, empty staple grapple gun time.
That's the thing specifically that I decided, no, I have to tell somebody about this because this is going to be good.
Yeah. All right, folks. We have. Remember when I said earlier that you got to be good at like golf and lawnmower and stuff? I may have explicitly let out or not said anything about grapple guns, and I am so glad I get the grapple gun game. Let's go. We love grappling as a mechanic. Why? Because it's an incredible aerial control and momentum-based mechanic. Honestly, like, there are few games where grappling is not fun in some way, shape, or form. It might be legitimately the thing you can add into almost any game and make it slightly better. I'm playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and without spoiling anything important, there are grappling hooks, and I'm just like, hell yeah, let's go. So just go ahead, just give me a grapple at any time.
Yeah, love me some grapple.
And look at how
You heard it here, folks. Slay the Spire 2 better have a
it better have a grappling hook.
Doesn't it already? Isn't that a card?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Riot, if not. Look at how good Jay Lamsey is doing this. There's not even a beat being missed here. I'm trying to watch Ness Kamikaze stream with equal deliberation and try to like say something about how Ness is playing, but by the time I blink, Jay Lamsey has come across another part of the stage that just has to be commentated on. It's incredible what's going on here, and Ness Kamikaze is doing really well.
Yeah,
gotta get used to that speed. There we go.
Now here we get an opportunity to maintain momentum across multiple grapples. I love this.
Oh yeah, look at that cruising, and we're just kind of like cruising up the wall too with the
It's a wall dash.
Speed of the spring.
Yeah.
Ness is having a little bit of difficulty here with some of these prior stages. Now, Ness being a more seasoned competitor knows that grappling hooks are very useful in Mystery Tournament. Do you think that kind of skill might be beneficial, that Ness is going to be able to be like, yes, grapples, I know how to deal with this? Or is Lamsey just that good at precision platforming?
I mean, I feel like it's just a matter of getting used to the movement so far.
Like, yeah, Jay Lamsey, as said in chat, the sight reading is just on peak right now. It absolutely is. Just being able to identify everything that's coming up quickly and accurately enough.
Very, very Twitch platformer going on here.
Like, Ness Kamikaze is falling really far behind now.
It doesn't feel like it has proximity wall slide. Birzek. Because they are hitting up against walls, but not clinging.
It looks like you can do a little bit of a wall shenaniganry to give yourself a wall dash that is a little bit less than... Yeah, there's absolutely some wall dashing happening, not just the springs. What is this? Oh, we got teleporters, folks. And they seem to maintain some degree of momentum from how you get shot out of them. It looks to me like the further you are from the gun, the faster you exit the gun.
We also have Ness discovering grappling. Now we're gonna merge grappling with different mechanics. Wee.
Oh no, it seems to be the speed that you go into gun has a fixed acceleration as you leave it, but maybe you get a little bit more if you're, I don't know. I'm not understanding the gun's specific momentum usage. Okay, yeah, it's definitely the faster you are going into gun, the faster you fly out of gun.
A lot of gun.
There is a lot of gun. You get to shoot yourself backwards, you get to shoot yourself forward. You just go flying, and then look at that, Lamsey checking the map. There's a button to look at the entire screen.
There definitely was. We saw it earlier. I had associated it for a Switch, but it just happened to be coincidence.
Oh, okay.
All right, Ness using a little bit of momentum carry to get enough speed to fly around.
Yeah, there you go. Chat saying we gotta get the run button, because, you know, first we got the gun button, then we got the fun button, then we got the double gun button. Now we need the run button.
Look, this game is, we love all speed mechanics. Let's just have a game with all of it.
You know, I'm down with that.
Yeah. As long as it utilizes it well, which we are.
Yeah, the grapple is legitimately enjoyable in terms of how it messes with your momentum. Ness Kamikaze is still working on now getting to the booster grapples at this point. So yeah, these ones we didn't really get to talk about much because Lamsey just plowed through them. But they are booster grapples. As you're grappling them, you reach a certain speed with them pretty quickly. It might even be that it like fixes you at that speed immediately, but
You know, I'd take a bun button.
yeah,
Just have little ears on top of it. Nice climb there from Jay Lamsey on the second try.
I was trying to think of another pun button, but the bun button eluded me.
All right, so now we have lasers for colors. Specifically, this one is the teleporter.
Okay, so when we cross the laser, we now get a charge.
Yeah, as opposed to landing on the platform.
Okay, that's
What a
good.
recovery.
I can't land there. Level 3-8 already, though. This is ridiculously fast.
Full 10 level lead on Ness.
That's
Ness is
crazy.
just barely finishing 2-8.
And once again, Ness is not a slouch here, folks. Like, Jay Lamsey is just making this look easy. Like, I want to point out that this is a game, quote unquote, for speedrunners, and Jay Lamsey is blind reading gold times.
Crazy. And of course, this again speaks to the same thing that we had last time. Sometimes you just draw a game that you drive with. Ferris had it with Celeste platformers. And now here we have Jay Lamsey with Twitch platformer. Sometimes you just pull good. And that's part of the luck component for Mystery Tournament.
And that's it. That is it for Jay Lamsey is taking this win with a time of only 12 minutes and 31 seconds. Yes, Kamikaze immediately forfeiting, probably not because they didn't enjoy the game, but more likely that they're trying to help time press on. So, respect.
Again, by the way, it's $5 on Steam. If you like it, well, go throw some money. Try some more of it.
That seems like a fun one. All right, folks, like we said, these are the best of 3 sets, so we are not done just yet. The racers were given other games to set up, so we're not going to be swinging it through ad break just yet while we get set up for the next game. But we are just going to take a few minutes here to enjoy the fun of setup. You know, I keep asking, trying to engage our other commentators here with, you know, how are we enjoying our day first? But I want to hear from you, chat. How are you enjoying this tournament? Are you enjoying this tournament? Are we putting on a show? Can we hear ya? No, we can't. Your text on screen.
Roar, please.
I want to imagine that Roar is like all dressed to the nines as if they were in a stadium.
He's dressed like what's his name from Game Changer.
Hold on, let me
on
go.
a little podium.
Sam right?
Hold on, let me go to my car and get my suit. Oh wait, my brother borrowed my car. I can't get my suit, but
This really is just Game Changer the tournament. I can't believe that Dropout stole this concept from us.
You guys give me a chance once a year to come in and just let loose and run wild. And I take that opportunity.
Broken is absolutely correct. I'm thinking Sam Reich.
Are you forgetting the part where I also run a game show that's just like Game Changer?
That's true, isn't it?
That is true. I do run a game show that is exactly like Game Changer, but for video games, folks.
I have to wonder, who's the Brennan Lee Mulligan then? Who's being tortured by Roar?
I mean, I can't go on monologues like Brennan can, but I feel like at some points Roar is just here to mess with me.
Yeah, it definitely is you. It definitely is you, Church. Congratulations, you're Brennan Lee Mulligan.
It's definitely me giving ID infinite regret because, folks, I want to give a shout out to our tournament runner, Internet Dirigible. You see, Mystery Tournament, we've commented a few times here that Mystery Tournament is one of the longest running speed events. And the reason why it is one of the most consistent and long-running speed events is because we have so many talented people working in the background. Internet Dirigible is our current showrunner. We had Boney, who originally created the tournament, ran it for the first 10, 11 tournaments. Exuno took over the tournament after there. I took over the tournament for a few runs, and then Internet Dirigible has taken over the tournament for a few runs. It's been absolutely incredible to pass the torch between so many talented people, and I honestly believe Mystery Tournament will continue to persist in the future, so long as we have incredible, wonderful people behind the scenes who are willing to make this happen. So a huge shout out to every one of our testers. We have an infinite amount of testing that we do to make sure that everything is working properly, especially during top 8 where we don't want hiccups, where we don't want things to go wrong. We have incredible game submitters. Everybody, we would be seeing the same stuff over and over and over again if you didn't have a passion for showing off something cool and interesting. And to all of our commentators who work on the Mystery Funhouse channel, folks, if you don't know, we do have a secondary Twitch channel that this tournament is broadcast on. Almost every single match is broadcast on twitch.tv/Mystery Funhouse. We have incredible people in the background. Maurice, who built our Node CG dashboard for this. This is just an incredible amount of work goes into this by so many people picking up that torch. And I cannot thank them enough for getting us in this position in the first place. So shout outs to you. Shout outs to every single person who is behind punching in just one bit of data that is required to make this tournament go round. And Matt. Matt is the guy that puts our YouTube channel together. Like, it's incredible, the work that goes on around here. So thank you. Genuinely, thank you. Another 10 years, Mystery Tournament. I've been here since Mystery Tournament 10. I'll be here till Mystery Tournament 30, I hope.
Well, I certainly hope we have more than 10 more after this.
Yeah, it's just I can't guarantee that I'll still be alive in 10 years, okay? It's a joke about mortality or something. I don't know.
Think positive, Roar.
I can't guarantee that I'll
Still be playing games in 10 years?
You know, actually, since my carpal tunnel's pretty bad, I can't play mouse and keyboard games for very long, so there you go.
I believe that in 10 years we'll have like the nerd gear set up. You'll be
They'll
fine.
be wearing power gloves to allow him to play video games.
It's so bad.
Oh my god. We had to make Roar play every game forever on Power Gloves.
I'm doing it. Let's go. You got TMR doing his Nest Quest. I'm going to do Nest Quest, but with a Power Glove.
And this is
And as
how we
many
start
motion
Roar.
controls as possible.
This is how we start Roar's swift descent into insanity.
That already started a while ago. Did you know that? Yeah, no, I won't. I'm not gonna quote unquote advertise my own stream here, but let's just say that already happened. Okay.
Oh god.
Trust me, there is a Drawyo sheet that should not exist that looks very much so like the It's Always Sunny meme. I may have tried to figure out every video game crossover, and it does not look good.
Once he hit smash, then he was just done. He never made it out.
I still haven't even made it out of the Final Fantasy loop, and I still have 40 more characters to go.
That's unfortunate.
All right, folks, we're just getting the other race set up here. We just had to do a little bit of bookkeeping in the background in order to make sure that the other prior race got recorded and get set up. So we're just a little bit slower than expected, but that's all right because we're going to make up for it in speed.
Gonna be a good one.
And yeah, we've been mentioning it earlier, but even if you don't want to officially join Mystery Tournament and participate, all of the races are free and available to participate in. You do not have to wait for your own match. You can jump into any matches. They're all hosted publicly, so you can join in and race against the racers whenever you want, just for fun.
Yeah, this is all you gotta do. We use IRC for Speedrun Live because it just does better databasing interfacing. So we've been using it for a while. And if you think, oh, that's a lot of work to get into Mystery Tournament, we actually on our mysteryfun.house website, we actually do have an IRC up there, I believe, that lets you link into Speedruns Live through a web browser, so you don't even need all the nonsense. Am I correct in that? I believe that's a thing that we got set up.
I mean, there's only one way to find out. Like the link.
Yeah, you should click that link. You should, chat. You should tell me if I'm wrong by clicking on that link and exploring the website. Yeah, do that. Do that to prove me wrong. Mm-hmm. Do that entirely to prove me wrong. All right, folks. We have the racers are getting ready now. What game do we have going on, Matt? What the heck is this game?
This looks like a game that I've played a lot of, but it's not. All right, so it's another precision platform we got here for us.
I know exactly what game you're saying it looked like.
Of course I know what you're saying it looks like.
Yeah.
It's Unduster.
This is definitely not Dust Force.
Yeah, well, I'll figure out a way to submit that one day. We have a vacuum. We can run, jump, suck, blow, because vacuum. And what's our goal? What are we doing here? Beat the demo? Beat the demo.
Beat the demo.
Love
Sometimes demos get submitted. It's a really fantastic race because it lets you achieve completion while maintaining the freeness. So, oh, we got a cute little granny with the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. Of course, we are off. Ness is putting in a job registration.
Was that part of the pacement to do that ahead of time? Yeah, I saw Jay Lamsey do that ahead of time.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't know where the pacement is. Gone. Vanished from my site. Yeah,
all right,
vacuum.
Got 50% of vacuum power.
Yeah, look.
Ooh. So the vacuum can pull us up, and I assume that it's got recoil if we aim it down and blow.
Oh, yeah, so this definitely has back to the Celeste roots. This was all best of 3 Celeste.
All right, it looks like we get charges for our vacuum, too, which will pick up in these little batteries.
Yeah. How do we know what our battery is at? Do we have a visual aid on screen? Yeah, it's showing us a little charge, I think, in the pack. The purple is filling up. Yeah.
This is really just a Celestial Hotel from Celeste.
Yeah.
We're back at it again.
Yeah. I was definitely getting those vibes from this.
Yeah, we can use the joystick or mouse to aim the vacuum, giving us better control to actually suck and blow ourselves around.
You know, I'm going to say I'm disappointed that we got 100% battery. Now we fly! I'm not disappointed anymore. I was going to say I'm disappointed that we're not sucking up dust specifically and we're just platforming, but I'm no longer disappointed. Let's fly. Think happy thoughts, Matt, about vacuuming.
I can't. I don't like that character.
Fair. That's fair.
All right, so it looks like checkpoints are janitor cards, right?
Or what? Oh, yeah, little janitor cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
It also looked like Jay Lamsey just did a big skip in that level. There was an entire set of batteries that was like, by the way, go this way, and Jay Lamsey's like, no. I don't want to.
It's an evil slug-looking thing.
I think that's our boss.
This isn't Dust Horse, this is Carol Blaster. Oh no.
I think you're supposed to go talk to your boss. Bye-bye.
Have we been fired?
Oh, there we go.
No, we got a job to do.
Our pension, though.
Yeah. It lasts
is
for the
another
rest of our
concern of
life.
There's going to be some complaints about this.
None of this is structurally sound. How are we supposed to work on this work site?
I know I've been at one too many construction sites that have spikes on the floor.
It is an excellent point. Maybe we're in here because we aren't cleaning anything. What are we doing? Also, I'm gonna have to take Chat's word for it. I can't hear the screen.
Have we reached underworld levels because we're just bad at our job? We're not even vacuuming anything. We're just spitting dust everywhere. Like this is not unduster. This is unduster because to dust is to remove dust because of weird language things. And now we're spitting the dust everywhere, so we're technically undusting. This was never about cleaning.
Well,
the language was in the title all along.
Right now, you're just trying to get to the job site, right? Then you can do your job.
I like to imagine that this granny was one day away from retirement. This is her fighting back against the company, just messing up all the work sites.
You know?
As spite for letting her go one day before retirement.
All right, we're flying, we're cruising. Nest Kamikaze has entered into the main area. So it looks like we might have the slightest bit of a retime as well because of the, basically during these races, sometimes something can go wrong. I mean, they're blind racing. You never know what's gonna come across, in the match. Like sometimes we have people whose game runs a little bit differently. Sometimes we have just a little bit of a misinterpretation of pacement. And we don't like to, under the most circumstances, kind of penalize those kind of issues. So we'll often do a little bit of a retime for these races. And I believe Internet Dirigible said that we might be looking at a retime for Ness's hiccup with the start of the menuing. That menuing is a skill most of the time, so we don't often do a lot of retimes for some like menu hiccups. You saw that in the B-sides earlier with Frogfall, but for some instances like that where it like doesn't really influence the whole of the game, just has a moment at the start where you have to do something that was unintuitive with the inputs. Yeah, we'll do some of that sometimes.
I'm looking at the pause menu and this maid lady seems so sad.
Yeah, she's been condemned to the pits of hell for spitting out dust.
It genuinely distresses me to see the pause menu.
It does look so sad. This is a real
why am I
tough
here just to
checkpoint.
suffer face?
The very tough checkpoint here. All right, here we go. Ooh,
I wonder how effective it would be to feather your vacuum on the blow.
No, this is a vacuum game, not feathering. The game would be called dusting otherwise, not unduster. We just covered this.
Or
Me.
how dare you?
Double me. Jay Lamsey's doing really well with this. Like,
nice little control. You could probably skip this completely
I
with
think
some
you might.
light taps in the middle.
That's what I
Jay Lamsey's lighting it up. Almost made it.
just as we thought about it, Jay Lamsey's like, wait a second, can I just do this? May have determined that it's not as, fair. It's not easy enough compared to what you can do otherwise, but...
It seemed like the granny's head went into the spikes there.
Oh, yeah,
the
no, it's definitely
hitbox isn't the granny's full body. There's some bullet hell stuff going on here now.
Oh no.
Also, what are
Ness is still a little bit behind. Hopefully we can get the info on how long that retime is, so I can kind of give you an idea of just how far each player is, because it's entirely possible that Ness is actually ahead with that retime. Hint, hint, wink, wink, ID, nudge, nudge.
hey, give ID a break. Come on now. Take it easy.
Never. These are the most stressful 2 days of ID's years.
Railkin was right. ID really is Brandley Mulligan.
Yeah, no, I agree.
30 seconds.
About 30 seconds? Yeah, so Lamsey is definitely in the lead here at this point.
He's just cruising.
This is so we often do have during top 8 we like to do thematic brackets during this, so it's not surprising to me that we're having like 4 platformers that are all dash heavy and movement heavy, because like we like to kind of create a reflection of the bracket for both sides, for both players in the bracket, and maintain the theme. So this doesn't surprise me, and it's definitely going to come down to, because the thing is that we set top 8 games well in advance of top 8. During testing, the way that top 8 games come about is that during testing, we will have the testers go, wait a second, I really love this game in particular. It makes for a good show. It makes for a good test of skill. It makes for everything that we want in a top 8 game. I'm marking this for top 8. Somebody else come take a look at this and tell me if you agree. And then eventually a couple testers will flag a game for top 8. More people will play it because they're really curious about what goes on. And then if we all love it, we'll have a nice serious debate about whether or not it goes in. This all happens right when the tournament starts, because of how much we try to get all the testing done ahead of time. So we're setting up top 8 before winners 2 is even done. So we have no way of knowing who is going to make it to top 8. So we can't rig this in terms of like, oh, we know that Ferris is going to top 8 and he's good at precision platformers, we're going to go that route. We don't know that. So we don't. We set it all up ahead of time. So right now, these players rocking this in their own way, you know, there's no way to say we built this for Jay Lamsey. Jay Lamsey's just good. But Ness ain't too far behind. I think we just saw Jay Lamsey go through this wobbly section here, actually.
I got a sticker. I'm not sure this is...
Wait, is Ness actually like legitimately 1 checkpoint behind?
I honestly don't know. I don't remember seeing Jay Lamsey do this, but this is an optional section.
Yeah.
Is this an optional section? Thanks for playing the demo. It's over.
Oh my good grief.
That was it. That was the end of the match already. What the heck? Folks, Jay Lamsey takes both of the races today with very, very convincing shows. Oh my God.
Hold on. Wait, these
Why
pictures
is
on the
one of
demo.
those? Yeah, you can wish list a Discord that you could, give them money, please, and then, you can have your greedy indie devs town, and then this is okay. And then there's the happy maid because you're a part of it, and then the maid smooches the vacuum, as you do.
Interesting.
The comment from Jay Lamsey on this is, this game sucks and blows.
Well played.
All right, folks. Well, that's going to be it for our commentary today. Not it for the tournament. We still have another set here. I believe 1 match that is a full best of 3 remaining, if I'm remembering correctly, right?
Correct. That is absolutely correct. We have a full game best of 3 coming up for Lizard semis, which is going to be games that are more around the estimates we were seeing earlier, the 35, 40, 50-minute estimates.
Yeah, so thank you all so much. Once again, thank you so much for having us. I will be back tomorrow. Matt, I believe you're joining me tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
That's it. So thank you so much for having us on this commentary block. Chat, you're always lovely. I love you so much. Thank you, and goodbye.
Yeah, thank you both for being here. It's always a pleasure having you all on here and doing commentary with you. Thank you for the fantastic commentary. We are going to take a quick break here while we get ready for the last set of the game. Just a quick reminder before we go. GDQ will be live at PAX East May 8th through 11th. Submissions are now open until March 23rd. You can visit submissions.gamesdonequick.com to submit your runs, and accepted runners will be provided an event badge. We are going to take a quick break. Back in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today, we are hosting Mystery Tournament 19 Top 8. This is our Lizard Semis matches. I will hand it over to our new commentators here. Let everybody introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what you're about to see.
Hi, my name is Internet Dirigible. I'm the Mystery Tournament organizer this year. And helping put together Top 8 and seeing all these great games raced. The other two can introduce themselves now.
I'm Shrambles. I am a participant and frequent game submitter, so I am excited to see what is going to be a very fun Lizard Semis matchup. And then last to introduce themselves, FFAO.
Hi, I'm FFAO. I've played in Mystery Tournament before. In the last few years, I've been testing, and both of them have been really fun. And I expect this Top 8 match to be really fun as well. Excited for it.
Yeah,
you couldn't have two more opposite players in the sense of like histories. We have Ferris V5 on the one side, previous MT champion, trying to actually like win a second championship in a row versus Jay Lamsey, who was joined for the first time and has had an amazing showing.
Showing off some of that J-Lam speed. I think it is kind of crazy. I mean, we've said it all day long because of the way Jay Lamsey has progressed through the tournament, has just had to play a lot of games today, and maybe a lot tomorrow too. We'll see how this one goes. But we didn't really know anything about him, and here they are, just destroying this. Ferris V5 obviously was like that at one time too, so legends must be born someday. But it's probably, I mean, there are arguments. There are arguments among the annals of the Mystery Tournament on who is the GOAT, who's the greatest of all time. There's a lot of discussion. Ferris would be in the discussion. If you said Ferris is the greatest mystery player ever, no one would be like, "Oh, well, that doesn't make any sense." No one would argue with that. It's crazy. This is going to be quite a match.
Jay Lamsey's going to try to make a name for himself in this match. We have a best of 3 for this losers semis. So there's going to be potentially 3 more games you'll get to see today. And as an audience, you probably want to see all 3. If you're a player, you want to get your 2 and be done. But who knows what will happen?
Yeah, we've got a pretty fun game coming up. This is a dev who we've seen, like, ever since they started making games, we see their submissions every year, often in Top 8. They probably had 5 or 6 games in Top 8, and they just keep making new games, supposedly for game jams, but I don't know where all these, like, highly polished, long games are coming from for these game jams. I don't know what kind of deal they've made, whose pockets they're lining, but every year
happen to be the perfect length amount for a mystery tournament. They end up being between 25 to 50 minutes long, and they're always unique and always like fun mechanics every time. It's just amazing how consistent an indie dev like this can be.
Yeah, the dev being, I will spoil it because I doubt it means a whole lot to people in the chat. Maybe it does. The dev is called Team Bugulon, and I don't know what that means. but that's the name of the dev. We've seen in the past from them, if you've been watching Top 8's, been watching Mystery Tournament, we've seen Grabanaki and the Halloween spinoff Spooky Naki. We've seen
Tailspin, which is a dashing gem collecting game.
Stargrove Scramble, that's a good one. And it looks like we're about ready to see this next one, which is in fact Gato Tag. A wonderful, wonderful game.
Yeah, not only is it, it
cat.
has great mechanics, it's got a killer soundtrack.
It's true, yeah. Nice and funky. We got a lot of inspiration behind this one. And I can start to... I'll explain some mechanics once we get into it.
Yeah,
all right.
We have started.
So, this game is kind of a hybrid platformer and Tetris game. So, as you can see, you have a wall jump. It's important to recognize that you have a double jump and a wall jump. It's important to recognize that your wall jump only works on blocks that are within the level, so you can't use the wall jump on the side walls. And in most of these stages, a Tetris blocks will be falling that you also have to control. So you control your character as well as these Tetris blocks and where they land. And by rotating these blocks around and choosing where to drop them, you can get up to the top faster. You can ride them while they're still falling. You can wall jump off of them. It's crazy.
Yeah, and there's a lot of like little secret mechanics that we'll see that you can utilize to really make it a lot more efficient. You can't really hold blocks like you do in Tetris, but the pieces always circulate in the same order. So you're always going to see the same Tetris pieces. It's not going to be a randomized group like you would normally see in Tetris, nor can you kind of like manipulate when you can get certain pieces. So we'll always be consistent, so you can always make a plan each iteration.
One detail that might be important for some cool tricks is that the blocks are solid while they're still falling, so you don't actually need to wait for the block to fall to stand on top of it.
It's true.
You can do some cool tricks with that.
One thing that's really powerful is you can do a wall jump and then do your double jump after that. And you can do that on blocks as they're falling past you. And by doing that, you can really gain a lot of height to kind of get on top of stuff. When you see the blocks fall fast, that's because the racers themselves are speeding it up. This game's kind of crazy. I use a controller for this, which is where you use the left stick to control your character and the right stick to control the blocks. I thought that was very natural, but you can play this with a mouse and keyboard as well.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned it yet, ID, but like you can wall jump, but you can't wall jump off of the side walls. You have to wall jump off of the Tetris blocks in order to actually wall jump.
Yes. That's really important to keep in mind. If you could wall jump off the side walls, you could really just kind of climb freely.
It's so funny that our racers are making the exact same tower here.
I think what's happening is we were actually seeing the preview of the same racer twice. I think they're working on fixing that. That's why they appear to be neck and neck. So soon our commentators will know.
Yeah, they're so close.
Soon we will know who is indeed in the lead. This first world doesn't have too many crazy mechanics. But as we go on, we've got this angry guy. This guy is an especially tough enemy. You have 3 health, by the way. That's an important thing to keep in mind. That angry guy who yells out the window with the funny noise is especially a tough enemy because his voice bullet goes straight through walls. Anything you've built up, so you have to be careful to avoid them.
Yeah, and HP management's not going to be too hard in these early levels in the first world, but it's going to be a very important thing to manage in some of our later levels. Most of these enemies aren't going to be too hard to avoid. We just have kind of like the floating orange guy, the man who shoots word bullets.
Yeah, World 1, we keeping it simple. You might think, well, Tetris, would you really play Tetris in Mystery Tournament with all the RNG? Probably not. But the thing about this game is there is no RNG. These blocks actually always fall in the same pattern, and it's usually like 5 or 6 blocks, and then it repeats. Ferris moving up, being careful. Still hasn't been using wall jump strats quite as much as I was expecting to see. I think we'll see more of it later on when it gets a little more, gets a little tougher. Yeah, I think this is a lead change. We're just now seeing both separate screens. Yeah, we got Jay Lamsey in the lead.
Yeah, both on Sesame Street. If you haven't noticed, these letters, I mean, the literal Tetris blocks are letters. So
Lamsey with a very interesting strategy here. So what you can do is while things are falling, you can jump around the edge because you have the double jump and kind of jump around the corner and land on it. That's kind of an advanced strat, but I ended up rotating into itself. So even when you've destroyed part of the block, the center of gravity does not change. It's still in the middle of it. So you can rotate it and kind of forget where that is and rotate it into yourself, and you can crush yourself in that way.
And there's going to be a clear of Sesame Street for Ferris. So Ferris is going to be taking the lead back.
Yeah.
Now we have our new mechanic with our blocks. Our blocks now have some faces that are on them. And if the faces touch the floor in any way, they will implode, taking out the piece that you just set down.
There we go. Jay Lamsey doing what I was just talking about with these corner jumps. Yeah, and the face mechanic is tough. You
can
lose
place
that
things
whole
on
block.
top of you can place things on top of faces. You just can't have the face impact the ground in any way.
Exactly. But we saw Jay Lamsey finish that last level by jumping off of a piece that was still falling. It doesn't matter where you really built the tower. Your goal is to just touch the goal tape. So if you can get there in some way, jumping on top of something that's still falling and just jump into it, that ends the stage. I think this race is really going to come down to who is more aggressive with these kind of jump around corner mechanics, wall jump mechanics, kind of do jump on stuff while it's still falling, that kind of thing.
So now we have two more different mechanics now. We have these sort of fence blocks and we have spike balls. The fence blocks is you can't jump on them, but you can place Tetris blocks on them. So you can essentially use them as a stopping point for your platforms. And Ferris immediately finishing that level very quickly.
Yeah, I think Ferris is really starting to get how much you can really push the game. And despite this being, I don't know, a game jam game, I don't understand how Team Bugulon pulls this off. But despite that, this is not a short game. We're in World 1. We're probably nearing the end of World 1, and there are 3 worlds, and they get increasingly harder.
Yeah, they must have some full-time staff to make these games because it has great mechanics. It's really polished. Great art. The music is fantastic. Like, you cannot ask for more from a team that is essentially just like putting out free games almost every few months.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like a big hobby. Maybe it's some sort of, they're trying to get into the industry in some way, or it's people who are already in the industry. As big of a fans as we are, this is probably their most polished, best game they've made to date. Jay Lamsey is in a really tough position here. There's nowhere to really land that block. Okay, you can get into a spot where you're like, well, I could just kind of build up a tower to the side for a while, but really you want to be always gaining height. So you have to think about kind of funny ways to start placing things. Ooh.
Yeah, we're getting some really odd-shaped blocks on Ferris's side now, like just 2x2s, the kind of the step ladder one. But it's going to be a clear for Ferris. So Ferris is almost, I think, their way through. That is all of the city levels. We are now moving on to the castle levels.
Yes, we've got Boos. They act like Boos in Mario. We won't call them that. They're trademark-free Boos.
Ghost is the more correct term. That is the more neutral.
That's the term that Shigeru Miyamoto can't sue you for. Ooh. So you do really have to watch your health. Ferris is doing a good job of just barely avoiding these hits because you don't have a lot of health. 3 hits, especially Jay Lamsey lost this stage last time in one of these talking guys yelling out his window.
But gets the clear there.
And I think moving on, yeah, it kicks you back to the main menu for some reason. Oh no, I don't know why it did that there. That means Ferris is quite far ahead if all the levels got played. We'll have to check that.
No, Ferris had 9 out of 9, so...
Wow.
Yeah, so Ferris is now dealing with our new block. Classic, it's spinning, kind of gear. Saw, that's the word I was looking for.
Yes. And you can stand right underneath it. A nice little get-out-of-jail-free card. These fences really make you have to start questioning how it is. Yeah, see, like for Jay Lamsey, that's... Maybe you can do the wall jump there. There we go. An early finish.
What a move for Ferris. Damage boosting a jump to get onto the platform. Could not jump or wall jump onto that spot, but cleverly using the spike ball to damage boost onto the platform to get further up. Health can be used as a resource in this game. And Ferris showing...
Go
ahead, ID.
Another weird mechanic. You can't wall jump after your second double jump, I think. Oh, here we're seeing a mechanic that's worth explaining. So if a piece has, since it's fallen from the top, has never been in a spot where it could fully materialize, it kind of stays in this pulsing state, transparent pulsing state, and you can push it through other blocks as long as it never gets out into an open space. So you can use that to your advantage to kind of waste blocks that you don't want, or, disadvantage if you can't find anywhere to place it. You still can jump on them when they're like that, though.
Ferris, unfortunately, trying to damage boost one too many times, has to start this level from the beginning. Got themselves trapped with the blocks. And then cleverly using that damage boost strategy again.
Crushing some enemies too, which I'm not sure which enemies can be killed. I think probably the ones that are walking around, probably. I don't know about these little rat water.
The rat guys. Drippies?
Yeah, the rat drippies. I'm not so sure about them.
So one thing about this game is because you always want to gain height, it's tempting to place all of your blocks vertically and make a very narrow tower. But then you can't avoid the enemies and you end up dying. So I think Ferris got up to this really early on, and now Jay Lamsey is too, that you actually want to make a more wider platform so you can dodge enemies better. And Ferris is actually placing most of the blocks horizontally instead of vertically.
Yeah, that's a really good point, FFAO. And we're going to see some foreshadowing of exactly why you want to be making wider platforms than taller platforms in our third world.
There is a third world mechanic that will kill you immediately if you make narrow platforms. Jay Lamsey in this level a couple times has actually pushed the main character accidentally by pushing a as yet dropped block into him. Might be able to do something fancy with that. I never did, but I don't know. These players are better than me, so you never know. We could see some crazy tech later if you can push yourself. You can't ever move a piece up, so I guess you couldn't do anything too exciting with it.
Ooh, yeah, and it's unable to get some frustrated mouse wiggles on Jay Lamsey, unable to get the wall jump to work correctly for him.
New mechanic. We've got slime, I suppose. Goop. I don't remember what the game called.
Paste. This is basically glue. So these platforms essentially work as glue. You can stick them to the walls and any kind of platform, but they make it so your first initial jump is a lot lower than your normal jump.
Yeah, it's basically barely a jump, but your double jump isn't affected, and neither are wall jumps off of glue. So that part is less of an issue than you might think. But being able to stick to stuff to the side of it is nice. You can really experiment with that.
You can also
Ferris
do that
is probably like 3 levels ahead of Jay Lamsey right now.
I've honestly lost track of.
It is unfortunate that it doesn't say the name of the level on the screen. Something we haven't mentioned, and something Tetris players have probably been screaming at the screen, is you do have a next piece counter. This crazy move from Ferris. What a corner jump there, gaining that height. So you could use the next piece counter to your advantage. I don't have a fast enough head to have kept track of that while I was playing, but you never know.
So now we're getting into almost all the mechanics that we've seen so far on Ferris' stream. We've got the crumbling blocks, the face blocks. We've got the spike balls. We might not see paste in this level.
Oh, we've got some right up there.
Oh, never mind. But yeah, you've got to be very careful with your platforms here. You cannot. Yeah, so just like that, Ferris is going to break one of his platforms.
Yeah, Ferris is doing kind of a slow and steady approach. You could be a lot riskier in this level, but then you'd also probably lose a lot more, which is slow. I don't know if we've talked about that yet today on stream, but when you die in these games, usually that's slower than if you didn't. Kind of a hot tip from your mystery community.
Yeah, that's another clear for Ferris. So Ferris is making very quick work of these levels now that they understand the main mechanics, really.
We've got this sort of angry neighbor. Ooh, was almost moving himself on the block. That could have been an opportunity to take advantage of it. These like angry, grumpy neighbors are by far the most like dangerous standard enemy in this game. They've come out of their like Brooklyn neighborhood and or have invaded the castle.
They have a very NIMBY attitude, not in my backyard.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I guess that, yeah, the face touched the spike there on Ferris's screen. Kind of a weird one. These enemies on Jay Lamsey's screen, we barely even saw them when they were in Ferris's level. They kind of just like trace around like those Mario 2 sparks or Zelda sparks. Nintendo sparks. We'll call them Nintendo sparks.
Yeah, but Ferris is doing a very great job right now managing their pieces. Getting enemies that would spawn out of these cages, taking care of them almost immediately.
Oh man, yeah. In a tough position right now. Okay. We're all good.
I think has the setup.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, and then gets the clear. Is that was the 9th level? We are going to the moon. We are in the final world.
Moon. This is a fast. I do want to point out this isn't the short games round. Certain players are just very good at games. Both Ferris and Jay Lamsey are cruising through this. By far, the biggest challenges do come in this the moon stages, though.
Yeah, because now we're introduced to these drill blocks. So if you put them anywhere, the drill is going to take out any platforms that are underneath it directly. Ferris just like trapping this robot. That robot did nothing wrong to Ferris, but Ferris is just saying, no, you've done wrong to me.
Ooh. Oh, something we haven't mentioned, that you do die if the screen catches up to you. That's the kind of main mechanic that keeps you moving. You can't just stop. It might be that only the Moon actually has this auto-scrolling mechanic, but I don't think that's true.
No, the whole game is. There have been some levels that had.
Been here the whole time. Both these players, it's just like not that important that it's happening. Maybe finally now it's getting hard enough that we.
So this is now the mechanic that you want to make wide platforms versus like skinny platforms. This is the Alien Baby. Alien Baby will essentially spawn where you are standing, and then just take out any platform that is underneath you. But Ferris, not even caring about the mechanic at all, finishes that level with relative ease. Maybe
hasn't even realized what the Alien Baby does, which is crazy. I think that level took me so many tries. It does come back, though, so needs to understand the Alien Baby. These spark blocks, I've never really fully understood. I think sometimes they get struck by lightning if there's nothing above them, so like you can't land on them. That's my thought.
Yeah, Jay Lamsey on the other side, dealing with the crumbling block level, is in a very precarious position right now.
Ooh, Ferris, we may be seeing a death from Ferris here. It's tough to get out of this, has 1 health left, needs to avoid touching this rat.
I think that's done. Yeah, Ferris has got to start this level over.
I think that may be the first step for Ferris. Maybe it's happened before.
And a good jump from Jay Lamsey, getting the clear on the crumbling block level. Still has a lot of ground to make up to catch up to Ferris, but is not out of this yet.
No, Moon really brings it. Not a great place for that. Oh, wow. Just barely. That's the power of the double to wall, or wall jump to the double jump strat. Ferris finishing that level, moving on to construction. Some fun fonts in this game too, if you're a font lover. Ferris is like, okay, got kind of lucky with the eyepiece there.
Yeah, this is a very interesting level. You're getting very little pieces that you can stand on, and a lot of these fence pieces that can essentially mess up your trajectory of putting pieces down.
Man, Ferris, I'm mesmerized. I would say more. I'm very interested in this strat here. It's working really well. And here it is. There's the jump. We're good. Yeah, and I think Jay Lamsey may be starting to catch up as far as number of levels. Something I think is fun to mention that we don't talk about all that often. Oh, well, I'll mention this mechanic first. When you hit these, it grows into all of the empty squares that it can see, including from other pieces. So you could really kind of like wait to hit these pink blocks, which you kind of want to sometimes because they can get in the way. It can be like too many. Yeah, these are some crazy moves. Something I want to point out is that sometimes, and like speedrunners will say this, and your typical GDQ content, yeah, there were no pieces there. I don't know what was going on.
I think what happened is I think Ferris may have accidentally stopped a piece on one of these like ledges.
Oh.
And so they were just getting stuck on that specific spot.
Yeah, just a casual break the game. It's all right, still ahead. We don't need to worry. No, but what I was going to say is speedrunning is, and the speedrunners will tell you, like, anyone can do it. It just takes practice. That's true of all of these games, too. Really, the main thing that we're usually seeing a difference in is just kind of how quickly people can pick up on it. Well, Ferris is
Yeah,
done.
this is this is not a good position. I think they can get out of it.
I believe Ferris has put themselves in a tomb of their own making and cannot get out of this. Yep, moving on. Jay Lamsey dealing with the alien baby, also not having a horrible time with it. Oh.
As soon as you say that, gets alien babied.
I know. That's one aspect you didn't even mention. It hurts you too. Like, yes, it destroys your platforms, but also, like, don't touch it because it's Mr. Drillin down there and it's going to get you.
Yeah, it's hitting you with both physical and emotional damage.
Yeah, because you're like, why's the baby? Where's his parents? Ferris, look at these robots. Whoa! All right, we're good. Exploded.
Yeah, I think Ferris has the plan.
I
don't know if that was.
Oh, I hate that even more.
Yeah. Ferris. I mean, this is exactly what Jay Lamsey needs right now to get this comeback to keep going.
Just barely surviving that alien baby. Yeah, this is the Jay Lamsey opportunity. Still quite a few levels behind, but any failure is more of an opportunity than none.
Yeah, I want to say it's just 2 or 3 levels back now, and Ferris is just having a rough go of these just builder blocks.
Yeah, with these guys specifically, I think you don't always have to necessarily activate them. Ferris is having a pretty good time by activating them, which is fine. But you can kind of build up a few before you even... Oh, there we go. I actually didn't think he was quite high enough they were quite high enough to make that jump. So
yeah, I think Ferris was relying too much on their ability to kind of wall jump and double jump out of any situation they created for themselves, and just realized that the safer method is just to make the tower so you don't have to rely on that.
Oh, that's a rough one to break. I think is going to need a new piece of equipment to get out of this. Meanwhile, Jay Lamsey, you can kill the mouse droppers. Oh, and made that hit the gold tape from down there. Again, didn't think that was completely possible.
Yeah, that is now just 1 level, now 2 levels behind because Ferris completing the next level. But the Alien Baby level part 2 is where I know dreams do not get created. I didn't know where I was going with that sentence.
That's
I thought
right.
I had it, but I didn't.
That's all right. We all forgive you. One thing about the Alien Baby is I don't even know if Ferris really clued into the mechanics the first time because they went through the level so quick, but looks like it's fine, honestly. This is really high up to not be having any major issues, so I think we're just good. Just no issue, whatever.
Ferris, yeah, it's just like that level just requires you to place those pieces down as fast as possible.
Ooh, Jay Lamsey. Oh, okay. So something you may not realize, even while that piece is transparent, you can still jump on the solid blocks. So Jay Lamsey could have gotten out of that, but it's tough to realize that if you haven't done it yet.
Yeah, and then Ferris's level now, we have an entire wall of glue. Doing some...
I think did a really similar thing, yeah, where they stuck the piece too high up and then got a bunch of pieces stuck on top of it. Ferris just taking a death, saying, I don't think it's a good idea to continue this stage if I'm going to take 2 hits right at the beginning. I agree with that.
Doing some masterful...
He keeps hitting that hole, and that's like pretty bad. Ooh.
This construction level is no joke. It has been the hardest level for both of our players so far.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of get yourself in a claustrophobic situation where how much you can do. Oh. Oh no.
I think Jay Lamsey can get this. Now I don't believe they can get
where
this.
you're trying to go for a wall jump that you can barely make, but then on accident you're hitting the piece from underneath and breaking it. Jay Lamsey has no health. Oh.
Oof. Ferris on the other side, making some easy progress here. Gets the spike ball.
Just a complete spikes. Just a complete trap of a piece. Got a fence?
Pretty close. I think can just jump on that. Can they double jump? They don't need it. They got the platform.
There we go.
Through.
Outer orbit. There's maybe 1 or 2 stages left.
Some very sick moves on Ferris's part. They are dodging these. Oh, now that's well, I don't know. I don't think Ferris is going to be able to get out of this one.
It won't be easy. Oh, okay. Well, careful.
Oof.
Jay Lamsey onto this level that gave Ferris so much trouble. Making it through. Ooh, yeah, probably has to hit that.
Has plenty of platforms though. I think Jay Lamsey is, as long as they can get, they just have empty block zone.
If they connect it with another one, it'll be effective. But yeah.
What a move! I think this is going to be a clear. That's a clear for Jay Lamsey.
Powerful move. Meanwhile, Ferris with a series of powerful moves of their own.
Yeah, is going to get the clear here.
Glipnarp. I bet you didn't think we were coming to Glipnarp. The alien baby is back.
This is the home of the alien baby. It is Glipnarp.
He lives on Glipnarp, of course. So this is a scary place to be in where Ferris is right now because alien baby is going to destroy the entire support. Stuff that you've landed will stay floating. Oop. But, yeah, it doesn't give you much leeway.
Yeah, the pieces that you get aren't going to be very easy. Like this one piece that Ferris has right now, the really wide piece, really nice to get a wide base, but has used it to essentially give themselves the narrowest platform possible.
Ferris destroyed. And even if Ferris had made that jump, the alien baby was on the way, only had a single wide platform. You got to set yourself up better than that to finish this level.
Yeah, this is where FAO hinted earlier. We want to make wider platforms than taller platforms.
Oh.
Otherwise, the alien baby's coming to get you.
He's coming either way. But
yeah, rent is due, and that alien baby is here to collect.
Rent is due. Glipnarp rent is not cheap, people. I'm sorry, we're not saying anything. This is intense.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Jay Lamsey restarting Danger House. Just a lot of different, just a lot of difficult pieces to work with here to make a consistent house, essentially. Well, Ferris on the other side, this alien baby is just not showing any mercy, but Ferris has now got a nice wider base for their tower.
Absolutely. The big thing, another thing we kind of didn't mention, more subtle mechanic is like the alien baby will destroy your stuff while it's in the air too. Oh, and now we've got a ghost. The place is haunted. The realtor didn't even disclose.
And I think that's going to be the clear.
That's it. I think that's GG.
And Ferris taking game 1 of this best of 3 set. So congratulations to Ferris, but
This is a best of 3 round, if we weren't clear. So this is just a 1 for Ferris, 0 for Jay Lamsey. Still time to turn it around. One of the things that will happen sometimes in Mystery Tournament is we get people who have played a lot of games. We had 2 other games planned for this round. They've played them before. So I got to pull out a backup. So give us a little time for setup, but it shouldn't be so bad. We can keep talking too. I don't know where we're at exactly, but I'm going to work on getting this game for these next people.
Do you want us to just vamp, or do you want to take a quick break? It's up to you. We can just vamp. I don't know how long.
Let's take a break. Let's take a break.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Let's take a break. It's a 3D game. We'll see how long it takes them to download it and things.
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. So just because of the 2 rejobs, we're going to take this quick break here. That way everybody has time to get things set up, and we're not rushing to get things going while we're vamping. So we'll be back in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is Mystery Tournament 19. This is Lizards semis. We are getting ready for the second match of this best of 3. I'll hand it right back over to y'all.
Yeah, we've got another game, folks. Like I said, I won't spoil what these games were redrawn. When we do a Mystery Tournament, and this is throughout the year too, we like to play games that the players haven't played before. Little unfair if you pull one and one of them's like, yeah, I speedrun that game. The other one's like, nope, I haven't seen it. It's like, well, I wonder who's going to win that match. So sometimes if you've just like seen footage of it or whatever, it's not going to help you much with the game. But yeah, even these very obscure games, both of one player had played one has played the other. I hope to use them later, depending on who progresses, so I won't spoil what they are. But we've got a different game coming to you. Another game, a first-person shooter, in fact. FAO, how do you feel about first-person shooters in Mystery Tournament?
I think it's especially interesting for this match because we all know Jay Lamsey is great at platformers, but I don't think he's been tested on much else. And to be Mystery Tournament champion, you need to be good at everything. So it would be very interesting to see how he deals with this curveball we're throwing at him.
Yeah, I know I'm quite weak at first-person shooters. There's been an old meme for years before I even was involved that says testers can't doom, and I do think it's true. It is still true to this day, although maybe we have some better than me for sure. But one problem with FPS games is sometimes they're just really just kind of, you got to wander around a lot, you know. So it's not always the fairest game to do a quick race of, because sometimes you just kind of don't know where to go, and one player gets lucky and goes the right direction first. This game is a free one on Steam, and it's quite straightforward. Very good point Pone Noob is making. Jay Lamsey did play a free student Steam game called Grim Hook, which is an FPS game where you shoot and you hook with like a grappling hook thing. That game was not easy, and Jay Lamsey won the match in that one. We've seen Ferris play FPS games before. I don't know if we've seen him this year, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a match like this. You never know how it's going to go. Have you played very many first-person shooters in Mystery Tournament yourself, Trambles?
I have played a couple. They are always an interesting beast, since you never know exactly how much experience you can pull from other FPSs into Mystery Tournaments, since like every FPS has its own kind of tiny unique tweaks that make them special and unique. Like you can't compare Doom to Halo. Those are two completely different styles of games, or you can even throw like Borderlands in there. Not that you'd see any of those games in Mystery Tournament, but that's kind of like a base that a lot of people have played, and that's really kind of what you need to draw your experience from in order to kind of just figure out exactly how an FPS will play, especially with how indie games and free games will like to mix up the formula with what you're actually doing. Some FPSs that we see, you don't even shoot. It's just FP.
It's true. It's just a first person something else. Yeah, unique is probably maybe one of the first words I would go to for this game. If that tells you anything. And I think we're ready to move into it. So I'll spoil. The game is called Fish Gun. What do you think that means?
Well, I would assume that you have a gun that is a fish. And that's as much as I'm going to pull from that. That even could be wrong.
Yeah, and as much as you might think that that's going to be like the main thing, it's like not even. Like that is true. You do have a gun that's a fish, but this game's a lot weirder than the fact that you have a gun that's a fish. This is going to be a really interesting race. The game is very enemy wave based, so you'll get into a situation where you find these fruit that you have to kill, and you have to destroy them. You can slide on the ground to go really fast. We've already seen that from some players. And once you kill the fruit, you can move on to the next area. But the main mechanic of this game is that enemies kind of constantly drop power-ups. And you can hold 3 different types of power-ups. You see there's the kind of green, the purple, and the blue on the right. And whenever you pick up one that's already green or purple, and you already have one, you replace what you have. And it massively changes the mechanics of your gun. It makes the bullet do different things, almost like a roguelike kind of thing.
And I can see on Jay Lamsey's screen right now, like he has one of the fruits, and he can actually choose to throw it as a sort of grenade instead of taking it as the power-up.
Yes, if you don't want to switch, you can. The ones you pick up, you can throw as a useful grenade, which are pretty cool. It's a cool mechanic. So the game is going to be about how fast can you learn what the different sort of symbols mean. How fast can you learn which ones are going to be useful for you and which ones you want to keep and which ones you want to throw like grenades. And how fast can you, like, how willing are you to sort of commit to the gun that you have when you could just say, well, maybe I want to find maybe a better mechanic. I'm going to try and find a different power-up. Also, you're fighting fruit in skimpy underwear for the majority of the game, or Cyclops fruit. That mechanic, it doesn't really have anything to do with Fish Gun, but that is the way the game is. Ferris taking an early lead, finishing level 1, moving on to the temple. We will be playing the whole game today. This is a free game on Steam.
The thing I don't think you mentioned is that eating the fruit also gives you a power-up, but it also gives you some health back. So there's also some element of health management, especially when you have a really good power-up that you really want to keep. And then I have to decide, do I want the health and potentially lose the power-up that I have? Or can I live with this low health that I have and keep my power-up?
That's a really good point. Yeah, when you get a new power-up, it gives you health. And so by not ever switching guns, you're not recovering health. So if you're getting hit, you just kind of have to switch guns. Some guns are definitely better than others. Some are very powerful. Different combinations can be strong. You think a game like Noita or something where you're combining all these different stats together, how crazy you can get. But I think you probably could play this game where you literally absorbed every single thing that you grabbed and could probably get through it okay if you were good at FPS games. But it's a risk playing like that. There's an interesting push and pull in this game. Risk versus reward, I know. Famous commentator Mythical9, who you heard earlier, likes to reference Sakurai's game dev videos, often talks about the push and pull. Every good game mechanic should have something that you're risking to do, whether or not you want to push forward with it and risk something else, or pull back and hang on to what you have and not risk it. That's kind of what makes games interesting.
Yeah, Ferris on the screen right now has this essentially rocket weapon. So just like missiles are raining from the sky.
Yeah, we've got We've got Mega Missile as the green. We've got Wider Spread as the purple. The purple is kind of like a modifier, and then the blue is also a modifier. So the purple and blue are like the same style of thing, and then I think the green one is always like what type of gun it is. Right now, Ferris has Mega Missile, and Jay Lamsey has Swarm. And I think Ferris still has a lead.
Ferris has a good lead, is not taking much damage in any of these fights, really. Just understands the strafing mechanic, just understanding not getting hit, not taking too many risks.
Ferris has a really interesting combination here. Has the Stingray weapon, which is like a slow laser that has to charge up. The rate of fire is quite slow. Oh, now has a different one. Now just has the normal laser. The blue that Ferris has is bounce off enemies and surfaces, which is a powerful modifier to have. That's one that I think is worth trying to keep. Any chance that you could accidentally hit something that's behind a corner, or your aim wasn't quite right and you hit it anyway, is generally good. However, Ferris is willing to ditch it for Bullets Explode.
The laser is very powerful. I think Ferris has been mostly using every power-up just to get a feel of what weapons there are, maybe.
Yeah.
But I saw they actually threw away a green fruit there because maybe realizes that this laser is actually really good.
Especially when you have this wider spread modifier, it's like a laser sheet.
Yeah, and there's not really much to debate with like a shotgun blast where you don't exactly know every time where those bullets are going to go or how much damage they're going to do. This laser seems very consistent.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, we've got Jay Lamsey with the laser now too. Only the single laser, but has other modifiers that are making up for it. Getting swarmed by these grapes. Don't want to get swarmed by the grapes. And we've got kind of an underwater aesthetic, which I think fits well with the fish gun. Again, I just don't get where the fruit are coming from. Yeah, there again, a while ago, I didn't mention it, but Ferris had the green, opted to throw it rather than absorb it. And if you're not getting hit, you don't really have to worry about the health absorption so much. Just kind of don't get hit, forehead, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, Ferris is just taking out these fruits. Gonna be finishing level 2, getting into the helicopter, it looks like.
Clipping into the helicopter. The speed tech.
Yeah, but Jay Lamsey has a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, I think in general is sliding less, which I think is good. It's easy to remember to slide when you're going in between sections of waves, but Ferris is taking advantage of this slide basically constantly, including while fighting the waves of enemies. And I think that's helping them take fewer hits and also get better angles of attack.
Yeah, these cherry bombers don't stand a chance against this laser. Ferris jumping over them, getting onto the next section.
So this is a scary section. These lasers in this section are permanent, and we're going to start seeing these sort of stage hazards. Those aren't coming from any enemy that can be killed. They're just here. And so you've got to be careful. Ferris is kind of constantly using these bounce pads, which seems to be a pretty good strat. When you're moving that fast, it's hard for the enemies to catch up to you.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like many of the fruit have projectile attacks. I saw the bananas have like essentially a rocket. But almost all these other fruit...
Because this game is so frantic, it's hard to tell what they're doing. There were certainly some enemies that gave more trouble than others. Okay, Ferris has swapped out wider spread for taller spread. So now has kind of a laser rather than a sideways sheet. It's got a vertical one. So it's going to have to manually kind of swing that through enemies. But presumably bigger enemies with bigger hitboxes are going to take multiple laser hits at once, which will be nice.
Yeah, Jay Lamsey also getting this taller laser.
Yeah, and Ferris's low health is going to have to start thinking about swapping out some parts. For pretty much all of last level, Ferris kept what they had because they didn't take any hits. So there's really no reason to experiment when you feel like what you have is going well. Here we've got a boss. I forget what it is. Can't see it because it's a pear. There we go.
Yeah, but this pear is just gone, immediately melted by the vertical laser.
The pear shoots out those thick green lasers like we saw as stage hazards in the last arena. And so when you get multiple pairs and you like kind of don't know where they're at, they're a real deadly enemy. You got to deal with them early. Yeah, these banana missiles, they do... we've got 2 pairs here. We've got to be careful. You can see these lasers swinging around.
Pair of pairs.
It'll shoot out this kind of red targeting laser, and then once that touches you, the actual green damage laser comes out.
And Jay Lamsey finishing the level, I want to say, is at least 3 minutes behind at this point. Maybe even more.
Yeah, this is pretty big. I would think Ferris is maybe in the second half of this level. Maybe not.
Ferris is just going to the end, maybe hoping to trigger this last enemy section, and maybe thinking that if I beat this enemy section here, maybe it will actually cause the door to open and it's not killing all the enemies. Either way, he's got not that much HP right now. What is this? Bullet spawn lasers.
I guess
that is an insane power-up.
Oh my god, it's so yellow.
These fruit don't stand a chance.
What did I miss?
You missed Ferris picking up an item that lets him just spawn lasers continuously.
Oh, yes.
Using his own laser.
That's a good one. For fast enemies, it's not all that useful because they're just going to move out of the way. But I remember liking that one. There's no friendly fire on that. I remember this arena. I think I died in this arena maybe more than once. There's this rotating, or at least one or a later one like this. There's this rotating green laser, which you can't deal with it. And you can get kind of a busy screen where you can't really see what's coming at you. Ferris is just kind of taking the hits. Maybe that's fine. You're supposed to jump over it, or at least slide under it, but who cares?
You don't need to do anything. You can just spawn a bunch of lasers in the wall, and it's just going to passively damage anything that comes into contact with it.
That is pretty powerful. Jay Lamsey just now beating the first pair. Yeah, this is a situation where it's a little bit of you have to question the sort of mystery game. Is it fair with all the RNG? I think it is, because there's a lot of sort of player management skill that can balance all that out. And we can see that here with Ferris, having recently got a very interesting, strong item, but even then is really making fast progress. Also, something I wanted to point out is that it's not always super obvious, like the exact progression method forward. It's generally forward, but sometimes you gotta find a bounce pad and get over a wall. Ferris has had no issue with it. Is immediately going to where they assume the designers want them to go.
Yeah, there's been some unfortunate platforming on Jay Lamsey's side. Doesn't always see where those speed platforms to make the jumps are. And so it's just losing a little bit of time just to those small moments. Yeah. And unfortunately, when you're up against a previous MT champion, those small moments add up. And it's clear that Ferris is taking almost all the advantage of this game mechanic, just like not slowing down, just taking every moment, especially with this laser gun.
Yeah, this is insane. The bullet spawn lasers, by the way, I'm looking on the GDQ stream, is on blue. So I think we're gonna not see Ferris swap a blue out. Has wider spread on purple though, and to lose wider spread would almost be just as bad. So like this is kind of a really powerful combination that Ferris probably wants to just keep. And if that's the case, should not be taking very many hits.
Yeah, what I'm assuming that Ferris is doing is that you can probably end up picking up. Oh, we now have slow, bouncy bullets. We have lost our spawn lasers.
Yeah. Not great for most of this. Although with the way that boss was, because it was up on the hill, the angle that you're up on like a pedestal, the angle that you shot at it, it was hard to spawn the lasers under it anyway. Here, this would not be so bad if you were spawning lasers under him. That would probably be pretty useful still. Doing the Dark Souls strats of just being very close to the boss, so he probably isn't like deft enough to hit you if you're close enough.
Yeah, and something else that like I think the players didn't really have to worry about. There's no ammo really. You just kind of have this charge in front of you, which just shows you how long you can actually shoot the weapon before you need to stop shooting it.
Yeah.
So there's no ammo management at all in this, really.
Which is, it makes for a faster paced game. It's fun for a mystery race. Ammo management, a lot of games with ammo management, you can kind of put yourself in an unwinnable position, which would be really difficult in a fast race like this.
So we've now entered this tube for Ferris.
Nothing left but us. In the tube, level complete. The valley to the chasm.
Yeah, I have no idea how many levels are in this game.
It's I think the chasm is maybe second or third to last. There aren't that many. It showed them all at the beginning. The one thing I would, fault this game for, I don't know, quite how much time the dev put into this, but the environments aren't super different from each other, so it can be difficult to tell the levels apart. This is a cool mechanic, though, this kind of grind laser, or not laser, rail. I'm just watching these lasers. I got lasers on the brain.
This is a solid laser that you can hold on to.
Yeah, yes, effectively. You do grab underneath it and you slide across it, kind of like, Sonic grinding a rail. And you can continue to shoot while you're on it, but I think your trajectory is fixed as soon as you touch the rail.
Yeah,
so you could kind of put yourself in a bad position if you're not careful.
Ferris is taking full advantage of it, clearing that fight very quickly. Yeah, Jay Lamsey now taking a death on the green circular laser. Where does that put Jay Lamsey? Okay, not too far from that checkpoint, but still.
So this is really interesting. Before, Ferris had spawn lasers when hitting a surface. Now has spawn bullets when hitting a surface, but because the main gun is laser, is spawning lasers.
They do not seem to be as effective as the spawn laser, though.
No, they're a lot more random.
Away.
Has swapped out spawn lasers for bullets explode. With the laser, it's kind of weird to think about how that would implement, but I think it just means when you take contact, it also does a little explosion. So it just makes the laser stronger.
Another little handrail for Ferris.
Gives you a little preview of what's coming up. Kinda. I think there are very few situations where you can actually not kill enemies. Did you play this one, FFAO? You did, right?
I did, yeah.
Do you know if there's any situations where you can just walk past enemies, or do you really need to usually kill them all?
I don't remember any situation where I can skip enemies now. Usually if there are enemies, there's going to be a door right in front of them that is closed until you kill them all.
Ooh, into the tube. I almost thought that was a solid wall and thought they had to jump up that somehow. Catching the rail. Hey, Lamsey on the previous level. This is sort of
still
the second to last fight before the big pair.
Yeah, still in this kind of green laser room. Has been struggling a bit getting these enemies down.
Yeah, for those of us that actually might take damage occasionally in an FPS game, which I think is most of us, but it seems to be Ferris is sort of outside of that realm. You can slide under this laser as well, which is kind of, it feels cool to do at the very least if it's not useful.
Ferris has just been very good at choosing when to take the power-ups, when to take the health.
And when to take the grenade, too. Because I think the grenade's pretty good. It's hard to tell exactly, but it seems to kill big groups pretty effectively.
Lamsey now onto the pair boss.
Oh, the cherries! They came out of nowhere. That was like a depth of field thing. Spawn distance.
Yeah, Ferris is constantly checking, constantly moving forward and only stopping when they get to a door that doesn't allow them to move forward. Kind of is letting the enemies come to them. Taking out as many, and there's the level complete for Jay Lamsey.
Nice.
But this is a big gap. This is...
Yeah, I would say it's been about 22 minutes in this race. Is probably about a 4 or 5 minute gap, maybe. Oh, we've got Oh no, we're not spawning lasers. In fact, we have bounce off of barriers and surfaces now, and now we do have spawn lasers. I see. What a situation we're in. Maim and slaughter indeed. I mean, this is just chaotic.
Players can see anything they're shooting, but I guess they don't need to.
No, Ferris can feel it. See, that's the thing. Sight is just one of the many senses.
And that's going to be another level complete for Ferris. Moving on to Mommy. Mommy probably sounds like the final level.
It does seem like that.
I don't know how long Mommy will survive this laser onslaught.
There is Mommy. It's going to take a miracle for Jay Lamsey to get this comeback. As I say that, unfortunately, taking a death.
And look at this generation on these health bars. This is crazy. Oh no! Okay, Ferris is like. Ferris doesn't seem to mind. It's not a big deal regardless.
Yeah, and that is Mommy. Is there a second phase to this fight, or is it already over?
Oh, when I lost connection, I lost the SRL room. So I don't know. Is that may be a dot done from Ferris?
We're fading to black. I think that's
Finn.
it. That's Finn.
That's a dot
like a
done.
fish.
Finn for
That's
the
a
fish.
dot done.
Wow, and we have... Yeah, this game is a lot like Serious Sam. That's a good comparison. We have Ferris moving on.
So Ferris is going to defend their title, going to try to take back the title of MT champion for Mystery Tournament 19. But big round of applause for Jay Lamsey, having one of the greatest lower bracket runs that we have ever seen in Mystery Tournament.
Yeah, perhaps the greatest. One of the... I mean, this is like... It's like 11 wins or something. It's crazy. One of the most impressive first years that I've ever seen, for sure.
Yeah, so no need to hang your head in shame, Jay Lamsey, because if you're going to lose to anyone in Mystery Tournament, losing to Ferris is like, and at least keeping it competitive too.
Seriously. Yeah, this is a Ferris, one of the only multi-MT winners, has established themselves as kind of grown over time. Was always good from the first time joining, but has grown over time to be this sort of unstoppable force in gaming. Yeah, great job to everyone who raced today, and also thanks to all the commentators. This is our final match of the day. We have established who is going into, or one of the people going into the losers or the Lizards finals, excuse me. Basically what we have left tomorrow is we're beginning with a best of 3 between Pika Pal and Mid Boss. That is the winners finals. And then whoever loses that is going to go up against Ferris in the losers finals. It's going to be a long day for somebody. And then whoever wins losers finals is going to be back in the grand finals. That's a best of 5, but as an advantage from coming in from winners, you already will have 1 win. And that's going to establish the winners in this tournament. Kind of crazy that we've already come this far. Do you have anything to add, FFAO or Shrambles?
I do not. I think you covered it pretty well. We look forward to seeing everyone back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern for top 3. There's going to be a lot more fun games to be shown.
Yeah, and also I want to say thank you so much to Games Done Quick for setting all this up. It's a very complicated hotfix stream for them. Usually you don't have people swapping this fast and coming in and out. So thank you to Church and Sarge for the host and everyone behind the scenes as well, helping make all this together.
Yeah, and thank you and all the testers and everybody. Thank you for all the work you do throughout the year to put this mystery tournament on. I've been talking about it earlier, but mystery tournament is so fun, and it's awesome that y'all are putting this on every year, and all the side stuff as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got stuff coming up, so if stuff like this looks interesting to you, come on by our Discord, and we're always gaming. Always playing stuff that nobody's ever heard of and taking it way too seriously. That's the best part.
Yeah. If you're all or anybody in chat's interested, you should definitely check out Mystery Funhouse. Join the Discord. You can play games. You don't have to commit to tournaments. You can just play whenever games are going. And I don't have anything else. Do you have any closing thoughts for the night?
No, just that I'm excited to see everybody back tomorrow at 1 Eastern, the same time for the finale of our Mystery Tournament 19, Wizards and Lizards Tournament.
I am super excited for tomorrow. I know the games are going to be a blast. I know that it's going to be a great day of matches. I'm excited to get to chat with you all again tomorrow for that. But yeah, we don't have anything else for you tonight, so we are going to be ending the broadcast, and we'll see you here 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for top 3. And just a quick reminder before we go that you can register for GDQ 2025. It's going to be Minneapolis, Minnesota, July 6th through 13th. And if you would like to be a volunteer or run at the event, your submissions are due by March 31st. You can go register on the site. That deadline is May 26th. You can use !SGDQ in chat for all the information about that, or you can go to gamesonquick.com. Have a great night, everybody, and thanks again, everybody on the MT crew.